Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the business for the day, Mr. President, I'd like to acknowledge some guests or resource persons in our midst. We have the Justices of the Supreme Court, Mr. President. We have the Honorable Secretary of Tourism, Secretary Frasco, as well as some visitors coming from the city of Tagbilaran, Mr. President. Mr. President,
To the aforementioned guests, welcome to your Senate. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2793. This is the bill on the Philippine Natural Gas Industry Development Act, the printed copies of which were electronically distributed to the members of this chamber on November 8 in compliance with the 3-day rule of the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the motion?
Mr. President,
The minority leader rather is recognized. What is your pleasure, sir?
So, third reading, do we have a quorum?
Yes,
We have right now. So
Yes, we do.
we made the physical count.
there are 15 members in the building, Your Honor.
Second question is, I thought we were
15
now,
in the session hall, rather.
15 in the session hall right now. I thought we were in the budget process, Mr. President, and our agreement is that we will just insert sponsorship speeches to make good use of the time, Mr. President. So why are we now inserting a third reading of a very substantive piece of legislation where we need also time to prepare for this, Mr. President?
Session is suspended. Majority Floor Leader. To respond to the inquiry of the Minority Leader earlier, yes, we have in the past, and to my recollection, we did this when I was Finance Chair. But this would be, as I had agreed with the Minority Floor Leader, this will be the last until we finish the budget, unless there are sponsorships which the Minority Leader agreed upon during this budget season. Majority Floor Leader.
President, I reiterate my motion to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2793, the bill on Philippine Natural Gas Industry Development Act, and the printed copies of which were electronically distributed to the members of this chamber on November 8, 2024, in compliance with the rule of the Constitution. Reiterate
Any
my
objection?
motion.
There being none, motion is approved. Secretary General is directed to comply.
An act promoting the development of the Philippine natural gas industry, consolidating for the purpose all laws relating to the transmission, distribution, and supply of natural gas, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 14 affirmative votes, 3 negatives, Senate Bill number 2793 is approved on third reading. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Pia Cayetano, the principal sponsor, is seeking the floor.
What is the pleasure of Senators Cayetano and Gatchalian thereafter? Senator Cayetano.
Mr. President, just a very quick statement. I'd just like to thank our colleagues for
The lady
this.
may proceed.
I would just like to thank our colleagues for the support for this historic measure, the passage of Committee Report number 304, or the Philippine Natural Gas Industry Development Act. This is a momentous step forward as we strive to achieve energy security and sustainable economic growth. This legislation supports our own and also international commitments to cleaner and more efficient energy production. We have to remember that natural gas is a transition fuel, and our goal is to move to renewables. This also protects consumer welfare because with the entry, with the encouragement of more investments in natural gas, we will have energy security that will be able to provide for more accessibility to natural gas, and consumers will be able to benefit from this. Again, historically, indigenous natural gas has been cheaper, and to have more opportunities for natural gas will only make the prices even cheaper. I thank all our colleagues, and we are looking forward to see the benefits of this measure, not tomorrow, not at the end of the year, because energy security is a generational commitment. So this is for the next generation. Hopefully we all live healthy lives to see the benefits of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Gatchalian?
Mr. President, requesting to explain my vote, Mr.
The
President.
gentleman may proceed.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise today to cast my no vote on the proposed Philippine Natural Gas Industry Development Act. At the onset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the esteemed sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano, for taking the time to engage in thoughtful discussions with this representation and for her dedication to this bill. While we fully acknowledge the importance of indigenous natural gas in bolstering the nation's energy security, this representation believes that we must balance this with the cost impact on consumers. Our foremost obligation is to ensure that the welfare of our people remains at the center of our legislative actions, especially when it comes to energy pricing, which has a direct impact on every Filipino household. My primary concern centers on Section 23 of the bill regarding natural gas supply, specifically on two major points. First, the impact it will have on the merit order. The bill states that power produced from indigenous natural gas shall have priority over conventional energy sources. This means that even if power from other conventional energy sources will have a lower bid in the wholesale electricity spot market than power from indigenous natural gas, the latter will still be prioritized. This will push up spot prices, thereby placing the burden on higher prices on consumers. Second, the absence of a competitive bidding or price discovery mechanisms for the procurement of indigenous natural gas. Competitive bidding or price discovery serves as a means to discover the lowest possible price, promoting efficiency among investors and ensuring that consumers benefit from the most affordable rates. Without this essential process, there is no concrete assurance that consumers will pay the lowest price and investors will render the most efficient service. Moreover, we need to be reminded that while Malampaya is our own, it is priced and paid in US dollars, which subjects consumers to foreign exchange risk that can further increase costs, much like imported fuel. This underscores the need for competitive bidding or price discovery to ensure consumers pay only the lowest price possible. In addition, a mandated offtake for indigenous gas without competitive bidding or price discovery would allow indigenous gas suppliers to set prices without restriction, potentially resulting in higher costs passed on to consumers. The absence of price discovery and price control at the upstream stage, ang unang hakbang ng produksyon kung saan kinukuha ang natural gas mula sa mga likas na pinagkukunan, coupled with a minimum supply requirement and minimum percentage requirement at the downstream level, kung saan ang mga nakuhang supply ay ipinamamahagi sa gas power plants at ibinebenta ang kuryente galing sa mga ito upang magamit ng mga consumer, raises a significant price risk to consumers affecting their welfare. This could lead to increase in electricity rates as consumers are required to buy electricity from gas power plants, who are in turn required to buy indigenous gas. If this bill is passed, consumers will be required to pay for indigenous gas even when it is more expensive than imported gas. For example, Meralco's latest competitive selection process results show that levelized cost of electricity using imported gas is 7.7 pesos per kilowatt hour, while a blended indigenous gas and imported gas costs 8.45 pesos per kilowatt hour. Once enacted, consumers will be mandated to pay the higher rate that uses indigenous gas. This means, based on the example, an average household consuming 200 kilowatt hours per month will pay an additional 276 pesos when they could have paid less. Mr. President, our responsibility to the Filipino people is to protect their interests and to act as guardians of consumer welfare. For these reasons, with the goal of ensuring a fair and balanced energy market that puts consumers first, I cast my no vote on this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Noted and entered into the records.
President, the Deputy Minority Leader is seeking the floor.
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Ontiveros?
Mr. President, if I may also be allowed to explain my vote.
The lady may proceed.
Salamat Abi, Mr. President. I must respectfully vote no on Senate Bill number 2793, despite the acceptance of some of my amendments, for which I thank the good sponsor, notably the provision on stranded assets. This provision, by the way, is mainly an antidote to the logic of excessive encouragement of investors in the natural gas industry. My primary reasons for opposing this bill align with some of the deep concerns articulated by Senator Gatchalian. This bill prioritizes indigenous natural gas, potentially undermining and abandoning the least cost principle, which is a crucial safeguard for Filipino consumers against unreasonable electricity prices. This departure from the least cost principle of EPIRA as a principle and procedural guide pertains to fuel selection by the aggregator and generators, generator selection by distribution utilities, and dispatch of generators by the WESM, and is simply unacceptable. Under this bill, the domestic natural gas sector will be under no pressure at all to match their selling price with what is available from regional and global markets. Despite that, the Philippine energy sector is required to purchase everything that the sector will produce. Even the most inefficient wells will be guaranteed a market. This abolition of the least cost principle creates harmful barriers to entry. Just as it would be unwise for, say, a family to dismiss the potential of fiber optic internet based solely on current costs, policymakers should carefully weigh the costs and benefits of both imported and indigenous natural gas. A smart approach would be for the family to encourage fiber optic development, acknowledging its future cost reductions and superior performance, even if it seems less favorable at present. This abandonment of the least cost principle may even affect, without categorically saying, the greatest potential of renewable energy to drive down electricity cost, especially when more and more investments are encouraged into this sector rather than to another fossil industry, which future is clearly defined in climate negotiations as a false solution and unsustainable. The bill's stance on cross-ownership is particularly troubling. My proposed amendment, which would have granted the Energy Regulatory Commission the authority to determine cross-ownership limits for LNG facilities, was rejected. This amendment was inspired by concerns over badly regulated, potentially misbehaving monopolies, particularly in the transport segment of the gas industry. I believe that allowing the ERC to set cross-ownership limits when it saw fit, but not necessarily right at the start, would have fostered fair access and competition among common facilities and ultimately benefit consumers. This approach would allow us to learn from the challenges experienced with the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines and its control over transmission lines. The bill's sponsor argued that such restrictions would discourage investment, especially in the nascent natural gas industry. She believed that ownership of storage and transportation facilities by one entity would accelerate investments. She also maintained that cross-ownership restrictions would have been premature for an industry in its early stages, and also said there was also that option of building one's own gas transport infrastructure. I'm still not sure if the sponsor seriously meant what she said, that other entities needing to transport gas supplies, instead of relying on cross-ownership restrictions that would eliminate bias in favor of a sister company, should instead be ready to build their own facilities. During the pandemic, Mr. President, we set up rules for the use of common towers so different telcos could transmit their signals because we knew that it made no sense to do otherwise. This bill, in its current form, could perpetuate past mistakes in our energy sector. I urged my fellow senators to carefully consider these concerns as we proceeded with this important legislation. As we speak, the United States' own ramping up of gas production for export abroad, which started way before the Russia-Ukraine war, is set to turn President-elect Donald Trump into a salesman for what is expected to be a gas oversupply. The U.S. became the biggest natural gas exporter when it was able to quickly fill up the gas demand after Europe could no longer secure gas from Russia. And there's much more where that came from. U.S. export capacity is set to about double in the next 5 years. Qatar is also expanding its production. This at a time when the major gas demand centers of the EU, Japan, and Korea seem set to reduce their demand. Meanwhile, we pushed for this law that will single-handedly try to add still more to that looming oversupply. Salamat tabi, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records. Thank you, Senator Rivera. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Cayetano?
Mr. President, I would just like to clarify a few matters. It's a very important bill. This bill, to be clear, is good for the country. It is good for the environment, and it is good for every consumer. This bill will help us, just like agricultural products, ensure that we have our own supply. We can be a nation importers if that is what we want. But no, we take a stand and we decide that we want to develop our own indigenous sources. Renewable energy currently under existing laws already has priority. Sila ang mauuna. This is now a transition fuel that we are also saying bigyan din ng priority because indigenous fuel to. Hindi lang puro importation. To make it clear, pwede pa rin mag-import. Anyone who wants to import can still do that, but now we are paving the ground for indigenous sources, which will make it cheaper for our consumers. Mr. President, to also be very, very clear, we have price mechanisms. We have transparency. The law is very clear about fair and open access. Hindi po totoo na hindi malalaman ang presyo. Hindi po totoo na ipipilit sa mga consumers ang mamahalin na presyo. Ilang beses ko po pinakita sa chart sa ating mga kababayan at sa ating mga kasama na historically, napakababa nga ng presyo ng indigenous gas. So wag ho natin takutin ang ating mga kababayan na by prioritizing indigenous gas, magmamahal. Hindi po totoo yon. And what I'd also like to emphasize, Mr. President, is currently, ngayon, ang mga power plants nagne-negotiate ng kanilang mga bibilhin na, kung anong presyo nila bibilhin yung fuel supply nila. Nagne-negotiate, wala akong bidding. So wala ho akong pinapalitan. Hindi ko ho tinatanggalan ng bidding kasi wala akong bidding dun sa level na yon. Negotiated po yon. Those are supply agreements. Ganun pa rin. Same ang patakaran. Fair and open access to all the information available. So again, I repeat, this bill is good for the country. This bill is good for the environment. And this is good for the Filipino consumers. Thank you.
Noted once more and entered into the records. Majority Floor
Mr.
Leader.
President, Senator Raffy Tulfo would like to issue a manifestation as well. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Tulfo is recognized. What is the pleasure of the good gentleman? A manifestation?
Yes, Mr.
The
President.
gentleman may proceed.
Mr. President, my esteemed colleagues in the Senate, good afternoon. When I filed this bill back in May 2023, I realized how complex the energy industry was. That being said, there was a very simple principle that I discovered then and which I recognize now. And that is, if our energy security depends on imports, then that is no security at all. In fact, it gives us a false sense of energy security. This was all proven to us during the spark of Russian and Ukraine war, where oil industry was held hostage by factors out of our control. We are lucky that this did not heavily affect the electrification of our major cities and critical facilities. But we cannot afford to risk being dependent on luck and external circumstances when it comes to ensuring that our essential services, economic infrastructure, and continuity of business operations remain unstable. To address this and ensure our country's sustainable growth, the Department of Energy needs power generated from gas to go from 20% of the country's energy mix to 40% in less than 20 years. This is even larger than the share of renewable energy. Indeed, natural gas power is critical to our country's economic growth. And while I'm a strong supporter of renewable energy, I similarly recognize its limitations at the moment. For example, solar energy's availability and generation is affected by weather conditions, such as cloud cover and time of day. Similar with wind energy, this volatility means that we cannot safely rely on renewables as our electricity base load until technology overcomes these limitations in an economical manner. Hopefully, technology could be developed in the future to address these concerns. But for now, natural gas is of utmost importance to our energy security, and it is urgent that we develop our own indigenous sources of gas. Mr. President, mahirap ang umasa sa iba, and we've been this with other countries who were too dependent on foreign sources, such as some of our neighbors in Southeast Asia. The Natural Gas Act provides enough incentives for the development by private entities to ensure total independence from foreign sources. Natural gas, by its nature and by the technology present, gives enough reliability against the predictability of weather. Lastly, the provision of the bill would ensure that no sudden price fluctuation would occur in the energy market, making energy more available and affordable at the same time, so that the simple Filipino household and not only big businesses would benefit from the passage of this act into law. I would like to manifest my appreciation to Senator Pia Cayetano, my successor at the Senate Committee on Energy, for championing this bill on the floor. I ask my colleagues to look into the wisdom of this law and the policy of our transition from coal to natural gas. The research submitted to the committee during the deliberation of this bill will give us enough reason to approve this measure with haste. The Philippine Downstream Natural Gas Industry Development Act will drive a new age for indigenous oil and gas exploration and utilization. Filipino natural gas is for the Filipino people. This is the best kind of energy security that we can secure this nation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla is likewise seeking the floor.
Senator Padilla is recognized for his manifestation.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Una po sa lahat, gusto ko pong batiin ang senadora mula sa Taguig Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano, sa napakagandang panukala po na ito, sapagkat kung matatandaan niyo po, September 5, 2022, nung ako po ay gumawa ng privilege speech, at yung pong patungkol po sa oil and gas exploration, ang akin pong iminungkahi, sapagkat sa akin pong palagay, ito po talaga ay makatutulong sa ating ekonomiya. At ganun din po, ako din po ay nandito upang purihin din po ang atin pong minority leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros at si Senator Win Gatchalian, sa kanila naman pong ibang naratibo. At ito po ay pagpapatunay lamang ng ating pagiging balanse dito po sa ating Senado. Ngayon po, ang akin pong mungkahi sa pagtayo, bilang paulit-ulit pong inuulit ang salitang indigenous, hinihiling ko po sa akin pong mga kasama na meron pong kapatid yan, yung indigenous. Kung may indigenous gas po, meron pong indigenous people. Alam niyo po, ito pong mga exploration na nagaganap, kadalasan po, kapag ka nagkaroon po ng mga minahan, napapabayaan po yung ating mga indigenous. Kaya ako po'y nagpapasalamat din sa ating pong SP, Senate President, at kanya pong isinulong po dito sa panukala na ito, yung ating pong amenda na nagbibigay po ng proteksyon sa mga indigenous people. Kaya muli po, gusto ko lamang pong pasalamatan ang lahat ng aking mga kasama, maging pabor man o hindi pabor sa batas na ito, ang akin lang pong muling hiling. Sana po sa kaduluduluhan, ang makinabang po ay yung ating mga katutubo. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay po.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 10800 under Committee Report number 335. This is the bill on the 2025 General Appropriations Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the aforementioned bill, as well as its committee report, is now in order.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration. 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President,
Majority Floor Leader.
there being no other reservation for interpellation, insofar as the budget of the Department of Budget and Management, Office of the Secretary is concerned, I move, Mr. President, that the same be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Before acting on the motion, what is the pleasure of the Honorable Villanueva?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. This is just
Maybe ask the mic to be turned on, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is just to make a very short manifestation before we act on the motion
The
of the Majority
gentleman may
Leader.
proceed.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, upon consultation with the Secretary of DBM, I'm supposed to raise concerning issues on unfunded loss, and I was made to believe that the department, through the Secretary, would just submit the breakdown, Mr. President, because of the 205 laws identified already by the DBM with funding deficiencies. 46 are with specified budgetary requirements provided for in the law or determined by the DBM or the implementing agency, and the remaining 159 laws have unspecified budgetary requirements. So with that, Mr. President, I have no more objection, and again, put into the records of this August Chamber that ever since, Mr. President, we have been supportive of the budget of the Department of Budget and Management. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank
We
you,
thank
Majority Leader.
Honorable Villanueva for his magnanimity and understanding. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, the Minority Leader is seeking the floor.
We
The
thank-
Minority Floor Leader is recognized.
Yes, we thank this good Senator Villanueva for raising that issue of unfunded loss. I think the Senate President once upon a time also raised this issue here before this body, that we have so many laws which we pass which are not being funded. So, andito na rin naman ang DBM. May we get information? May we get, they will submit? Okay, so they have committed to submit. So, copy furnish na lang po kami. But, kailangan malaman natin ito kasi nga naman, kailangan isabuhay yung mga batas. Otherwise, we will be reinforcing what Senator Legarda has observed, that in the Philippines, laws are optional. Sabi niya. Kasi even the funding of our laws, hindi natin siniseryoso. So we are awaiting the report of the DBM Secretary. But we make it of record that she is present right before us. And then last Thursday, she was also present, and I think we excuse her presence for the Friday session. So, but andito pa rin po siya. So we commend the Secretary for really, yes, for being very hardworking and for being here to set an example to the other agencies, Mr. President, na kung wala yung head of agency, baka gawin nating issue sa susunod na sa mga other agencies. So we welcome the Secretary. Thank you for your presence.
Just to correct, the Secretary was present on a Wednesday but had to leave for a foreign trip on a Thursday. But anytime you want to have sessions on a Friday, Minority Leader, we would be more than willing to accommodate your request. Acting on the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budget of the DBM, Office of the Secretary proper, is now deemed submitted. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume the period of interpellation of the budget concerning the allocation to local government units, particularly the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, and to interpellate Senator Coco Pimentel, the Minority Leader.
Senator Pimentel is recognized for his question.
Thank you, Mr. President. We just want to take advantage of the presence of the Chief Minister.
As promised, the Chief Minister is likewise here, the head of the agency, Your Honor.
But the fund is being administered by the DBM, if I'm not mistaken, no? So, okay. So may we know the? I think the BARMM is obligated to give the national government, then as well as the both houses of Congress, parang periodic financial reports or periodic reports, especially on the level or the balance of the various funds being given to BARMM. So may we get the latest information on the health of the various funds being administered, fiscal health, according to former Senate President Big Subiri. Of the various, I think they have the block grant, and then the BARMM also has a special development fund, and then BARMM has MOOE allocation in the GAA. Please correct me if I'm wrong, ma'am. Tatlo lang ba? Tatlo. Ilang funds yung binigay mo? Kanina. Inaral natin ito kanina.
The distinguished sponsor, the Honorable Poe, is recognized and may respond.
Tsaka yung MOE, sabi mo. Tatlo. Oh, sa GAA nga, sabi ko. Itong dalawa sa BOL, sa BOL to. Okay. Na lang natin yung fiscal health.
Ready to resume, Mr. President? Yes. These are the figures from 2020 to 2024. The total appropriations for BARMM is 380,615,213,000. Now, the utilization is at 290,077,392,700.13. The budget utilization rate from 2020 to 2024 is 76.21%, while the disbursement rate from 2020 to 2024 is 63.38%.
Now for this year, for 2025 budget, the ALGU for BARMM is 10.9 billion. Tama po yun, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. President.
What is the use of the 10.9 billion? So hindi siya special development fund kasi iba yon, hindi rin siya sa block grant. What is that for?
The 10.9 billion, the allocation to BARMM has two components. Actually, the 10.9 are new appropriations. 5 billion are shares in national taxes, and 5 billion will be for special development funds.
Okay.
5.9 are share in national taxes.
5.9. So okay, so sa 10.9 billion, kasama pala doon si Special Development Fund na 5B.
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
President.
So itong 10.9, i-add natin ito doon sa block grant. And that's the total now allocation for BARMM.
Which is
Okay.
94.41
Yes, okay.
billion.
So 94.41.
17% higher.
0.41 billion. Okay. Yes. That's the 94.4 billion would be the total allocation for BARMM, composed of three elements. That would be the block grant, the special development fund, and the share in the national taxes. So yan po as. Okay. So at least naklaro na po Siguro, may we get from the chairwoman, what's the position of the BARMM leadership on the proposal to postpone the election of next year?
Since there's a resolution, Mr. President, the members of the BARMM will have a meeting regarding this, and at the proper time, they will give their opinion regarding the matter.
So naunahan sila ng dyaryo, ng periodic, kasi may parang may reports. That's why tinatanong ko just to confirm, kasi andito I think the Chief Minister is here with us. So inunahan sila ng dyaryo, wala pa palang official position. Kasi ito po nasa Philippine Daily Inquirer, page A6, MILF wants BARMM polls in 2025. So once, hindi once the postponement, once.
Mr. President, that's the MILF position.
Yes.
That's one position that may be considered in their deliberation, but the BARMM itself has not come up with their decision with regard after the consultation.
Correct. Thank you for that clarification. I also confused the two entities. So thank you for that. So, sige, okay. Assistant Subiri, Mr. President.
Mr. President, may I be recognized?
Yes, please, Senator
Thank you.
Subir is
Thank you.
recognized.
Yes, as the two principal authors of the Bangsamoro Organic Law is here, the former Senate President and now Minority Floor Leader, Senator Nene Pimentel, and myself, Coco Pimentel, yes, Coco Pimentel. Although, tatay naman kaya tatay naman kaya walang problema. That's an honest
niya
mistake.
si tatay, Mr. President.
Oh, magkatabi kami. We were right beside each other when I
He will
took my
be
first
happy.
term.
He will be happy that he's
And
remembered.
we just like to put on record that as a principal sponsor of the measure, my heart is with the BARMM. My heart is with the BARMM. I'd like to consider myself and proud to say that I'm the father of the BOL, which created the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao. So it pains me pag nag-aaway-away sa BARMM between the cabinet, between the BARMM government and the local government officials. Naipit nga ako so much so that in one province, because I sponsored the extension, I got 0 in that one province. That's a true story. But I stood fast. I stood fast because I was working on the assumption that postponing at that time, due to the pandemic, was the right thing to do. So we'd like to now hear, I'm not saying I'm not closing the doors for an extension. Yung akin lang sana is if they can give us a good answer, why is there still a need to have an extension of 1 year when it should be under the Supreme Court decision synchronized already with the national and local elections. So yun lamang po, Mr. President, and I would like to listen to my dear colleagues or my dear friends in the BARMM on their position why it should be extended. So I believe the good chairperson of the Committee on Local Government will have another hearing. It will be one more hearing. I couldn't attend last Thursday because I was in Bicol. My mother is from Libon, Albay, so I had to give relief goods there. So I shall be attending the next meeting and ask them honestly because I stood up on the floor and put on record that this would be my last support of an extension. Sabi ko nga, by 2025, dapat magka-eleksyon na. Kasama din si Tol Tolentino. Sabi niya, last na daw yun. Sabi ni Senator, Majority Leader Tol Tolentino. Pati si Coco, pati si Risa, nagsabi din na last extension na dapat yun. So, I'm not shutting out the doors completely, but you know where our sentiments are. But we'd like to listen to why it still wants to be, or this need to be extended at this point in time. So with that, we give our full support, Madam Chair, Mr. President. I give my 1,000% support to BARMM. I just want to say that BARMM is one of the fastest growing regions in the country. And Mindanao is growing exponentially because wala na pong gera sa Mindanao. So much so, tourism has tripled in Mindanao. People are now going to Siargao, to Camiguin, to Samal Island. People are no longer afraid to go to Mindanao. And I think kung maayos lang natin talaga yung I'd say the rest of the other problems, which is poverty eradication in the provinces of Mindanao, Mindanao can reach double-digit growth rate, GDP growth rate. As a matter of fact, we're almost there. The whole of Mindanao, we're probably, kasi Bukidnon, Cagayan de Oro, Lanao Norte lang kasi po, and Misamis Occidental, medyo 5% yata yung GDP growth rate. But the rest of the Region 10 is already about 7 or 8% GDP growth rate. Kung tuloy-tuloy po ang kapayapaan ng BARMM, tuloy-tuloy po ang kapayapaan at kaunlaran ng buong Mindanao, which will in turn add to the GDP growth rate of the entire country. The entire country. That's why you have my 1,000% support, Madam Chair. And I think whatever support that we can give to BARMM, lalo na yung nangyari sa Sulu, na wala po yung Sulu sa BARMM, so we have to give additional support to Sulu so that they can also go back to the government projects, the government programs, no? And maybe eventually give them an opportunity in the next Congress. I believe in the, what are we, the 12th, we're the 19th Congress. In the 20th Congress, maybe we could file a measure to ask them again, just once and for all, Sulu, if they really want to remain out of BARMM or not. But we will have to amend the BOL with that, Senator Coco, because that has to go through, it's a simple amendment, no need of a plebiscite, but it needs a plebiscite on elections in Sulu. So we can probably do that later on. We just don't have time now. Matatapos na po ang ating 19th Congress. Kaya, you have my 1,000% support for the islands and the provinces, the mainland provinces of BARMM, as well as my support in helping Sulu stand up because of the Supreme Court, on their own, because of the Supreme Court decision recently enacted. So once again, maraming salamat, Madam Chairman, maraming salamat po to the BARMM, maraming salamat, mabuhay po kayo. I will have a book, by the way, book launching on December 4. So I'll be inviting each and every one of our friends from BARMM to join us in the book launch on the road to peace, on the creation of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Maraming salamat, Chairman. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Zubiri.
Mr. President, if I may also include in the record a very positive record that we have right now, that since 2019, actually from 2019 until 2023, in 2019, the poverty incidence in BARMM among families is 54.2%. And now in 2023, it's 23.5%. So, lagpas kalahati ang natanggal sa kahirapan. So, 2023 on, we're still about to get the figures for 2024. But that's good to note. So, congratulations also to our brothers and sisters in the BARMM and also, of course, our colleague, Senator Zubiri.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
President, since my name was mentioned by the Honorable Zubiri, let me give a quick two-liners. I'm in full support of the budget of the BARMM. I am in full support of the quest for sustainable peace in the BARMM. I'm proud to say that 3 months ago, I had lunch in one of the more beautiful beaches in Basilan. And 2 weeks ago, I had breakfast and lunch in Hulo, Sulu, Mr. President. So, napakaganda po talaga ng ating Muslim area. Mr. President, there being no other reservations for interpellation, I move that the budget for the allocation to the local government units, particularly the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, the BARMM, be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. And so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is hereby approved.
Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension to enable some of our colleagues to have a photo opportunity with the DBM Secretary and members of the BARMM.
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budgets of the judiciary, including the following: the Supreme Court of the Philippines and the lower courts, the Presidential Electoral Tribunal, the Sandigan Bayan, the Court of Appeals, and the Court of Tax Appeals, and recognize the sponsor, the Honorable Senator Grace Poe, and to issue a statement, Senator Raffy Tulfo. I move that they be recognized, Mr. President.
Before that, may we request the officials or the employees, the officials of the various agencies to please settle down so we can proceed immediately. Okay, Senator Raffy Tulfo is recognized.
Mr. President, the chairperson of the committee would like to issue an opening statement.
No,
Mr.
I
President.
think you have, did you recognize Senator Tulfo?
Yes.
Is going to manifest?
But Senator, the chairperson would issue first a
right.
statement. I move for the recognition of both, Mr. President.
All right, Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Yes. Before I begin, Mr. President, may I request our OSA to calm down our guests today so that we can begin? Good afternoon, everyone. We would like to extend our warmest welcome to our co-equal branch, the Judiciary. We acknowledge the presence of our esteemed justices, Supreme Court Associate Justice Rodil Zalameda, Justice Samuel Garlan, Justice Mario Lopez, Justice Joseph Lopez, Justice Antonio Co, and Justice Jose Maidas Marquez. From the Court of Appeals, Acting President Justice Fernanda Lampas Peralta, Justice Apolinario Bruselas Jr., and Justice Florencio Mamuag Jr. From the Sandigan Bayan, Associate Justice Rafael Lagos, Justice Carl Miranda, Justice Bayani Jacinto, and Justice Arthur Malabagyo. From the Court of Appeals, Presiding Justice Roman del Rosario, and Justice Corazon Ferrer Flores. Mr. President, it is my duty to present to the body the budget of the Supreme Court and the lower courts, Presidential Electoral Tribunal, Sandigan Bayan Court of Appeals, and the Court of Tax Appeals. Based on the Senate Committee report, the Judiciary's total agency budget for 2025 amounts to 65,785,395,000, composed of 63,889,127 billion as new appropriations and 1.896,268 billion as automatic appropriations. With that, this representation is now ready to accept questions from our colleagues regarding the budget of the Judiciary. Thank
Before
you.
that, Senator Grace, I would like to ask who is the acting presiding justice of the Sandigan Bayan, since the presiding justice has already retired? May I know who?
It's Associate Justice Rafael Lagos.
Justice Lagos. All right. Since Justice Lagos is the acting presiding justice, I will not ask questions anymore because he is my chairman. He might reverse all the decisions against me. Okay.
President, I move that we recognize Senator Raffy Tulfo for
Senator
a
Raffy Tulfo is
manifestation.
recognized.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning to our dear sponsor of the Judiciary's budget, as well as the other senators present and guests from the Judiciary, particularly all the justices from the Supreme Court present. Nung nangyari po ang pandemic, napilitan po tayong mag-online lahat. And this move was a challenge for the Judiciary. Kasi po, most of the operations and procedures ng judiciary calls for a face-to-face setup. But we all adjusted. And what was admirable with our judiciary, particularly the Supreme Court, they took this as an opportunity to ultimately digitalize their systems and transition some aspects of its procedures online. Mr. President, I fully support the budget of the judiciary, particularly to boost their notable ICT projects such as the e-court project, which aims to provide a unified, intelligent case management system across all levels of the judiciary, and the National Justice Information System, which is a data exchange portal to facilitate coordination of agency processes and systems. I'm particularly interested in these projects because I would like to point out the value of statistics in our work here in the Senate. Whenever we draft new bills reviewing existing laws or assess newly passed laws, we look at statistics of cases that have been filed in our courts. Parati po ako nagpapatawag sa mga tao ko sa DOJ o sa Supreme Court Office of the Court Administrator for Statistics. Pero hindi pa po readily available dahil siyempre hingin pa nila ang mga ito sa iba't ibang korte sa buong Pilipinas. I'm hoping that with these new ICT projects funded by the GAA, maisama ang kapasidad ng mga proyektong ito na makapagbigay ng statistics sa atin ukol sa mga kasong nakasampa sa korte. Kung may napaparusahan ba, ilan na nakasuhan, magmula nang ipasa ang batas. At kung ano pa, I'm sure our legislative lawyers are willing to work with the judiciary to give their input on what is usually needed by our institution. Also, if possible, maybe we could have a legislative liaison officer to exclusively address requested data for legislative purpose. We would really appreciate this. Again, I fully support the direction of the judiciary towards the modernization of its operations. This will definitely expedite the delivery of justice and make it efficient and more affordable for the people. Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. Majority Leader.
Next to issue a manifestation or questions to interpolate, Mr. President, is the Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I move that she be recognized.
The Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President.
May I ask what agency? Supreme Court?
Yes, Mr. President. A few questions for the Supreme
All
Court.
right. Please proceed.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Magandang hapon po, Madam Chair. Mr. President, as I told the good chair earlier, I just have one topic and just a few questions about it. Equal access to justice is mandated by the 1987 Constitution. Article 8, Section 5.5 mandates the Supreme Court to promulgate rules on providing legal assistance to the underprivileged. May I ask what projects the Supreme Court has in this regard, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the Supreme Court drafted the Unified Legal Aid Service, or ULAS, rules, which maximizes access to justice of the indigents and members of the marginalized sectors, and also harmonizes previous issuances of the SE to enforce not only an effective and efficient legal aid service, but likewise a readily available one. The ULAS rules shall govern the mandatory rendition of pro bono legal aid services by covered lawyers to qualified beneficiaries. And the Supreme Court also has the Committee on Access to Justice Underserved Areas, chaired by Senior Associate Justice Leone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My office, and I'm sure many others, receives multiple requests for legal assistance. And even with the presence of the PAO and the IBP, the need for accessible legal services still seems to be elusive for many. Does the Supreme Court, perhaps in line with the ULAS, the presence of a committee within it, and its other programs, does the Supreme Court provide support to alternative legal groups which provide the services of lawyers to the underprivileged? Or are there any plans for this, Mr. President?
Mr. President, not necessarily an alternative route, but also to maximize efficiency and accessibility. There are video conferencings of persons deprived of liberty. As you know, we are an archipelago, so it's sometimes difficult to get a schedule for physical presence, especially for child witnesses and expansion to other court proceedings. There's a remote hearing and equal access to law and justice, or Real Justice program. It's an offshoot of the Justice on Wheels program, wherein buses are retrofitted to serve as mobile complementary courts. Alternative forms of transportation will be used to bring technology to far-flung areas otherwise inaccessible to buses. Recently also, with the Public Service Act, there have been more players to help us with to provide telecommunication services, and with SpaceX, they're able to conduct video conferencing in other areas. In fact, some of our justices have been to Tawi-Tawi, and that's their main area where other small islands are able to access video conferencing. Now, for the actual numbers, the Supreme Court provided subsidies for the Integrated Bar of the Philippines for 2024 and 2025, a subsidy of 130.9 million. This is used by the IBP to strengthen its free legal aid program. For 2024, IBP has helped 51,662 beneficiaries under this program.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair, especially for mentioning the Justice on Wheels and also this Supreme Court subsidy for the Integrated Bar of the Philippines. Naalala ko po yung Justice on Wheels, isinulat po iyon ng isang dating Chief Justice, kung di ako nagkakamali, si Artemio Panganiban, sa isa sa mga column nila noon sa Philippine Daily Inquirer. Isa sa pinakamagandang o isa sa pinaka-inspiring na column nila, yung tungkol sa tinawag nilang 3 generations of reforms na ipinanganak ng Korte Suprema sa ating judicial system. Tinalakay nila doon yung Justice on Wheels, nakaugnay ng katarungan para sa ating mga mahihirap, yung justice in the area of human rights, so yung kanilang inilabas na writ of habeas data, writ of amparo, at yung justice for the environment or the ecology, yung mga writ of kalikasan at iba pa. At napaka-inspiring na mabasa yun noon at malaman na sinasagawa at ginugunita ito ng Korte Suprema. It made citizens like me look forward to further generations of reforms na pamumunuan ng Korte Suprema. And then to hear now of a more recent innovation, SC subsidies for the IBP. Kasi paraan po yan na parang force multiplier ng ating judiciary within other pillars of the criminal justice system, which also reminds us yung ilan sa mga pioneering advocacies ng bantay katarungan, maybe two decades ago, no? So nakasama doon yung mga dating justices, dating judges, at mga abogado. Lastly, Madam Chair, I was also asking if, for example, in addition dito sa ginagawa na ng Supreme Court na ULAS, yung Justice on Wheels, yung pag-subsidize nila sa IBP, are there any plans for the Supreme Court to also provide support specifically to NGOs composed of volunteer lawyers, Mr. President?
Mr. President, actually, for the continued training and education, they have involved interest groups, alternative interest groups, and these are. There was a conference and training involving specifically alternative interest groups. These are cost-oriented groups to further strengthen their role in providing legal services for the underserved sector. As you know, there are advocates who are not necessarily lawyers or members of the court that have specific advocacies that they would like to push for, like ito ngang sa kalikasan. So they're able to know the procedures of the court and have the proper training so that they can gather as much information that would be beneficial for their cause and to push their cases towards a resolution.
Salamat, Madam Chair. But I take it to mean na bukod pa nga dito sa, in a way, para legal training para sa mga NGOs at advocates groups, so wala po bang plano na to work or to partner with legal NGOs, so mga NGOs na binubuo or may mga miyembrong abogado na, pero magkakaroon din ng partnership with the Supreme Court. So para sa ganitong legal NGOs o kaya legal aid groups, wala po bang plano ang Korte Suprema?
Actually,
in this
meron
direction?
namang plano.
Okay,
Okay,
Mr.
so
President.
there's a request for a developmental and social lawyering fund in the amount of 100 million for NGO lawyering groups. I believe Justice Leonen also has advocated for this, having been in the academe and working with also different NGO lawyering groups. So, Mr. President, at the proper time, seeing that our fiscal space is tight, but there are also probably there's a possibility that this can be proposed and we can consider it during the committee amendments.
Maraming salamat para dyan, good sponsor. And in that direction, I would like to express my full support for this initiative. After all, my office has partnered with legal NGOs in the course of its work. We worked with the IBP Office of Legal Aid to provide assistance to the witnesses of Kian de los Santos. We worked with IDEALS, or the initiatives for dialogue and empowerment through alternative legal services, to help provide legal counsel to the victims of Apollo Quiboloy. Kaya mahalaga po sa akin na ang mabibigyan ng funding ay yung lehitimong mga grupo. So lastly, for this topic and for my interpellation, Madam Chair, how does the Supreme Court intend to accredit legal aid groups, Mr. President?
Per the ULAS rules, the ULAS board shall identify and acknowledge registered organizations para hindi naman hausyaw, di ba? Na masiguro they have the capability and then also the track record of being a true advocate. And then criteria for legal aid groups under this program shall be provided under the ULAS rules. The main consideration is that they should provide pro bono work for free legal aid na, di ba, walang mga hidden costs dyan. Kasi kaya nga sila i-consider under this initiative.
Salamat, Madam Chair. At dahil sa simula pa lang nung interpellation na to, binanggit nyo na yung Unified Legal Aid Service o yung ULAS. So I take it to mean na ipatutupad siya hanggang ngayon ng matagumpay. So tested na po yung mga, kung paano nila ina-acknowledge at ina-accredit, yung mga partners nila at yung criteria nila. And inaasahan ko po dahil doon na yun din ay tumpak na magagamit dito sa pag-accredit nila sa mga magiging partners nila dito naman sa developmental and social lawyering program. So yun lamang po, Madam Chair. Nais ko lang i-affirm kasabay ng Chair na totoong magiging tunay na pantay lang ang batas kung ang lahat ay may pantay na access sa serbisyong legal at hustisya. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair, Mr. President, at mabuhay ang Korte Suprema.
Thank you, Senator Tiveros. Next to interpolate is the Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank Senator Risa because also with the many hearings that she conducted here in the Senate or other groups are able to provide evidence also that can be used by our judiciary.
Thank you. Senator Coco is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our chairwoman, if I can commence with my interpellation on the budget for the judiciary. Thank you. We welcome the justices from the Supreme Court, Court of Appeals, Sandigan Bayan, Court of Tax Appeals, and I'm sure we also have with us judges of the first and second level courts. This representation, Mr. President, has been requested by the Chief Justice to be the champion for the judiciary, for the judiciary's budget during our last JBC. But I told the Chief Justice I need to harmonize this being the champion of the judiciary's budget with my role as the minority leader. So I think that is the anong tawag mo doon yung merong inherent that's the paradox that we will be solving for today. But I think Senator Alan Cayetano solved it for me when he reminded me of the saying that justice delayed is justice denied. So sabi niya, every minute you delay the justices, you're in effect denying justice indirectly. But may joke po konti kay pag nanggaling kasi kay Senator Alan, may lalo na kung off the record, marami pong jokes yan, Mr. President. But this will be a very supportive interpellation, Mr. President, because for example, the judiciary, I've been informed, requested a total budget of around 84 billion. Approved ng DBM 61 billion, approved ng ating committee 63 billion. So nagdagdag nga tayo ng 2B. So, what did the judiciary have in mind when they proposed 84 billion? What are the more important components of that proposal which would now be impossible to fund in spite of our committee's effort to increase it to 63.8 billion pesos?
Okay, let me break down a few of the big items here that the judiciary branch has proposed. 5.249 billion to utilize technology for the swift and efficient dispensation of justice. Alam naman natin na naghahabol tayo when it comes to technology. On the other hand, we've already commended the judiciary for adapting, especially during the time of the pandemic. And now we see the need also to be able to harness AI intelligence, for example, in certain functions, of course, not all. Or let's say in the transcription and also in certain research backup. The Justice Sector Convergence Program also on the integration of the judiciary into the National Justice Information System and establishment of justice zones where about 336.5 million. Ito kasi yung kasama yung PNP, kasama yung mga iba't ibang mga law enforcement units, I believe, in the justice zone para they can also easily exchange information that will be able to dispense of cases more efficiently. And then the creation of 4 regional trial courts, RTCs in Calawag, Quezon, which is in pursuant to an RA. And then in Muntinlupa City also for pursuant to a law. And then ito po, yung 2025 bar and Sharia bar examinations. Kasi, di ba, meron na tayong Sharia bar. So, syempre, kailangan meron din allocation dyan. Subsidy to the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, which is 130.9 million. Construction of the Sandigan Bayan Building and Training Center for 415 million. And the rehabilitation and upgrading and improvement of the Court of Appeals Building. Kasi medyo kawawa rin naman yung mga facilities natin. And
so yan po yung details ng ating committee report na 2.2 billion na dinagdag. Tama po? Yan po, dyan po pupunta.
Dito sa mga nabanggit natin.
Pero dun sa request ng judiciary na overall parang mga 23 billion ang hindi napagbigyan, ano ang pinaka-apektado doon na grand project nila, na malaking proyekto po nila? Hindi committee natin ang hindi nag-accommodate, mismong executive branch. Yes, executive branch ang hindi nag-accommodate.
Yun nga yung nasabi natin, sir. additional court managers for about 120.7 million. Tapos meron din dito yung Unified Health Maintenance Organization or yung HMO, but we were able to see that they can source it from their savings also, Mr. President. Tapos marami po ito.
Ano yung pinakamalaki po? Ano po yung malaki kaya? Kasi 23 billion yung hiningi ng Judiciary, 23 billion ang hindi na fund. Ano kaya yung pinaka-significant po doon? Pinaka-major project?
Yung salaries po, yung 14.061 billion
Ayun, okay.
for other personal benefits. So lump sum for creation of new positions sa OCJ at saka OAJ. Tapos lump sum for creation of new positions for lower courts upgrading. Usually po additional lawyers, yung mga gano'n na kailangan.
Which in the study of the Supreme Court or belief that the Supreme Court helps in the disposition of cases which addresses one of the two. Meron kasi yun ang aming research, one of the two major issues against the judiciary, which is delay. Yung delay. So yun po. Pero are those proposals like yung mga salary, are those already backed up by law? Or parang wish list lang ng Supreme Court yun?
Well, Mr. President, no, it's not necessarily an increase in salary. It's also the additional positions being requested. So they can really request for that. Doesn't need I'm not a lawyer, but I don't think you need a law to be able to expand your the number of employees that you need. But Mr. President, as you know, there's always the balancing act of fiscal prudence also and fiscal space. But I would like to note that that's also one of the reasons why we are strengthening their ICT capability. Right now, of course, if you don't have the physical presence, you have the video conferencing, and then also with AI, there's certain, of course, we can never replace human talent, but we can always support it with additional research generated from AI, cross-referencing also of cases with AI technology. So this is part of the funding that we have given the judiciary.
Thank you. I also have before me a list of the notable ICT projects of the Supreme Court. Marami-rami naman, pero siguro they need really parang periodic funding for this, no? Para kasi nagluluma din ng mga systems, they need to replace them.
Well,
so, yes.
Next year, yung mga nandito, they have to be able to supplement that.
So we have already mentioned the issue of delay. I just siguro appeal to the members of the judiciary na make good use of your time. Ang dami kasing apektado sa mga kaso. They're really affected by the delay. Kagabi, may kausap ako na practicing lawyer on the trial level. 10 years no pending kaso eh. 10 years, that's too long. I mean, and then, at saka actually, for all the justices here present, since I'm a member of the JBC, nakikita ko rin yung mga feedback to the JBC members. The pendency of cases before you is also being used against the justice when it comes to nomination. Matagal mag-dispose ng kaso, may kaso dyan na pending na ganun katagal. So we really have to address this issue of delay. And of course, I understand that we need the assistance of computers, ICT technology. Pero sa AI, hinay-hinay lang tayo. I don't want anybody to be convicted by AI, Mr. President. Pero joke lang po yun, kasi mga may nanonood sa atin, the courts have no plan of using AI when it comes to judging to adjudicating cases. It must be the capacity of the human mind.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes.
To our minority leader. Yes, again, for the record, we can never really replace human judgment and talent, but we can supplement it. Like, for example, even now, in the past, di ba gumagamit tayo ng Encyclopedia Britannica to be able to do certain research. Right now, we use Google search, di ba? But it doesn't mean that our judgment is reliant upon what we find online
Right.
alone, diba? It's also a cross-referencing of our own experiences and studies on the matter.
Kasi when you judge a case, sometimes tinitignan mo yung demeanor ng witness, lalo na sa first and second level courts. So, hindi kaya ng AI. Anyway, pinapakita ko lang po sa justices na sometime, narito po sa Senado, marunong din tayo mag-joke-joke ng konti. Kasi I'm sure seryoso yung mga deliberations ng ating mga judge, ng ating mga justices. So, ito po ma'am, in writing na lang, may we request from Justice Villanueva a listing of your existing ICT projects and then the status of each one. Siguro, kung ma-mention na rin po yung budget nila para po ma-appreciate natin yung the role of technology in our justice system, Mr. President.
May we submit that
Yes,
for
yes,
the
just for
reference of our
submission,
minority
yes.
leader? The entire ICT
Yes.
budget and the line items. Thank you.
Now, let's go to the judiciary marshals. This is a relative new law. And na-implement na po ba natin ito?
Because of that new law, there is already the implementing rules and regulations, but they are now in search of those court top officials. And by the end of this year or first quarter of next year, they will have filled some positions.
Did we already fund the judiciary marshals for 2024? For 2024, meron na. And then for 2025, magkano?
There is an initial allocation now for the 2024 of 250 million. That includes also the Senate committee report. The NEP, it's the same as the NEP, the GAA, and the COMREP, 250 million.
Kasi recurring expense yan eh. Tama? Kasi tao yan eh. Tao, office yan eh. Okay. Sige po. Siguro just a reminder, tama po ba ito, that the primary responsibility of the judiciary marshals is to be responsible for the security, safety, and protection of the members, officials, personnel, and property of the judiciary. Yan po.
And to conduct investigations as well.
Investigations of who?
Crimes committed against judiciary officials and employees.
Okay.
And threats to them as well.
Tama. Because that will contribute to the security of the members if the potential criminal will know that the crime will be solved. Yan yung criminal deterrence, Mr. President. Yan na po yun. Deterrent effect. Meron po tayong justice zone. Siguro isa yun, no? Isa yun sa mga kung nabigay yung request, mas kasi ngayon 9 justice zones. Siguro the plan is to increase the number of justice zones. Ang sabi rito, the justice zone is an opportunity for the judiciary to meet with the justice sector workers and discuss concerns and challenges which should be addressed. But this is in the context of a criminal justice system. Sa criminal law lang po ito, criminal justice, Mr. President. Pang-criminal justice lang po ito, no?
Yes, there are. The question is for the... could you repeat your question again?
Rinaise ko lang yung justice zones kasi ngayon 9. Siguro part doon sa 20 billion na hiningi is paramihin yung justice zones. So
They're now 10. They're
now 10? They're now
yes.
10. Sige.
Of course, we have to be a little bit cautious also, but
Yeah.
because this is an organization that involves not just the judiciary, but also
Yes.
the DILG and the DOJ. So
Which is the 10th justice zone? Ano yung pinakabago?
the last one is Iligan,
Iligan. Okay, Iligan City.
Osamis, Cagayan de Oro.
But treated as one? Treated as one?
Yes, it's a tri-zone. So yung lugar
Sige
po
po.
ninyo,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Can I just get siguro in writing na lang from the Justice Raul Villanueva examples of the concerns and challenges which were raised and possibly addressed because of the regular periodic meetings pursuant to the Justice Zone concept? Pero, nabigyan lang po kami ng example. Opo.
The committee will take note, Mr.
Yes.
President.
Para po maging tunay na champion tayo ng judiciary, talagang naintindihan natin yung ins and outs of the judiciary sector, Mr. President. Mr. President, sa Cagayan de Oro, matagal na po itong issue, yung nasunog kasi yung Justice Hall dyan na maybe ilang years ago na po yun. Ilang years ago na po yun, sir, Justice? Ten
Mga
years?
9 years
9
na.
years ago.
Pero the Cagayan de Oro Hall of Justice is undergoing detailed architectural and engineering design, which will be finished by the second semester of 2025. Thereafter, a contractor will be procured, engaged.
Siguro, ang reaction ko na lang siguro, just to be totally honest, I've heard that before, actually. Siguro, 1 or 2. I mean, mga lawyers naman po kami rito, so we can really be totally honest with each other. I
Mr.
think I've heard
President-
that 2 years ago or 3 years ago. But siguro, ganito na lang.
Mr.
What seems to
President.
be the problem? How come it's so complicated, Mr. President, to rebuild a justice hall, Mr. President?
Okay, there was a change of location, Mr. President. So now they expanded it. Na it will be also a court of appeals and a trial court. So it's a complex. So
Now it's a complex. Kaya nga,
Yes.
so to make the matter more complex, it's more than a hall of justice. It's now a justice complex.
It will be another cluster. But I assure you, Mr.
Okay.
President, you will not hear it, at least in this plenary, next year.
Correct. I know that. I know that. I won't be here to hear that. Even to ask that question, I will not be here, Mr. President. So, but we have many friends here whom we can ask to request to ask that question, Mr. President. So, kumusta na po ang judges at large law po natin? Is it working in accordance with the objectives of the law? I mean,
There are 50 justices at large, Mr. President. And,
judges.
judges at large, and they are working on different locations in vacant courts.
so
May I know?
yes.
May I know who appoints? With all due respect to the minority leader, who appoints the judges at large?
I think our minority leader, because it goes through the JBC from the President's
Yeah, so
recommendation.
eventually, is it-
Shortlisting. Final appointment would be the president, just like a normal judge, no? Yes. Ganun.
All
Just
right.
like
Thank you. And in correlation with the line of questioning of the minority leader, may I know the status of the Justice Hall in the city of Manila?
Yeah.
Because if my memory serves me right, when my father was still the mayor of the city of Manila, that was his project when he was still mayor of Manila.
It's going through a detailed engineering and architectural design. It's ongoing.
So it hasn't started yet. No construction has started yet.
Second quarter of 2025, they will be able to get the contractor. So by next year, Mr. President, it should start.
All right. Thank you for the information. Senator Pimentel?
Yes, Mr. President, ito lang po yung IBP subsidy natin. When did this start? Madam Chairperson, 130.9 million yata for next year. Pero I think for this year, meron din yata tayong binigay. When did this start? Tagal na?
What do you mean, the appropriations
The
for
subsidy to the Integrated Bar of the Philippines.
subsidy? Every year, 100 million in 2019.
Yes.
Every year, and then now, that's 2019, 100 million. Now we stand at 2024, 130 million, 900.
Sige po, kasi the IBP is under the supervision of the Supreme Court. May mga lawyers na nakapansin that our IBP membership fees have been increasing the rate or the amount. So, saan kaya, anyway, nasagot na yata kanina yung subsidy, not really meant for the membership fees, but for the free legal aid program. Sige po. So meaning to say the lawyers, the IBP lawyers who render free legal aid are being compensated from this fund?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, ganda. Okay, maganda. Agree po ako dun. Okay, so Mr. President, in writing na lang po yung mga hiningi natin kasi sabi nga, so we have taken much time of our justices. Baka ma-minus na yun sa kanilang ano. They could have spent the time writing their decisions to address one of the issues. There are two issues, justices, para lang alam nyo po, kwento-kwento sa taong bayan. One is delay, second one is corruption. So, ano lang po natin, address lang po natin yun. Address lang na address kasi yung allegation of corruption, syempre, when you make a decision, not everyone is happy. Kasi ano tayo, adversarial yung ating system, hindi A versus B. You make a decision in favor of A, B is unhappy. And of course, madali lang ang pakawala ng salita. So, yung mga allegations of corruption, we really, kung merong ganun, I really ask for proof. Ano naman ang masabi mo? Kasi siyempre, pwedeng disgruntled, ano lang yun, na litigan. But, I'm happy that the Supreme Court has initiatives to address the two issues. There may be more, but yun po yung parati kong na-encounter. But just just be conscious of all of this feedback from our people, and then just have continuous programs to address the so-called problems, the biggest problems being thrown against or hurled against our judicial system, Mr. President. So, pero sa ngayon, I think we need to congratulate the entire judiciary, Mr. President, kasi kung ikumpara ko yung negative na naririnig ko ngayon kumpara sa past years, halos wala na po. Halos parang broken record na lang na hindi natin masabing pwedeng lang, yung katulad na sabi ko, parang loose talk lang po. So anyway, congratulations to our judiciary, and dinaanan naman namin yung inyong mga targets, tinatamaan naman ninyo, 100% pa. Kaya nga siguro, Justice Raul, siguro taasan nyo naman. Yung mga cases to be disposed, target cases, taasan nyo naman. Baka naman masyado rin mababa, kaya that's why you're exceeding 100% the target. So,
No, Mr. President, mas marami. Sa ngayon, of course, there's a lot more to be done. But there are more cases, there are more cases being disposed than cases coming in. So, I mean, little by little, I guess the Supreme Court is also, the justice sector is also catching up.
Ito, one final point pala. In the issue of delay, so since mag-use na rin tayo ng computers, focus na sa aging. Kasi hindi lang yata yung mabilis ka mag-dispose, pero yung ano ba tawag mo doon? Long pending cases, yung dapat na-address. Sana there is a system with the aid of computers.
Meron na pong ganon nangyari sa... Last year, there's a directive already that the older ones should be heard, be prioritized. So first in, first out.
So soon mararamdaman na yan kasi kung ano. So it takes time also na maramdaman din yung effect ng program. So congratulations to the Supreme Court and to all the courts, Mr. President. So thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you for your patience also.
Thank you to our Minority Leader for clarifying many points, as well as also recognizing the efforts and achievements of our judiciary.
President, thank you to our Minority Leader, who is also a member of the JBC. The President, the Minority Leader is seeking recognition. The Deputy Minority Leader.
Senator Risa Antiveros, recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President. Good sponsor, wala na pong additional questions. Maikling manifestation lang na pagdating sa proper time, sa period of amendments, baka magtanong lang ako ng konting-konting dagdag pa or gumawa ng maikling manifestation kaugnay po ng mga recently reiterated na advocacies ni Professor Raymond Narag tungkol po sa pretrial detention at saka bail para po sa mapakinabangan po natin kung ano yung thought processes at hari nawa at malamang pagkilos ng Korte Suprema tungkol sa mga ito. Salamat po, Madam Sponsor. Salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Senator Villanueva.
Yes, Mr. President. I will no longer ask questions as I listen attentively to the questions raised by our minority leader. I just like to put into the records how we are appreciating the work being done by our judiciary. And let me also share my sentiments in as far as setting the targets, Mr. President, kasi laging yung 100%, no? And of course, we wanted to make sure that we all understand what it means when you say justice delayed is justice denied. And at the same time, let me congratulate also our friends from the judiciary. And again, to put into the records that this representation has been very supportive of the budget of our judiciary. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. Just one question, please, addressed to Senator Grace. Is it true that there is a memorandum circular coming from the Supreme Court ordering the lower courts to resolve all cases within 90 days? Am I correct?
That's a regular period, Mr.
Yes.
President.
May-
There's no need for a,
Yes, may I know if they are
memorandum.
following the circular?
are they following? They have.
They have to follow. May I know how many unresolved cases have been, how many cases does the Sandigan Bayan, Court of Appeals, and Court of Tax Appeals, ilan pa ba yung mga unresolved cases doon?
For the Supreme Court, there are 14,756.
14,000.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you want me to go, may I just
No,
submit
just
this?
the numbers, just the numbers.
Court of Appeals, 26,000. I'm sorry, yes. Court of Tax Appeals, 1,500. The lower courts for the regional trial courts, 362,000.
Nationwide.
Nationwide, Sharia, 298. Family courts, 64,000. Metropolitan trial courts, I'm just rounding this off.
Yes, yes.
Metropolitan trial courts, 40,000. Municipal trial courts, 69,000. That's at municipal trial courts in city, 69,000. Municipal trial courts, 28,000. Municipal circuit trial courts, 29,000. And Sharia courts, 1,368.
But if they do not comply with the memorandum circular of the Supreme Court, what will the Supreme Court do? Is the Supreme Court going to reprimand these justices or judges?
If they don't comply within the 90 days,
Yes.
they can be charged with administrative cases.
Has there already been a precedence?
There have been many. There is a latest decision
Marami na bang na-dismiss
involving
ng mga
an
judges
RTC
tungkol
judge
dun?
in Antipolo.
How many cases have been filed against, administrative cases has been filed against these justices who did not or does not want to comply with the circular of the Supreme Court?
There are about 250 cases pending involving judges.
Only judges, lower
Yeah.
courts. That means RTC and MTC.
Yes.
All right, thank you for the information. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that the budgets of the judiciary, including the following: the Supreme Court of the Philippines and the lower courts, the Presidential Electoral Tribunal, the Sandigan Bayan, the Court of Appeals, and the Court of Tax Appeals be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Before I act on the motion, the Chair would also like to manifest my full support for the passage of the budget of the judiciary, including, of course, the Supreme Court, the Presidential Electoral Tribunal, the Sandigan Bayan, most especially the Sandigan Bayan, Court of Appeals, and the Court of Tax Appeals. Okay, there's a motion by the Majority Leader. Any objection? There being none, the motion is hereby approved.
Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension to
Session
enable our
suspended.
colleagues to have a photo session with the justices present here. Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Anti-Money Laundering Council and recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, and to interpolate the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I
Is there
move
any
that they be
objection?
recognized.
Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader is carried. We recognize the hard-working chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Grace Poe, and to interpolate our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like, thank you for the kind introduction. I would like to acknowledge the Anti-Money Laundering Council, headed by Executive Director Matthew David. Mr. President, again, it is our duty to present to the body the budget of AMLC. Based on the Senate Committee report, AMLAC's total agency budget for fiscal year 2025 is 213,328,000, consisting entirely of new appropriations. With that, this representation is now ready to answer, to accept questions.
Thank you, Senator Grace Poe. We recognize our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat po, Mr. President, at magandang hapon po muli, Madam Chair. Isang paksa lamang po para sa AMLAC at dalawang tanong lamang po tungkol doon. So your office, the council, has been instrumental in pursuing cases against Guo Huaping, alias Alice Guo. Pero sa mga hearing po natin, lumabas na kahit mahigpit ang batas natin sa money laundering, tila hindi naman nagko-comply ang mga bangko sa reportorial requirements para ma-flag ang illegal activities. Ano pong ginagawa ng AMLAC tungkol dito, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the AMLAC opened the enforcement action proceedings against those banks involved in Alice Guo's case to determine if they have violated the requirement under AMLA to file STRs with the AMLC. These proceedings are ongoing, and should the AMLC find that they indeed violated the said requirement, the AMLC will file formal charges against said banks, where they may be liable for fines ranging from 250,000 to 500,000 per transaction, but not exceeding 10 to 20 million, depending on the attendant circumstances. This is without prejudice to their criminality liability under AMLA if their officers are found to have knowingly facilitated the crime of money laundering. Of course, there's nothing better than preventing it, and prevention actually can be done if there's strict enforcement of the law. So we are looking forward to AMLC's cases that they are actually able to prosecute those that may be found to have caused these money laundering activities.
Salamat po, Madam Chair. It's good to know na nagbukas na nga po yung Council ng Enforcement Action Proceedings at merong pong ganitong mga detalye silang tinatakda na pwede nilang gamitin para nga po mapakomply yung mga bangko sa kanilang mga obligasyon sa ilalim ng batas. It's a quite wide range of possible fines mula 250,000 pesos to 20 million pesos. Pero tama lang siguro, lalo na yung upper range dahil kahit nung ating investigasyon kay Guo Huaping, lumabas na mayroong mga pambihirang mga amounts at any one time na mukhang money laundered in the billions of pesos sa mga individual o di umano'y family companies nila, hindi naman ma-account for kung saan nanggaling yung mga monies na iyon. Pero dumaan sa mga bangko at hindi proactively tumulong ang mga bangko sa AMLAC para i-flag ito. So huling tanong ko na lamang po, good sponsor sa paksang ito at sa interpellation ko, kung ganito po yung direksyong tinatakbo ng AMLAC sa ngayon, ano pong suporta ang kailangan ng council para siguraduhin na una, yun na nga, sumusunod ang mga bangko at financial institutions sa mga obligasyon nila sa batas at may kapasidad ang AMLAC na imbestigahan ang mga ni-report na suspicious o covered transactions bago pa lumago gaya ng sindikato ni Guo Huaping, Mr. President?
Mr. President, AMLC needs support to procure and sustain the artificial intelligence project and other significant program of AMLC like subscription of security IT software. This is why we added additional funding under the Senate committee report for the artificial intelligence project of AMLC to help them evaluate the great number of suspicious transactions reports that they receive. Kasi syempre kung mano-mano yan, manual, di ba? Napakahirap daily how many transactions are there in the bank. So even if you have a threshold, there are still thousands of them. And then the passage or amendments of the AMLA, the amendments to the AMLA to ensure compliance with the Financial Action Task Force, the standards, and to ensure that the Philippine government can cope with evolving money laundering risks.
Salamat, Madam Chair, at alam natin, kailangan nating gawin ang mga ito para din makagraduate sa mga gray list or kung ano pa mang mga list regionally at saka globally. And well-minded po tayo na suportahan nga at magpasa ng pinakamahusay na amendments na kaya nating gawin para sa AMLA. At huli po, Madam Chair, siguro katulad nung observation ninyo nung tinatalakay natin yung budget ng Judiciary. So, nandiyan na nga yung AI, sinasabing importante rin mag-put in place ng protocols at saka safeguards dyan. And I suppose, tulad nung sinabi ninyo dun sa pagganap ng judiciary nung mandate niya, ay ganun din po, halos kung hindi man eksakto sa AMLAC, na bagamat napakahalaga na gagamit ng ating mga departments at agencies, pati councils, yung in a way, SIGINT or Signal Intelligence and mga teknolohiya tulad ng AI, wala po talagang kapalit yung human intelligence, yung wisdom, yung insight, minsan yung hunch, yung instincts na nasa tao at hindi kailanman kayang i-develop o i-simulate ng teknolohiya. So, maraming salamat, Madam Chair, at sinusuportahan ko po yung efforts ninyo na makapagpa-budget tayo ng sapat at maayos para dito sa Anti-Money Laundering Council. Thank you. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Risa. In fact, if the AMLC is actually strengthened, a lot of the issues that were tackled here in the Senate with regards to the POGO could have been prevented early on because of all of those suspicious transactions in the billions of pesos. Kung na-flag yun early on, baka hindi din lumaganap ng ganyan kalaki.
I totally agree. Thank you, Senator Risa, Majority Leader. The next to interpellate is the distinguished Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. You are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. What we know from the AMLAC or AMLC, what are the important thresholds when it comes to covered and then mandatory, yung mga mandatory reporting as well as yung optional reporting?
The covered transactions threshold is 500,000 pesos, but of course, there's also the KYC and covered persons criteria. Like, alam nyo, minsan may mga nakakalusot kasi na mababa sa 500,000, pero regular. Di ba nakita natin yun in one of our hearings before the Committee on Banks. So, that's also something that we can check on, is a pattern.
To summarize nga, pagka 500,000 pesos and above yung transaction, that's what is called covered transaction. Meaning
Yes,
to say,
Mr.
it
President.
must be reported to the AMLC. But transactions in smaller amounts may be reported or must be supported when they are suspicious? What is this?
Mr. President, ganito po yun. Just for the record, kasi also for our information, 500,000 is the general threshold for covered transactions. But for jewelers, registered as jewelers, nasa 1 million. Casino cash, 5 million. And real estate, 7.5 million.
Okay. So may general rule but may tatlong subcategories. But then for those four sectors, may general rule and then may three na sectors. Even if it's below the threshold amount, mayroong concept of suspicious transaction. Ganun po ba 'yan?
Smaller amounts may be reported if the suspicious as a STR.
Ano STR? A suspicious
Oo,
transaction
so
report.
actually, that's
STR.
where siguro also the judgment, no? The judgment of the banks will come into place. Because if they're like small amounts but consistent, or they feel that there's something irregular about it, they have an obligation to report it.
So yes, the covered entities like or institutions like banks must report. Ganun yung instruction sa kanila. Okay, so kaya nga ang tanong ko nga ang ating pong budget ay 213 million pesos. Kasama na dun yung personal services. Tama po? Hindi.
Oh, that's that's handled by the BSP.
So may
Yung
we
sa
know.
kanila.
Okay, so may we know the entire budget, meaning to say the governmental expenditure for AMLC to function properly. Sige.
Yes. While we are getting that figure, Mr. President, I would also like to put it on the record, also para dun sa mga nakikinig, that STRs, regardless of the amount, as long as it falls under any of the suspicious circumstances enumerated under the law, pwede rin talaga silang ma-report.
And then klaro naman sa mga circular ninyo, what are the suspicious transactions? Klaro yan, di ba? Sige po.
Nasa batas ng AMLC.
Kasi yung natanong kanina, are the banks complying or the other covered institutions? So that's why pumapasok ako ngayon sa personnel ninyo, yung manpower ninyo. Kaya gusto ko nga malaman, sweldo galing BSP. Tama po ba yan? Tama. About sa totality of the manpower of the AMLC?
For the proposed budget, it's 346,030,574. Yung nabanggit nga nating budget, hindi naman umabot dun sa ganon. Nasa 213 lang. Pero, hold on, Mr. President.
Hindi, pero ano itong 346 na binabanggit ni Grace? Totality ng hiningi. Not yet. Pero hindi ba kasali sweldo dyan? Kasama. Sa akin, kasama ilan yung kanil. So may other sources sila ng pera. Ano pa? So parang maintindihan natin. So walang laman. Oo nga, no? Saan ito gagamitin? Ano nga? Galing. Walang laman sa PS. Galing.
Okay. Mr. President, as you know, the BSP has fiscal autonomy. What we know, so all the payroll, all of the salaries of the personnel of the AMLC come from the BSP. There are 224 of them.
224. So 224 po ang kanilang personnel. Apa. Okay, and then how many covered transactions in the millions are you receiving in a certain period of time? Sa covered lang po.
So for the covered transactions, in 2024, there are about 23,882,000.
So far yon, bale, kasi hindi pa tapos si 2024.
Suspicious
di ba?
circumstance yun, oo.
Covered yon, covered.
Covered.
Covered yon, meaning to say threshold amounts yon. Yung mga suspicious ilan po?
Yun nga, yung suspicious circumstance, 36,
Ilan?
36 million, 897, no. Okay, so this is from 2022 until 2024. The suspicious circumstance, meaning smuggling, swindling, violation of Electronic Commerce Act of 2000, 36,987 for 3 years.
Yung 23 million is for calendar year 2024 only. Tama pa? Or
For
same
20
period?
For 2024, yes, correct, 23 million.
For this calendar year only? Tama. That's
Yes,
right.
so far, Q1 to Q3.
Yes. Pinapakita ko lang po yung enormity ng trabaho ng
Or it could,
AA.
it could also be now because AMLC is also catching up faster. So there are more identified under this category.
So personal services is with BSP. But when you computerize, because you need to be assisted by computers, so that's in the capital outlay? Where is it
Yes.
found in your budget? MOE or capital outlay? Meron yata kayong 27 million sa...
Both.
Both, yun, both. Okay, so...
For the NEP, the maintenance and enhancement of AMLC cybersecurity and database, 59 billion. Ngayon, ang proposed budget nila 155 billion.
Million.
Million, sorry.
Yes.
59 million.
Yes.
Ang proposed nila 155 million.
Okay, so yan ang sitwasyon ng... Para lang makita nga natin yung sitwasyon ng AMLC. Sa threshold amounts pa lang, 23 million transactions yung dapat nyong... Ano ba dapat nyo gawin dyan? Dapat yung i-review o just tinatanggap nyo lang yung report?
There are too many of them, Mr. President. They are reviewed, apparently, but through prioritization.
That's why they need, I think, assistance of computers in reviewing as well as, baka dito nga pasok yung AI baka dito
Doon
ha,
nga.
more than...
Oo. Well, that's one of the, possibly the benefits of having AI is also to sort through all the voluminous number of reports. On the other hand, they supposedly have a program already that categorizes based on what the priorities are.
Have you been filing cases, AMLC? How many have been filed? And then please give the period, the time period.
So far, the cases filed for 2024 alone are 183 cases. But from 2017 until 2024, Q1 to Q3, about 744 cases have been filed.
And okay, of course these are violations, parang money laundering cases bali ito, no? So okay.
Mga freeze orders, civil forfeiture cases, administrative cases, and formal charges.
Merong any case connected with the Bamban Pogo complex? Kasi ang estimate yata
There are 87 counts.
87 counts of
87
money
counts.
laundering against
87.
Alice Guo alone.
Pero na-file yung 87 cases after pumutok na rito sa Senate?
Yes,
Yun,
yes,
Thanks to
Mr.
the Senate.
President.
yun na nga. So, I need an explanation. Bakit hindi nyo na-detect before dinetect pa ng opisina ni Senator Risa Ontiveros?
Because of the failure of some covered persons to report through SDRs. And this is also where it will come into play, where the bank representative might have to be investigated as well. But of course, we can't rely solely on what's being reported. That's why, Mr. President, I think if we have an objective system, such as the computerization of the categories, then it will also prompt members of the AMLC to look into it ahead of time, be more proactive. But again, there might be some connivance between their banks, the local representatives of the banks, and also those covered individuals.
And if I may, Minority Leader, distinguished colleague, Senator Grace, I totally agree that we have to be more proactive. And if you look at the complexity of what happened in the case of Alice Go and her cohorts, they intended to create layers and layers of corporations to make it appear that they were somehow engaged in profitable and legitimate businesses. But in fact, they are not. But again, let me share the sentiments of our distinguished chairperson that we have to be more proactive, dear colleagues.
Ito po mga 744 na kinasuhan natin at saka over a 7-year period, tsaka 183 ngayong taon, may mga maliliit na tao rito na kinasuhan kayo?
Meron, iba-iba na po yan.
Oo nga, pero doon ako madidisappoint kung mayroon mga naunahan pa ng mga maliliit na tao na kasuhan kaysa doon sa mga nagpasok ng billion to construct that Pogo complex, Mr. President. Well, at any rate,
Totoo po yun,
that's
pero-
just a comment.
Mr. President, I share your sentiment. Siyempre, di ba, yun nga sinasabi nila yung mga nagnakaw ng cellphone, bagamat mali yun, sila yung nakapiit ng matagal dahil walang proper representation or walang pambayad ng bail. Kaya yung court system natin, inaayos nga yung bail system. But of course, with the AI project, the massive volume of CTRs and STRs alongside their increasing trend, the aim of the AI project is to enhance AMLC's capability in detecting and preventing money laundering services. It can assist in the discovery of unusual financial transactions and possible illicit financial activities. These are all generalizations that they submitted to me, but that's the hope of having the AI.
Sige, at least na yung 200 million plus pala pang MOOE plus CO. So, yung ano pala yung sa staff, sa personnel, nasa Central Bank. So, well, I think hindi naman nata nagrereklamong AMLC sa level ng ating committee report. So, we wish them all the best, do a better job. Basta do a better job kasi dapat, kaya nga tinanong kung may nakasuhang maliit na tao, tapos yung mga malalaki, na-discover na lang dahil pumutok ng issue, medyo it doesn't speak well of your agency. So do a better job. Dapat yung nagpapapasok ng billion, huli agad. Dapat na-detect na ng system ninyo yun, whether manual or computerized, Mr. President. Kahit manual, dapat huli yun, Mr. President. That's my point. Pero at any rate, I think the AMLC is, in-increase ba siya na? In-increase ng committee ng 50, I think we added 50 million to the budget of the AMLC. So I think, challenge na lang po yun to do more with less or to do more with what was given to you. At we understand that you have to be assisted by some automated system or computerization. Kailangan kasi. Kaya ako pinalabas yun 20 million plus yung rini-review para maintindihan niyo po na it's not an easy job. I mean, 20 million transactions po yung rini-review nila sa 1 year lang ba yun? 3 years? That was a 3-year period, no? Yeah, in
For 2024 alone, 20 plus
for
million.
2024, yes. Yun na. So, ganun the enormity of the job of the AMLC. Sige. Okay, and if you have some amendments in mind to the law which you are implementing, please give it to us na lang in writing. Sige, para matulungan po kayo. Sige po, but sige. alam natin na kumikilos sila, nag-file sila ng kaso, maliit man na tao or lalo na sa mga malalaking suspected violators of the anti-money laundering law. So, at least malaman po yan para yung compliance sa law, mas tumaas po ang compliance sa law. So, thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you to the AMLC.
Thank you to our Minority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Madam Chair, I just have one question based on my personal experience. One, I would have to agree with our dear Minority Floor Leader that when it comes to billions of pesos transactions, the AMLA should be more sensitive because we were surprised during the hearings conducted led by Senator Risa Ontiveros that billions of pesos would come from different places in the country, and it appears that AMLA was surprised about this. And looking at the situation, Your Honor, the Philippines is one of the 24 countries under the Financial Action Task Force gray list of countries under increased monitoring for dirty money due to our anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing regime. This is our third, in fact, Your Honor, third straight year na po on the gray list. My only question is, now that POGO has been banned, and we thank the President for issuing an executive order to ban POGO. We have been espousing this initiative since 2016, Your Honors. May we know what other steps can we take to finally exit the gray list, Madam Chair? That's the only question that I have in mind, if you don't mind. Thank you.
As of October, good news daw ito. As of October 2024, FATF plenary, the Philippines has accomplished all 18 action plan items. The FATF made the initial determination that the Philippines has substantially completed its action plan and warrants an on-site assessment to verify that the implementation of the AML-CFT reforms has begun and is being sustained, and that the necessary political commitment remains in place to sustain implementation in the future. So far yung initial submission sa kanila, nakita nila na compliant na tayo. So they just want to see the proper implementation on the ground. Remember when we did the AMLC amendment, Mr. President?
Yes.
I was actually the sponsor of that bill and also the author. We did include a lot of the requirements that were asked of us. For example, to include real estate among one of them, and also the threshold, and also to strengthen the anti-terrorist counter checks. So we've accomplished that. And so from that time until now, what they are already working on is the implementation.
So with these 18 action plan items, and of course, you would agree with me, Madam Chair, that the banning of POGO would help us exit in this gray list. We are expecting that we will be out of the list by next year.
Yes, it shows also the determination of this administration to make sure that businesses that contribute to crime, to contribute to money laundering, are also addressed, eliminated, like the POGOs. But then, of course, it's up to the AMLAC also to be able to file the proper cases and for our courts to resolve it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we congratulate your efforts also in ensuring that we'll be out of the gray list, because I remember you have been a staunch supporter in addressing this particular problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that the budget of the Anti-Money Laundering Council be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is carried. Congratulations to the Anti-Money Laundering Council.
Mr. President, can I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended for a minute.
Minority Leader
Leader?
President, I move that we consider the budget of the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency and recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, Chairperson of the Committee on Finance, and to interpolate the Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel Jr.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is hereby adopted. We recognize the hardworking sponsor of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Grace Poe, to sponsor the budget of the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency and to interpolate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to acknowledge the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, the NICA family headed by Director General Ricardo De Leon and his team. Mr. President, it is my duty to present to the body the budget of NICA based on the Senate Committee report. NICA's total budget for fiscal year 2025 amounts to 2,797,149,000, composed of 2,743,522,000,000 as new appropriations and 53,627,000,000 as automatic appropriations. With that, this representation is now ready to accept questions.
The most hardworking senator, especially in this particular season of the year, our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, is recognized.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. May we have a restatement of the automatic appropriations as mentioned by our chairwoman? For NICA.
53.6 million is the automatic appropriations.
Sige po. Sige po. I have reviewed my interpellation on NICA's budget for the past 2 years. So medyo I think we have already dissected the agency sufficiently. Pero I ask, is there something new planned by NICA for 2025? Do we have something new?
Together with other agencies that have to harness technology, there is the cybersecurity and countering weapons of mass destruction program. There's also the ICT projects, the Security Operations Center, the Data Security Project, Cyber Intelligence Fusion Project, Identity and Access Management Project, etc. So basically, a lot of ICT improvements also.
Yes, but basically to do the same job, to have the same goals, the same objectives as previous years.
Of course, it's really the coordinating count. What NICA's mandate, Mr. President, is basically the security of our country. So the coordination also of the different information that we received, and also the analysis of that information, aside from just gathering intelligence.
Itong NICA, it has CIF. Tama po ba yun? And legitimately, di ba? It's legitimately entitled to CF, which confidential funds, and also legitimately entitled to intelligence funds. And I've noticed the levels, wag na natin i-mention yung amount, I think the levels were retained and are at reasonable levels. So wala na po akong question dyan. But
Yes.
yung entirety ba ng IF, Intelligence Fund, of the budget, si NICA ba ang nag-set noon mga yun? Doon sa mga agencies na legitimately, we believe are legitimately entitled to intelligence funds? Did NICA set the level?
It depends on the different agencies requesting for those IFs or CFs, Mr. President. It is their recommendation, and of course, it's really up to us here in Congress to determine, the Senate and the House of Representatives to determine if they will be able to utilize those accordingly and properly.
Hindi, ang short answer, no touch si NICA sa intelligence fund level requests of the other agencies. You don't.
They have their autonomy
You don't
to
comment. You don't
request.
comment.
No.
Sige po, basta yun lang po yun lang po yung aking na-observe. Either we retain them from this year's level, tama ano so. And I think this is reasonable for our intelligence coordinating agency. And then, of course, just an exhortation or a request that we follow to the letter the joint budget circular governing the usage of CIF. Yun lang po. Just an appeal to the NICA. Although wala naman ako na-encounter na any issue. We looked at the COA report. Wala naman po kaming nakita about the CIF. So, okay, so if there are other questions siguro on some sensitive matters, we will just do it in some confidential or executive sessions, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, actually we really have no further questions on the budget of the NICA. So we wish them all the best, and then sabi nyo, same plan, same objectives, just do it better with lessons learned siguro. I'm sure we are learning lessons over the years, so we will be more efficient as an agency. So good luck to NICA. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you for the consideration of our minority leader for very sensitive topics of the NICA. We appreciate the support.
Thank you, Senator Grace. Thank you, our Minority Leader. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, this representation likewise would submit its full support to the budget of NICA, an agency faced with various challenges on all fronts, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that the budget of the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency be deemed submitted for the Senate's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is approved.
Mr. President, I move
Thank you
for a
and
minute
congratulations.
suspension to enable the members of this chamber to have a photo session with NICA.
Session is suspended for a minute.
Next agency, I'd like to acknowledge some guests of this representation, the Mayor of Siargao, Mayor Elizabeth Matugas, the Vice Mayor of Siargao, Mayor Jerry Matugas Abejo.
We
Welcome.
acknowledge the presence of our dear guests in the gallery. Welcome to your Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we consider the budget of the National Security Council and recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, and to interpolate Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel Jr.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the majority leader is carried. We now recognize our distinguished, hardworking chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Grace Poe, to sponsor the budget of the National Security Council. And we can see Secretary Anyo. We welcome him, his presence in this August chamber. And we also recognize our minority leader to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. President, once again for your very generous introduction, coming from another hardworking colleague here in the Senate. I would like to acknowledge the National Security Council family, headed by none other than Director General and National Security Advisor Eduardo Año, and the NSC family. Mr. President, it is my duty to present the body the budget of the NSC. Based on the Senate Committee report, the NSC's total agency budget amounts to 956,141 composed of 987,141 million as new appropriations and 9,814 as automatic appropriations. With this, I am now ready to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. President, with the permission of our chairwoman. So I also reviewed my notes on my interpellation on the NSC budget over the years. So I will pose the same question. Is there something new that we need to know, Mr. President, from the NSC? Maybe a new task, a new responsibility, Mr. President?
It's the same mandate, Mr. President, but there's now some capital outlay. I won't anymore mention where, for the construction of something.
Okay.
If I may interject, with the
Yes,
permission of
Majority Leader.
Senator Pimentel. Perhaps the question now of Senator Pimentel, and I think it's just trying to gain some momentum, is relative to the recently passed Republic Act 12064 and 12065. And perhaps the question now would mean, is there a new desk to be established within the NSC that would specifically focus on or be named as a maritime desk?
Mr. President, as I was made aware, the law will take effect 2 to 3 years from now. So they're in the process of evaluating what needs to be done in terms of the organizational structure to implement this law.
If I may just add, Mr. President, the law will be effective 15 days upon publication.
Yes.
But there are items within the law that would be beyond the control of the executive branch. For instance, the approval of the International Maritime Organization, the approval of the International Civil Aeronautics Administration, but it doesn't prevent our government, specifically the Philippine Coast Guard and the NSC for that matter, to really prepare for the full implementation, even without the imprimatur to be given by the other international organizations relative to Republic Act 12065. But 12064 is a law that would really be effective immediately, Mr. President. So And this has to be, and again, my question is there a new desk or would the NSC be refocusing on the contents of the twin laws just passed and signed?
Mr. President, there's a 360 archipelagic security governance. The preliminaries, the policy research on the 360 archipelagic security governance program to enhance national security by implementing advanced air, sea domain awareness and response capabilities. This is ensuring the monitoring of our territories and real-time surveillance of maritime and aerial threats to protect the Philippines' economic and environmental interests. We also thank, of course, the sponsor and the author of this one to prompt us to take this particular action of the security governance. The Policy Forum conducted the 360 degrees archipelagic security governance, a two-day policy forum last September 26 and to October 1, with the aim of integrating development, governance, and security linkages from the government and non-government sector. Raised issues during discussions were further translated during the workshop and further translated into national strategic issues and suggested directions. So the different stakeholders, both civilian and government stakeholders, were part of these consultations. These are also supported by literature review of archipelagic nations' best practices of other territories, I suppose. Adoption of balangay mindset, an ancient seafaring vessels used by early Filipino communities to navigate and govern their islands. This mindset can serve as a framework for the nation's approach to security, development, and governance in our archipelagic context. And then that ongoing right shop, finalization of the strategy map and framework, and sectoral consultations.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sure that the agency would likewise consider coordinating with various agencies as well, specifically those with acumen in laymanizing and information dissemination campaign as to how the twin laws recently approved would help not just in increasing maritime domain awareness, but providing the average Filipino the mindset as to how the twin laws would benefit the country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Majority Leader. The Minority Leader,
Yes, thank
please
you.
proceed.
Thank you for the intervention of our Majority Leader, which led to the mentioning of the balangay mindset. May we understand this more, Mr. President? So what is that? Balangay is parang bangka, no? Bangka. Oh. So, kung tawag natin yun is balangay mindset, what is it?
It's based on the community involvement, Mr. President.
Okay.
Basta I think we can discuss this separately. I think we've already also utilized this in the past. Basically, civilians are also involved.
Sige, yung 360 degrees kasi na, ano ba yung term yun? 360 degrees archipelagic security governance, narinig ko na yun sa past. So, but this one, first time ko narinig po. So just siguro if you can just be given na lang in writing what is this.
But I think the Minority Leader is a good idea. But anyway, let's
okay.
talk about that.
Sige po. And then, for example, meron din sa notes ko that the National Security Council has a role in the Foreign Investments Act. Siguro ganun yung tanong, yung the two recent laws signed by the President, the Maritime Zones Law and Archipelagic Sea Lanes Law. Yun, ano yung mga, how will that affect, what's the involvement of the NEC and how will that affect your budget? Ganun siguro kasi budget season tayo ngayon eh. So for example, sige, ano yung sa Foreign Investments Act? Ano po ang, how does that involve the NEC? And did that affect your budget?
Mr. President, having mentioned the Foreign Investments Act, they have an office now
Yun.
that they have budgeted to vet also certain investments being made here in the country. Remember, well, I can speak more with authority when it comes to the Public Service Act. There are what you call critical infrastructure that has to have the approval of the NSC or the president in particular. So, of course, the president is part of the NSC. He's the head of the National Security Council. So, especially when it comes to any state-owned corporation, this is actually not allowed in the criteria for the Public Service Act, and I suppose also for the foreign investments. So there's a creation of the Foreign Investments Office, and there are many positions for that office. They also created a manual on foreign investments, which can be submitted to you, Mr.
Yes,
President,
yun
for
na-
your
yun-
perusal.
Yun na nga yung example that there's this law, yun ang this creation of an office in the NSC. Yun ang tanong siguro ni Majority Leader. There will be 2 new laws. Desk lang nga yun nabanggit niya, but these 2 new laws may lead to creation of offices, which will affect now the budget. And I looked at your budget levels. You are a prioritized government agency under this administration. Nakita ko yung sa 3 years na so. And then the committee, our committee, added 100 million. So you are really a priority government body, okay, by the administration and by the Senate itself. Now, talking about your budget, do you have intelligence fund?
Only a CIF because the composition is civilian.
Yes.
And, with
C,
the president
you have
also.
actually you have CF, you have confidential.
Yes.
Sige, tama. Ang mother category niya is CIF, but it's basically confidential funds. And I looked at the level, we're just maintaining the old level. So hindi ko na po pupunahin yan. Siyempre, wala rin naman ako nakita sa COA reports. So just continue adherence to the joint budget circular. Do we already have an approved national security policy? Correct.
Yes, we do.
Do we already have a national security strategy?
For approval of the president.
So hindi ko na matatanong next year yan kasi tinanong ko yan last year, wala pa. So ngayon nasagot, wala pa rin. For approval na. But what's the difference? Last year, ni draft, wala pa.
They just finished the draft this
Kaya
year.
nga. So yun na yung difference natin. So we are now in a better situation in the sense na may draft na for approval na. Nung tinanong ko yan last year, ni draft, hindi pa tapos. So, okay, so...
Para kasing teleserye to, bitin eh. Mag-iintay ka muna ng next season.
So,
So wala ng franchise.
so I think, Mr. President, anyway, I think the NSC is a very accommodating and open agency. If we need more information, ano lang tayo? Si Jonathan nga, pumupunta the Deputy Director General, visits my office. So I think anytime na may kailangan naman tayo information from them, they give it to us. So with that, Mr. President, I have no more further questions. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Congratulations to the NEC.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Coco. Majority Leader?
So, President, there being no other interpellator, I move that the budget of the National Security Council be deemed submitted for the Senate's consideration.
Is there
I
any-
so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is approved.
Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension to enable some of our
Session is
colleagues-
suspended for a minute.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we consider budgets of the following: Department of Tourism, Office of the Secretary, Intramuros Administration, National Parks Development Committee, Philippine Commission on Sports, Scuba Diving, and the budget support to Government Corporation, Tourism Infrastructure, and Enterprise Zone Authority, or TIEZA, and recognize the sponsor, Senator Lornica, and to interpolate. And I will be interpolating, Mr. President, and I move that I be recognized as well.
Hearing no objection, the consideration of the budgets aforementioned is now in order for interpellation. Senators Ligarda and Ejercito are recognized.
The proposed appropriations for the Department of Tourism and its attached agencies and corporations under Senate Finance Committee Report 335, or the 2025 General Appropriations Bill, amounts to 3,670,486,000 pesos. The distribution of the proposed appropriation is as follows: Office of the Secretary, 3,079,160,000. Intramuros Administration, 145,714,000. National Parks Development Committee, 381,178,000. Philippine Commission on Sports, Scuba Diving, 24,434,000. Under the budgetary support to government corporations, Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority, 40 million. I'm now ready to accept questions from Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you also to our sponsor, our force, our Tita Ganda, for defending the budget of the Department of Tourism. First of all, Mr. President, I think that one of the lowest hanging fruit among the industries is the tourism industry. Of course, we have the natural beauty, and first of all, they would like to thank the DOT family under Secretary Cristina Frasco for their very aggressive marketing. No, you love the Philippines, and we're hoping that we can tap the vast potential of the tourism industry, and kung makahabol man lang tayo sana, no, if we can get half of what probably Thailand and other ASEAN nation, our neighbors, is getting, then that will be a big help to our economy. Just to ask, first of all, our sponsor, the DOT, is asking for, I think I heard about an additional 400 million, if I'm not mistaken, of their budget. May I ask what programs are included in this request for additional budget, for their additional budgetary requirements?
Thank you for your question, Mr. President. That's over 400 million, right? That was requested. We know that these are infrastructure projects, roads leading to various tourism destinations nationwide. This was part of the request of the department under the National Expenditure Program. Unfortunately, due to the tight fiscal space, this was made part of Tier 2 in the DBM, and even this representation, as much as I would like to support it, because I know that how can we even expect to appreciate a waterfalls or a lake or a mountain area if there's no accessibility, there's no access road. And this would cover dive tourism, health and wellness tourism, sports tourism, of which you are promoting as well, nature-based tourism, culture tourism, etc. This more than 400 million request, unfortunately, was placed in Tier 2 and was not even included in the House of Representatives bill, the GAB, and it would be very difficult for this representation to give the whole amount. If I would be happy if Your Honor would help me amend a part of it, perhaps even in the BICAM. But we know very well that of the 6 trillion budget, it's 6 trillion, right, more or less? Yes, we know that when we slice from somewhere, the pie would have to suffer. And you are correct, and I agree with you, that tourism is a low-hanging fruit, and tourism, both foreign arrivals and domestic tourists, really would spur a robust, localized economic livelihood, especially community-based and community-managed tourism. However, you're correct, the 491 million infrastructure projects that were requested were not all accommodated.
Well, Your Honor, Mr. President, you know, every time I travel and I go to, especially to ASEAN neighbors, I really feel that, you know, they've got so much, they get the bulk of the tourism, no? But I always tell myself, Your Honor, that, Mr. President, that the Philippines is far more beautiful than the other areas. Just Pattaya in Thailand, Chiang Mai, what else, in Indonesia, Malaysia, you know, there are no match to our beaches. And I would like to also support Your Honor, the sponsor, Senator Lauren, in the BICAM, if we can, because as we both agree that the vast potential and as this is a low-hanging fruit among our potential income revenue earners, if we can concentrate on areas that are really have big potential for tourism, no? Napansin ko po when you, sa mga tourist areas sa ibang bansa, it's really complete, no? And I agree with the tourism secretary in what they plan to do, complete with the infrastructure, complete with of course yung support, restroom, stops, everything, all going to the tourism areas. How many tourism areas are identified or that will be prioritized? That siguro that will we be prioritizing, for example, 5 or 10 potential areas that we will really be promoting, and concentrate on the infrastructure activities, infrastructure projects in those areas.
Mr. President, we believe that of the 81 provinces, each area has its beauty, whether mountains or the sea. And while I would like to mention, let's say, specific traditional areas that they are promoting, I am told, and I agree, that we are promoting the whole country. Meaning, traditionally, we would say Cebu, or perhaps Batangas, or perhaps Boracay. But it does not mean that the other provinces and the other areas are not worth promoting, which they are. And so there is not just 1, 2, or 3 specific areas. And in fact, under the Philippine Experience Program, which the DOT under this administration has institutionalized, where they had focused not just on sun and sand, but also on nature, on culture, on heritage, on culinary heritage and gastronomy, on historical heritage, on arts, on living traditions, on the creative industries. They have gone to the less known areas. And this is good, not just for foreign tourists arriving, but also the great untapped potential of domestic tourism. I am pleasantly surprised to learn, Mr. President, that while we compare ourselves with other countries, that there are, let's say, only 5 million compared to the tens of millions of the other ASEAN neighbors, but in terms of tourism expenditures for domestic tourism, the Philippines, I am told, based on the World Tourism Council, is #1 in Southeast Asia. And I'm holding here a document which shows that the Philippines is the biggest domestic tourism market in Southeast Asia in year 2023 with 52.1 billion US dollars or 32.9% share compared to ASEAN, meaning that, and this is domestic tourism, right? Because we have the tendency, and rightly so, that we compare ourselves to our ASEAN neighbors. Bakit ang Thailand ganito, tayo ganito lang? But because also, perhaps, of our 110 million Filipinos, perhaps we could also focus on the exchange of tourists of the various islands of the country. So I take note of the WTC report. Not us, not the PSA, that the Thailand is only second to the Philippines in terms of the percentage share of domestic tourism expenditures domestically. So to wrap up the question, the answer to your question is not one area is focused, but really loving the whole Philippines, loving the culture, the nature, the heritage, the creative industries, and the people.
Well, I agree. We really have to love the journey and love the Philippines. Yeah, that's the tagline. And
you have greatly contributed to that. I see you online, Mr. President, how you go to the less treaded areas, not just the usual commercial, traditional spots we go to. And I think that's the way to go.
I agree. I thank the sponsor for being consistent also in us promoting tourism, and of course the very proactive and the very aggressive programs of DOT now under Secretary Cristina, and I agree that we really have to promote those areas that are called hidden treasures. In fact, as you mentioned, Your Honor, Mr. President, on my own advocacy is my own contribution being a rider, and I thank the DOT and the Tourism Motions Board for continuing the Philippine motorcycle tourism. That is our aim, to promote the lesser known but hidden treasures, so that it can, in our way, we can, in our own little way, we can help the economy through tourism. So that is why be rest assured that we will support you during the BICAM should there be a need to augment the different infrastructure needs of DOT, so that they will have the support for the areas that are have big potential for tourism.
Maybe you would like to amend the budget for the motorcycle tourism program, which is part of the TPB, domestic marketing and promotion efforts. You, among all the 24 senators, 23, you're the only one I can think of who would really espouse and advocate for the increase in the budget of the motorcycle tourism program.
Yes,
because it's a very measly budget of 10 million. 7 million. 17 million this year and only 7 million in 2025 for next year.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out, Setulon, our Madam Sponsor. Given the fact that Philippine motorcycle tourism has really taken off, and it has really helped to promote hidden treasures, help the domestic tourism, and our future. No? We will be inviting foreign riders as well. And be rest assured that from 17 million, it was slashed to 7 million, and I will be introducing amendments to add to this budget so that at least it can be retained. And likewise, actually, I would like to propose another one, since the Philippine motorcycle tourism has really taken off already. Another program that can be explored is the cyclotourism, which can promote health and likewise promote the beautiful sites. No? We can add this probably. Siguro we can add a few millions, but we can promote hit two birds with one stone, promote health and tourism as well. Yung bicycle tourism.
And there are other riders as well present in this hall right
correct.
now.
Senator Bato de la Rosa is here. I'm sure that he will also support and probably make amendments. Probably
Yes. Perhaps not just motorcycle tourism, but cycling as well.
Yes.
Yes, between those who ride motorcycles and those who do bikes, at least perhaps half of the chamber, 1/3 or half of the chamber do that. Yes.
And likewise, before I end my interpellation, Your Honor, Mr. President, also I'd like to point out and congratulate the GM of TSM, Senator GM Mark Lapid, no, for yung po mga areas that I pointed out in the other budget hearings. There are assets of TSA that have long been forgotten. No, sabi ko tulad po ng Banawe Terraces Hotel, I had the chance to stay there probably 6-7 years ago when I was riding, Your Honor. And Banawe is considered the rice terraces, the 8th wonder of the world. It's really one of our treasures. But the Banawe Terraces Hotel, naku po, yung fixtures niya, 80s pa, powder blue, baby pink, powder blue, pink, ganun pa, very old. And now it is already undergoing renovation, no, talagang halos totally. So we are excited, no, that with the reopening of the Banawe Terrace Hotel. And I will together with Senator Bato, probably we can help promote, no, yung again Ifugao and Banawe Rice Terraces really as our 8th wonder of the world, no, with the pending opening of the Banawe Terraces Hotel. So advice ko po kay GM Mark before in one of those hearings that we just concentrate on a few areas, and siguro if we can have the TSA assets and the infrastructure be brought into those tourism areas. And I'm glad that they have already done that. Kasi po dati pinag-ati-atian eh. Alam niyo no, pagdating sa house, no, siyempre we can't also, but even in agri areas they ask also for tourism projects. But I'm glad that TSA now is now concentrating on areas that have really potential for tourism. So and I hope they would continue that.
Yes, Mr. President. In fact, TSA is also the funding arm of the tourist rest areas, which this administration initiated. There were 10 pilot for this year, but next year there's around 22 that are earmarked to be built in different areas of the country, and perhaps more should be built because it's very basic to have decent, clean bathrooms, rest areas, souvenir shops where tourists, even domestic tourists can rest. So we expect more of that, and that's under TSA.
And before I end, siguro I think the minority leader will be next online. He is also a fellow member of mine in the JCI organization, just to advise our Secretary of Tourism. By 2026, we will be expecting about 4,000 foreign delegates. We have just won a bid in Clark for the Junior Chamber International JCI World Congress, which will be held in Clark by 2026. We last hosted, no, si Sen Coco was with me. We were together. He was with JCI Manila back then. I was the hosting national president in 1998, not too long ago, when we hosted the World Congress with about 4,500 foreign and local delegates. So after 28 years, the JCI World Congress will be back in Clark, and I think we will be very, very optimistic that we will be showing the whole world, no, how the beauty of the Philippines. So I'm sure that the DOT family will be very ready. So with that, I just brought out this good news that just a few weeks ago we just won the bid for the World Congress in Clark. Thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator JV, Mr. President, for those questions which are meant to enhance the budget of the Department of Tourism. Thank you for your advocacy.
Majority Leader, you can resume your functions as Majority Leader.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. Next to interpolate is Senator Joel Villanueva, but the minority leader would want to be last, no? So, a minute suspension, Your Honor.
Session suspended for 1 minute.
I'd like to greet our good secretary. Good afternoon. Maayong hapon, ma'am. Maayong hapon sa imong team. Of course, to the dear sponsor, Senator Lauren Legarda. Mine is not a question. I'm not going to bother you with any questions. Mine is actually 1,000% support to the Department of Tourism. As a matter of fact, I've been fighting for you in all the departments that I meet, with the DOTR, with the DILG, with the the DPWH, on how we should really push for a whole government approach on tourism, Mr. President. And the dear sponsor, Senator Lauren Legarda, knows this, that the DOT cannot do it alone. If they are left alone in trying to promote all our tourism spots, nothing will happen to our country. And it's sad to note that with our, I believe, October numbers of about correct me if I'm wrong, 4.5 million so far, tourists coming to the Philippines. What is it, Madam Sponsor? Would you know how many up to date of October up to October, Your Honor?
As of now, at least 5 million have
5
arrived in the Philippines, Mr. President.
Because from the data that I gathered when we were having my economic affairs hearings on the impacts of tourism on the Philippine economy, before the October break, that was September, we were about 4.5 at that time. Our regional neighbors, Your Honor, Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I don't have the numbers with me, but I think Thailand was like 23 million. And then, tinalo tayo ng Indonesia, napakalaki, because of Bali, I presume, no, and other areas of Indonesia. Tinalo tayo ng Malaysia, truly Asia. Tinalo tayo ng marami pang ibang Southeast Asian countries, and even Cambodia beat us. Cambodia was about 4.8 while we were about 4.5 at that time. At that particular period, it was a survey that we gathered from this other news forum. No? So talagang imagine, pati Cambodia natalo na tayo. And Vietnam, I forgot about Vietnam. No? So I keep saying this, it's a low-lying fruit, Mr. President, my dear colleagues. It's a low-lying fruit. Tourism can bring in easily how many billions of dollars worth of income for our people, for our country, for our economy. I'm still making this appeal to the administration that they should do a cluster coordinating council amongst the different departments so that they have a coordinating group. I think they've already planned this, but I don't hear much about it. And in my proposal, Mr. President, my dear sponsor, just concentrate on the top. I know there's so many. I know the problem of the dear secretaries. If you concentrate lang, for example, in the Visayas and Mindanao, magmahay pod ang mga taga Luzon. Magtatampo. Pero ang akin dyan is, why don't we get the 10 best tourist sites? 10 or 12 best tourist sites. Put all our money and all our funding there, and then we work after we're done with that, then we work on the other areas as well. Why? Because we still have problems with, as I mentioned when I was in Siargao, it's still intermittent power distribution in Siargao, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor. The airport looked like a bodega, and such a small airport, although the DPWH and the DOTR has promised us that they are now in the process of building more terminals in the airport in Siargao. I'm just giving one example. And yet Siargao is becoming the fastest growing tourism site in the Philippines. Almost every foreigner that I meet wants to go to Siargao. Not just Palawan, but to Siargao. So, siyempre, malipay ko anak, taga Mindanao man ko ma'am, you know, Madam, Mr. President. I'm from Mindanao, so the problem there is, it's the lack of facilities. And I don't want that the first impression of the people coming in from abroad, when they go to this disastrous airport, a disastrous road system, a disastrous energy problem, and of course, even health. Ang kulang po ang mga health facilities sa mga area na to. So, I hope that we can get the sponsor and of course the DOT, or we can ask the sponsor, hopefully, we'll be able to give them more funds for maybe the top 10, top 12 areas. Very easy to remember. It's either Boracay, actually maganda na po yung Boracay, yung Bohol, yung Siargao, yung Palawan, Coron, and El Nido. Of course, in the north, you have several places in Pangasinan, in the 100 Islands, for example, in La Union, in the beautiful San Juan, La Union, where my wife is from, Batanes, Camiguin, Pagudpod.
I see Senator Amy Marcos.
Yes. So if you just get the top 12, rice terraces also, pinupunta ng mga foreigners yan. Sana we just get the top 12 destinations, really put our money where our mouth is, and try to make it work. Indonesia nga, they earned billions on Bali alone. Bali alone. They earned billions of dollars on Bali alone. So I hope that we can support the DOT, Mr. President, my dear colleagues, in the budget that they need, especially the departments that have to fund this, because, of course, it's not in the mandate of the DOT to build the roads or the bridges or the airport. So rest assured, Madam Secretary, that when the departments come, the others, I will make them kulit on the lack of infrastructure needed for our tourism to actually work. Yun lamang po, Madam Chair, Madam Sponsor, my dear Secretary, my dear Senate President, while you were awaiting for Senator Joel Villanuevas to come down, I said I'll just make a manifestation because that's my sheer frustration. I'm really so frustrated. How Pilipinas tayo, tapos number 7 tayo sa listahan sa tourism, napakababa. Tapos pagpunta naman nila dito, they're welcomed by all sorts of, really, I'd say incidences, bad incidences that happen to them, whether it's the airport, whether it's the road system, whether they get intermittent brownouts in the resorts that they stay in. So yun lamang po, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, I'm here to support. Whatever the department needs, we're here to make it happen. Hopefully, we can come up with a master plan for these 10, 12, or 14 tourism sites, top tourism sites of the Philippines. Walay pabor-pabor sa Bisaya. No favoritism. I'm just saying, if you look at the number of tourists that go to these areas, you can tap it from there. And then that's what we concentrate our funding on for this year, for next year, and then we do the same for the others. Kasi if we do a shotgun approach and we fund everything, there'll be nothing. We're funding everything for nothing. Kasi it's too small, too little an impact. So I hope that we can make this program work, and I hope that the funds are efficiently and effectively utilized for these top tourist-rich areas.
I think
Thank you
you
very
forgot
much.
to mention Tagaytay.
Oh, yeah.
Honor.
Tagaytay, no need to mention, Your Honor, Mr. President. Tagaytay is already a wonderful city. It's like mentioning BGC. You don't need to mention BGC. You don't need to mention Makati. Tagaytay is already, in other words, you have arrived. You have achieved
And Malay-Balay.
that level.
For
Wala
that
pa.
matter.
Malayo pa kami. Malay-balay. Yan ang kailangan pantulong sa DOT. Yan, mga Malay-balay. Bukidnon as an ecotourism area. All these are very important. But we need a whole government approach for that, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Honor.
I know it's not a question. It was a long commentary, which I all agree with. I would just like to put on record that the concerns of the good gentleman is being addressed, at least to a certain degree, in terms of collaboration with the agencies, in terms of roads. There's a DPWH DOT Road Tourism Infrastructure Project, and they try to prioritize the areas in terms of tourist arrivals in that area and visitor receipts. But again, it's in Tier 2, not every area that needs to be accessed through the building of infrastructure is actually done. Now, in terms of connectivity, of course, NICA is being improved now because it's been privatized in terms of the management. There's also forthcoming PPP projects. You know this very well. It's in your region, Laguindingan, right? And Bicol, Iloilo, in my region, and in Bohol as well. Also, there are convergence programs, as I mentioned, with DOTR. They're upgrading airport and seaport facilities, and even the Caticlan Jetty Port, I believe, is being enhanced as well. And there's much to be desired because there's so much potential. We are resource rich. And I agree, everyone has used that cliche, it's a low-hanging fruit. It is not the DOT alone, as you very well said. It's the DOTR. How do we enter a place if there's no decent airport? Or even if the bathrooms are unclean, or there are no bathrooms at all? How can we go if there's no access roads and it could be dangerous? So the challenges, let me state that. Infrastructure. Second, connectivity. Connectivity, I'm not even referring to Wi-Fi or internet, connectivity in terms of seaports, jetty ports, and airports. And visas, that's another issue. And the budget given the department is small. But we're not complaining. We're doing the best we can do given the limited fiscal space. And that's why it is a whole of government approach. If the DOTR and the DPWH use the resources leading to tourist destinations, in your own words, effectively and efficiently, then it would benefit the Department of Tourism and all the programs that it has. Okay.
By the way, I would like to congratulate the department, Mr. President, if I may. I saw an ad in CNN, the new ad. It's very nice. Very, very nice. I hope you get to catch it. So congratulations to Madam Secretary. That's what we need. And I think we need to budget that. So we have to help them. We have to give them more budget for those ads. Very nice ads. Congratulations, Madam Secretary. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Yes, next, Mr. President, next to interpellate the sponsor is Senator Joel Villanueva. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Will the good sponsor yield to some clarificatory questions, Mr. President?
I'd be very happy to answer the questions of the good former Majority Leader, another advocate of tourism, especially since one of the major programs of a DOT would be the skills-based programs.
The convergence, yes.
Yes, a convergence.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we likewise admire the defender of the budget of the Department of Tourism for supporting our advocacies when it comes to job generation and employing our kababayans, Mr. President. We likewise would like to acknowledge and commend the performance of our Secretary of the Department, Secretary Frasco, and we thank her presence today, Mr. President, for being here. Mr. President, just some questions that I'd like to propose when it comes to contributions to employment. We know for a fact that in 2023, the tourism sector provided 6.21 million jobs to Filipinos, representing 12.9% share to the country's total employment. From this, Mr. President, we are seemingly on track to reach our target, the 6.3 million target employment in tourism by 2028. May we know, Mr. President, what specific programs are included in this year's Department of Tourism's proposed budget to reach or even surpass our target employment in the tourism sector?
First, it would interest the gentleman to know that DOT and TESDA had entered, as you know, into a memorandum of agreement way back in 2023 for opportunities for training and upskilling of tourism workers to meet the demands of the tourism industry. Under this MOA, they would empower local communities by providing employable skills scholarships and training in specific tourism skills. They would update and develop tourism-related training regulations, competency standards, competency assessment tools, etc. Collaborate in implementing enterprise-based training, a recently enacted law, EBET, or supervise industry learning, collaborate in the implementation and promotion of different human capital development. So there are targeted beneficiaries of this convergence of DOT and TESDA, and this partnership involves implementing the ASEAN Agreement for Tourism Professionals and revising training regulations for industry workers. We know that under DOLE, the DOT had forged a partnership with the Trabajo, Turismo, and Ascenso job fairs as well. There's the National Tourism Jobs Fairs, and this is done together with DOLE. I believe that there had been 3 runs of these job fairs in various regions of the country. So you're correct that so far I believe that they are on track in achieving tourism employment of 6.2, 12.9%. I believe that there's even a greater possibility for higher employment because this is like, in a way, domino. It's not just tour guides, it's really culinary, gastronomy, it's drivers and vans, even tricycle drivers, jeepney drivers, it's helpers and domestic. It's so much. I can't think of an industry that will not be affected positively by tourism. In short, everything else impacts positively on tourism. And so I can go on and on the trainings, but I wanted to mention that. There's the Filipino brand of service excellence. I'm sure you know that.
Yes.
Because this is similar to what TESDA is doing. This is a centerpiece training program, the Filipino brand of service excellence. These are the values of the Filipinos are actually taught, mainstreamed and embedded. Maka-Diyos, makatao, makakalikasan, makabansa, may bayanihan, masayahin at may pag-asa. When we say a Filipino brand of service excellence, tinuturo po ang mga pagkatao natin na maaring nawawala. In a way, it's even part of parang moral reformation din ito which is very, very good. And I would like to think this is applicable not just to the tourism industry, but should actually be a whole of government approach. So, having said that, I know that the 12.9% is achievable, it's being achieved, but we could go higher than that in terms of the employability in the tourism industry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I'm glad and appreciate the statements made by our distinguished sponsor that indeed it is imperative for government agencies to focus on Filipino traits, characteristics, and programs that would not only enhance our culture but also support Filipino traditions. I remember when I was with TESDA, the distinguished sponsor espoused and advocated for the Living Traditions programs. And we're happy to note that the DOT is on the right track. And maybe just know, Mr. President, if by next year we are expected to exceed the pre-pandemic share of the tourism sector to the country's total employment.
Yes. In fact, I'm happy to put on record, Mr. President, while we mentioned about the 12.9%, these are the direct impact of the tourism employability, but based on a labor force survey as early as the first quarter in April 2024, the total employment in the Philippines actually reached, believe it or not, 48.35 million. Of this, 6.49 million, or 34.11% of the overall employment in the country provided goods or services to foreign tourists, local visitors, or tourism-related businesses. So what we're saying is that the total direct impact on employment may be 12.9%, but indirect, because of other provision of goods and services, it's much more than that. It's 34.11%. And I believe, I'm a firm believer that given enough support and convergence with the government agencies of infrastructure and connectivity, it can easily double, Mr. President.
That's good to hear, and we note, Mr. President, the importance of the tourism sector in contributing to generating or creating quality jobs in our country. Mr. President, the good sponsor made mention about the partnership of the Department of Tourism and TESDA. I think they were able to, they signed a 5-year memorandum of agreement. May we know, Mr. President, the status and accomplishments? I know that it was signed August of 2023. May we just know the status and accomplishments of DOT's partnership with TESDA in expanding opportunities for training and upskilling of our tourism workers?
Thank you for that, Mr. President. There's a DOT TESDA scholarship data summary here, and the trainings offered. There's, I believe, 2,422.
But that is lodged, Mr. President, under TESDA or under DOT?
Under the TESDA
funding?
budget.
Oh,
This
yes.
is
Okay.
based on the TESDA budget.
Yes,
And
because
this would-
I know of that, Mr. President, considering that I'm also defending the
You're
budget
defending
of
the TESDA.
Yeah.
So you
that's-
actually would have this.
That's why I wanted to know if there are also contributions coming from the budget of DOT with regard to this
Okay.
program, Mr. President.
Let me just state what you may already know, but just so that it's on the
Yes,
record.
yes, please.
The trainings are tour guiding, tourism promotion, bread and pastry production, cookery, housekeeping, events management, barista, bartending, and front office services. But this is lodged under TESDA because of the partnership. But there's also the Filipino brand of service excellence. There are centerpiece training programs which may not be in the TESDA budget and may not be in the TESDA accredited institutions, but they have service providers, and in the regions there are trainers to uplift the quality of tourism services in the country. As I mentioned, anchored on the distinct Filipino brand of hospitality. So a total of 4,866 trainings have been conducted for 256,156 stakeholders from 2018, well, before their term, up to year 2024. So this actually, FDSE, may not be new to the present administration, but they had continued it. Now, they also have tourism industry skills program. This is aimed at empowering local formal and informal tourism industry workers to deliver quality services so that they could meet service standards and to boost the overall competitiveness of the Philippine tourism industry. So from January to November 2024, a total of 2,157 trainings were conducted with a number of 116,072 participants trained. May I suggest, Mr. President, for example, you are very involved in providing livelihood for the province of Bulacan, and that's very low-hanging fruit because it's so near Metro Manila. They can actually do tourism industry skills training for Bulacan and perhaps identify areas for product and market development. Let's say in Antique, in Panay, they can do that as well. Identify the products, find out how they can develop the market, and train the people either through TESDA accredited institutions and or the trainers that they have in the regions.
I'm glad that the distinguished sponsor made mention about it, and to add to what the sponsor of the measure is talking about. We just passed the enterprise-based and education and training program, which is very complementary to what we are discussing here on the floor. In fact, Mr. President, just this afternoon, we had the chance to sit down and talk to Secretary Benitez of TESDA to talk more as to how we'll be able to capitalize and improve the performance of enterprise-based now that it's being institutionalized, and now that there's a clear policy when it comes to giving of tax breaks and holidays and tax breakthroughs, including the establishment of a one-stop shop. I would also like to put into the records that according to TESDA, the tourism sector receives one of the highest TVET scholarship allocations, which is about 30.9%. And I'm happy to note that this particular program translates to producing or creating more quality jobs for our kababayans. I would like to ask another question with regard to the whole of government approach being mentioned by our distinguished sponsor. May we know if there are other formal agreements with relevant government agencies to increase employment in the sector and to improve overall tourist experience? May we know if how the department is implementing a whole of government approach in the tourism industry?
Thank you for that. I mentioned earlier for infrastructure, of course, that's the Department of Public Works. For connectivity, that's the Department of Trade, the DOTR, Transport and Communications. And for employment, DOLE and TESDA. I'm surprised, pleasantly surprised to know that there's an NCIP partnership, the Katutubo Kapwa project. In fact, I would like them to not pilot, but to do a proof of concept in your area, which has Dumagats, right? You have Dumagats in Bulacan,
yes.
and in Antique, which has Iraynon, Bukidnon, and Ati. So
I will be looking forward to that, Your Honor,
Yes.
distinguished colleague.
So without having to wait for next year's budget, I am therefore requesting my colleagues here in government to visit, to send within the week the Dumagat community, let's say in Bulacan, Region 3, and in Region 6, the Iraynons and the Ati. This Katutubo Katuwang sa Pag-unlad at Pagwagi is a joint undertaking between DOT and the NCIP to enjoin the indigenous cultural communities and the indigenous peoples in tourism development. It aims to diversify tourism products built on tangible and intangible cultural heritage to enhance overall tourist experience and strengthen tourism governance, as well as the advocacy of the NCIP on the protection and promotion of arts and culture. I would also, it may not be in their budget, but let me just suggest to them which they can incorporate and I can make a special provision. DOT must partner and converge with the National Commission for Culture and the Arts if you don't have yet. Because while the NCIP is there are many other issues pertaining to our indigenous peoples, but the protection, preservation, promotion of the schools of living tradition. There are more than 100 schools of living tradition. And these are not schools with four walls and roofs, but these are community-based, community-managed IP schools where traditions, tangible and intangible, are passed on from one generation to the other. There's a niche in tourism, both local, domestic, and foreign tourists who would be interested to see the SLTs. Another would be perhaps Gamaba, the Manlilikha ng Bayan Awards. These are given to the national treasures in different regions of the country. And there are many gamabas in Mindanao. There are gamabas as well in the Ilocos region, like the 100-year-old Magdalena Gamayo, who has a weaving center in Pinili, Ilocos Norte. There are gamabas, let's say, in Pampanga, Mutuk, right? Who does silverware, and there's a gamaba, let's say, in Kalinga. What I'm saying is that a partnership Sana nakikinig kayo ha para gawin niyo to. Okay, yes, between the NCCA and the DOT, I think would further enhance the Philippine experience. Yes.
Thank you, and I appreciate the answer, Mr. President, being given to us by our distinguished colleague, the sponsor of the measure. I am aware, Mr. President, of the vision of the National Tourism Development Plan 2023 to 2028. But may I just ask about the operationalization and the implementation of this vision? May we know from the distinguished sponsor the plan of the department, if it includes a strategy for promoting, for example, our local products? For example, is there some form of partnership with the department, the DTI, to provide support, entrepreneurial development, and promotional assistance to MSMEs in the industry, in the tourism industry, Mr. President?
Very good question. Before I go to the DTI partnership, which can be a special provision in the budget, DSWD, surprisingly, has also a partnership with the DOT, because the DOT gives trainings on alternative tourism livelihood, and the DSWD project is Bayanihan sa Bukas na May Pag-asa para sa Turismo. It's a DOT-led project aimed at providing assistance to tourism workers affected by disasters, I see. So, let's say in areas affected by Typhoon Christine, and that is in 12, I think, how many regions, provinces in our country. So, they have a partnership with the SWD so that tourism workers could be helped. Now, your question is, what are the other agencies? I am pleased to inform you that in the present, this is the present year's GAB, in the NEP for GAA 2025, this was this representations, my amendment last year, which really addresses your concern, traditional arts and crafts. The DOT, I'll read what's in the GAB, shall include weaving, artisanal crafts, and other schools of living traditions in all its promotion, market, and tourism development. The DOT shall coordinate with the National Museum of the Philippines and the National Commission for Culture and the Arts for the implementation of this provision. We could probably draft a special provision to include perhaps the DTI and how MSMEs in various districts or regions of the country can be part of the tourism belt. Yeah, for example,
Providing support,
yes,
entrepreneurial development,
I
Mr.
agree.
President. Yeah.
Let me say, on a Sunday I was working. Magpasensya po kayo sa maliit kong kwento. Ako po ay nagpunta sa isang maliit na barangay sa Taal. Ito po ay Barangay Balisong. Nakilala hindi lang sa Balisong, kundi na rin sa pag-embroidery na namamatay ng industriya ng husi at saka pinya embroidery. Natuklasan ko po na meron din Barangay Gulod sa Lemery na nalugmok sa putik dahil po sa Bagyong Christine na kaya natin iahon. So, meron pong kolaborasyon ang mga barangay na ito na embroidery ay ginagawa sa Lemery, na yung pinya at husi po ay galing sa amin, sa atin, sa Panay at galing sa Aklan, at yung pagkalado ay galing naman sa Taal. At itong mga MSME ito na traditional arts and crafts gaya ng pagkakalado at pag-embroider ng pinya ay maaring parte ng tourism destinations. Pupunta ka sa Taal, Heritage Town. Magandang tignan ang pinakamalaking basilika sa Asia. Pero maganda ring puntahan yung mga barangay na nagabenta ng mga barong na mas mura di hamak. Ito pong suot ko ay gawang barangay. Ito po ay gawa sa Barangay Balisong. At siguro po ay kalahati ang presyo nito kaysa sa mga mamahaling mga department stores na pupuntahan nyo.
Ngunit dahil naisuot nyo na po, ibig sabihin, 10 doble na po ang presyo
Ay,
niya.
opo. Pero ako po, no, seryoso, salamat po sa inyong
seryoso po ako,
pupugay
Madam
sa
Chair.
akin na palagi niyong ginagawa. Maari ko pong sabihin na hindi po ako nahihiyang sabihin na ako po ay nagsusuot ng gawang barangay. Ibig sabihin, community-based, community-managed, micro-enterprises, which could be part of the tourism program. So we will draft, based on your suggestion, kayo na mag-draft, ng special provision which we will accept. Aside from SLTs of NCCA, the DTI budget is after this. We will do a collaboration between DTI, especially OTOPs and MSMEs.
Actually, Mr. President, I am inclined to ask questions to the Department of Trade and Industry in relation to what we are discussing today, Mr. President. And just because I heard a personal story coming from our distinguished sponsor, my story in my beloved province of Bulacan, in my hometown in Bukawi, I used to see a lot of weavers in my hometown in Barangay Taal, Bukawi, Bulacan. But unfortunately, when I was in high school, Mr. President, nawala na po ito. And now that I'm already here in the Senate, I could hardly hear, Mr. President, the industry in our beloved hometown. So I hope that we'll be able to revive it if we can do something about it, and if I could be of help. Your Honor is a master of these particular initiatives, and I hope that she will be able to help our beloved barangay in Barangay Taal, Bukawi,
Barangay
Bulacan.
Taal, Bukawi, Bulacan. Do not despair, Your Honor. Alam niyo po, again, maikling storya. Nung ako po ay nagpuntang Antique, or when I served the Lone District of Antique, halos mamamatay na at patay na po ang industriya ng patadyong. Ako po ay kinalap ko yung mga suot ng mga lola, even 100-year-old patadyong, na indigo natural dye. Sinuot ko po. Nagulat ang mga tao, ba't ganun ang suot ni Loren Legarda? Binuhay ko po, nagtayo po ako ng mga weaving center. Tayo po ay nagtayo ng natural dye center. Tayo po ay nagdala ng mga designers doon. Even Sarah One nandiyan po sa Greenbelt Mall, ang mga bags gawa sa patadyong. Ginawa po natin, binuhay. At ngayon po, ang daming sumusuot, ang daming bumibili, destination po, hindi lang isa. Sa kada banwa ay meron po tayong binibentahan. May cotton processing center, may patadyong center, may tindahang lokal sa capital town. Hindi lang po yon, ay marami pong mga maliliit na negosyo na kayang buhayin. Gaya ng sinabi nyong, patay na, bubuhayan po natin yung sinasabi nyo sa Bukawi. We know that in Pulilan, Bulacan, Mayor Maritz Montejo has a weaving center there, which we also supported. And let's say, I mentioned Lemery. I just talked to the wife of the Kapitan of Gulod, and she said that there are 84 households still doing embroidery. You know that the barong you are wearing, assuming that's embroidered, it takes 1 month for a woman who is embroidering to do it. Treasure what you're wearing, because these are done from 2 weeks to 1 month, at least those I know which are hand-embroidered in Lemery and Taal. These are also done in other provinces, and you're correct, the MSMEs and yung pagbubuhay po ng mga lokal na industriya nakakapagbigay ng trabaho ay maaring pinupuntahan ng mga domestic and foreign tourists. Again, magtiyaga lang po, maikli na lang sasabihin ko. Long ago, I went to a natural dye center in Siem Reap in Cambodia, and in Luang Prabang in Laos as well. These are not the usual tourist hubs, but I was surprised to see there were busloads of Chinese tourists. At the time when I went, 2007, 15 or almost 20 years ago, I thought it was not the usual tourist haunts and hubs, but I was surprised to see busloads of Chinese and Japanese tourists visiting very simple weaving centers in Siem Reap, in Luang Prabang, and other areas of both Laos, Cambodia, and even in Vietnam. So if our neighboring countries in Southeast Asia can do it, we can do it as well. And Bulacan, where you're from, is so near. It would be very accessible for tourists to go to.
Thank you very much. And also for the record, I'd like to say that I'm proud of what I'm wearing. I love my Barong Tagalog. Unfortunately, Mr. President, unlike Senator Legarda, pag sinuot po niya, nagta-times 100. Sa akin, parang wala akong nangyayari. pagkatapos ko isuot, the same price pa rin. If I may go to another topic, Mr. President, and I'm up to my last one, Mr. President. When you talk about recovery, Mr. President, the Bank of America Global Research noted the slow return of tourists in the country, still below 20% of 2019 levels as a significant factor in the country's underperformance. From January to October 2024, international tourist arrivals in the country reached 4.485 million. Talking about the recovery rate, Mr. President, vis-a-vis the pre-pandemic level in terms of tourist arrivals, may we know the strategy of the department for this coming budget year, Mr. President, for attracting new market of foreign tourists since, again, according to Bank of America Global Research, the Philippines still lagging behind its Southeast Asian neighbors in tourism recovery. And perhaps it's because of the budgetary allocation being allocated by other countries, Mr. President, when you talk about the tourism sector.
I am told that we are fully recovered based on the most recent report and on visitor receipts. And we are focusing on the big markets that have been coming to the Philippines, namely South Korea, the United States, and Japan. And it doesn't mean that we are not tapping other markets as well.
Okay.
But these are the top 3 sources of foreign arrivals in the Philippines. Also, we feel, Mr. President, that aside from the big possibilities of attracting more foreign tourists, because 5 million is definitely very low, we must promote domestic tourism. I think the human capital is our. We should not look at overpopulation as a problem. In fact, if we just visit our islands among ourselves, then a lot of the local economies could be positively affected by this. Meaning, instead of going abroad, I know it's good to go abroad as well, but visiting the tourist areas, which are not often visited, could improve the tourism receipts. And as I read into the record earlier, the Philippines is even higher than Thailand, based on the World Tourism Council in terms of domestic tourism. The World Travel and Tourism Council report says the Philippines has the biggest tourism market in Southeast Asia. This market was valued at over 52 billion pesos, highlighting the domestic, it says pesos here, it's dollars, right? This is, okay, dollars. I'll correct myself, $52 billion. USD, sure. Highlighting the domestic tourism market strength for Philippine tourism as an attractive pull factor in generating tourism investment. We contribute the highest national output in Southeast Asia. The WTT's estimated Philippine tourism contributing $78 billion to the Philippine economy. So, maaring tayo po...
Mr. President, may we know again the figures because the minority leader and I are looking at each other if it's
Yes.
really in dollars. How much is the figures again? Because it would translate to about 1/10 of our GDP, Mr. President. If it is dollars, that's 1/10 of our gross domestic product.
This is not a Philippine organization. I am reading from the WTTC, World Travel and Tourism Council. Here, I can give you the hard copy.
Thank you.
The Philippines, $52.1 billion US dollars. 52.1 billion US dollars in 2023, right? We're number 1 in domestic tourism, biggest domestic tourism market, and Thailand is only 33.2 billion US dollars. I was surprised when I discovered these figures as well.
That's surprising, Mr.
It is
President.
very surprising.
Yeah. And,
this was given to me today.
Yeah, Mr. President, no, please don't get me wrong. I'm a big supporter of the Department of Tourism. And in fact, I was looking at an article this morning that tourism earnings from inbound visitors are estimated at 282.17 billion pesos from January to June of 2024, or approximately 32.81% higher than the 212.47 billion revenue from the same period last year. So again, we congratulate Secretary Cristina Frasco and her team. Just one last point, Mr. President, that I would ask, because this has been my advocacy, and the distinguished sponsor of the measure sponsoring the budget of DOT knows very well that I would ask the issue of unfilled positions in government. Because until now, Mr. President, 1 out of 10 authorized positions in the government are still unfilled. And if you look at the DOT, a third of its staff complement, equivalent to 352 positions, has remained vacant for almost 3 years. So I would just like to point it out, because this has been my advocacy since time immemorial, and the distinguished sponsor would attest to this. I just would like to raise this, and at the same time find out the details of these vacancies, and how can the Department of Tourism properly and effectively fulfill its function given these vacancies. Thank you, Mr. President.
What I have here are 220 unfilled positions. Out of the 220 vacant, 9 are third level. It requires presidential appointment.
But that's only 9.
There are 13 co-terminus. There are 26 vacant co-terminus positions.
May we just ask, Mr. President,
Yes.
if we can be given a copy of the department's plan to address this particular issue by 2025? We just wanted to make sure that we are not remissing on our duty, Mr. President, to look into this very important issue. In fact, I would go even further, Mr. President, to even discuss the contract of service and job orders in government, because since I started this advocacy, Mr. President, we only had about 430, 500,000 contract of service and job orders, and now it has ballooned to about 830,000. So just to not belabor the point, Mr. President, if we can ask the sponsor to just give us a copy of their action plan on this particular issue.
Yes.
I would be happy
They're
to...
actually explaining to me, but I told them so that they're accurate.
Yes.
Because they were talking about job orders, contractor, etc. It may be lengthy to memo us,
Yes.
to memo you, especially having deep concern for the labor sector, so that we see. Because
Yes.
they're trying to tell me that it's not all unfilled, but it's a long explanation.
Yeah, because,
we can
Mr.
memo
President, just to point out, because during the time when this representation was heading TESDA, we had a particular item, for instance, an item for a lawyer, but the salary is not anymore commensurate to the service of a lawyer. That's why no one is actually applying for the job. And so what we did is we talked to the Department of Budget and Management to adjust the items, Mr. President. So I will not be surprised if the department is also experiencing the same problem. But at least, Mr. President, what we are trying to do here is to address the issue of filled and unfilled positions, and most especially the problem of endo in government. Because if you talk about endo, Mr. President, the government is the #1 violator. Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank our distinguished colleague for her patience in answering these representations questions. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you
President.
very much to our colleague for your very enlightening questions, which are only meant to enhance the budget further. And let me remind you of the special provision that you had wanted to include, which will be a collaboration between the DOT and the MSME sector of the DTI. Thank you, Mr. President. Assignment.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, last to interpolate the Department of Tourism and its attached agency is our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Cocomitel. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Pimentel, the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro and Marikina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our chairwoman, just some factual questions about the budget of the DOT. Well, according to the President's budget message, his administration wants to make the Philippines a tourism powerhouse. But from our research, only 20% of what the DOT requested was given. So, paano po ito? How come, for example, I think the DOT requested for a budget of 13.43 billion, ang binigay sa NEP is 2.79 billion pesos. Paano po kaya ipatutupad ng budget natin yung pangako ng Presidente in making the Philippines a tourism powerhouse?
Yes. Thank you for that, Mr. Minority Leader. The biggest item that was not considered was the 8 billion infrastructure budget, because the reason of the DBM was that infrastructure should be lodged, it's not their mandate, under the Department of Public Works and Highways. And the DPWH said that their ceiling will be breached if they include the 8 billion. So there lies the predicament. But having said that, we know that there are convergence programs with the agencies of government. As I mentioned earlier, there's the partnership convergence with DOTR and with DPWH, where there are supposedly programs that would improve infrastructure in areas leading to tourism destinations, and this would include as well port facilities and airports. So you're correct that we could have a better budget, we could have a bigger budget, but the reality is 8 billion was not given in the President's budget.
If the bulk of the amount not given was for infra, maybe no? What the DOT had in mind for infra?
These are roads leading to tourism destinations.
So convergence, nasa convergence program nga yan ng,
So it could be placed under DPWH.
So meaning to say, in spite of the fact na meron nang accommodated in the convergence program na roads to tourism spots, around 8 billion ang in the pipeline or in the database of the DOT which were not accommodated. Yan po. Okay, sige, klaro po yan para...
This was placed on Tier 2, Mr. President.
Yes, okay, thank you for that. Ngayon, pagdating sa, gamitin ko na lang word na convergence, pero actually overlap in my opinion. Meron tayong Tourism Promotions Board na may 1.1 billion pesos. I'm using NEP figures muna. Anyway, yung general figure nandun. To promote the country as a world-class destination for tourism. And then DOT has branding campaign program which will receive 500 million, and that is also to fund efforts to increase the Philippines' global presence as a top tourist destination. Hindi po ba may overlap?
I am told, Mr. President, that there's no overlap between the DOT and the attached agency, the TPB. They call the market being addressed by the Tourism Promotion Board as the mature market. These are the markets of TPB, right? South Korea, American, Japanese, Chinese, Australian, Canadian, Taiwanese, British, Singaporean, Malaysian. These are the markets being targeted by the Tourism Promotions Board, and the DOT focuses on what they call the opportunity markets, and these could be our ASEAN neighbors, Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Middle East as well, the Arabian Travel Mart, etc., Europe market as well. So there's like a division on the kind of markets.
Yes, on the market, but on the activity we are funding parehas. Except that yung tina-target na market, iniba. Para magkaiwasan. Yun ang point. Pero practically, theoretically, if that distinction had not been made, nag-overlap.
I am told, Mr. President, that there's no overlap because the needs of the markets are different. Because if the markets is an opportunity market that the DOT is focusing on, and the mature market, which they call the TPB, is addressing, would have different needs. Yes.
Under the law, is the DOT prohibited from marketing to the mature market? DOT. Are you prohibited? Hindi naman ata. Choice yun. It's a conscious choice. Precisely to limit nga para hindi nga magka-overlap. Pero at any rate, I'm just pointing this out, Mr. President, Madam Chair, na marami yata baka yung mga bodies natin medyo sumobra na sa dami na nag-overlap. Sige, what is says si TPB is one attached agency not asking for money, not asking for funding in the GA. Wala siya eh. So, how will we differentiate the promotions activity of TPB from the promotions activity of the DOT itself, aside from the target market? May kaibahan ba talaga?
The TPB is actually a product of a fairly new law, and that was a law that we discussed here under the Tourism Act. I think it was 2009 with Senator Gordon. And this agency is tasked with engaging and building relationships with business-to-business stakeholders. That's why probably they call it the mature market. It would include partnerships with travel agencies, tour operators, tourism-related businesses, and organizations. And they handle positioning the Philippines as a top-of-mind travel destination, aligning each strategy with the National Tourism Development Plan. So the TPB focuses on businesses. That's why they focus on the MICE, the conferences, expositions, meetings. So they conventions. First of all, there's different kinds of markets, and possibly the activities relating to those markets are different as well.
Thank you. Does the DOT have a grant or aid portion of its budget they can release to tourism enterprises to help them? Meron pa bang item sa budget natin?
Mr. President, they have product and market development. They have what they call the training program, tourism industry skills training program, where they deal with the local communities and LGUs, where they identify the possible products, resources, locations, places. They train people so that those places can be promoted. So it's not a grant that they give to the LGU. The funds is lodged with them, but they do skills training, tour guiding, housekeeping, gastronomy, culinary, etc. But these are service providers identified by the regions. But you don't have a grant, no? That is given to the LGU, no.
Sige po. Because I think yung atin namang branding campaign program, I think increased by ilang percentage to? Malaki. I think yan yung malaking 150% increase. So what is the tama ba? According to the President's budget message, the DOT's branding campaign program will see 500 million pesos, an increase of 150% from its fiscal year 2024 GA allocation of 200 million. So what would be the result of this 300 million peso increase? A new branding campaign?
Mr. President, under the GAB, 250 was amended, taken out, and given to product development, which will go to local government support. and
And I-
domestic tourism. In short, it was cut.
Now, in our committee report,
Yes.
did we retain the branding campaign program?
There's some funds remaining, but not the 500, because it was already cut in the GAB.
So how much in our committee report?
100.
So what was the original plan? How come the president gave them 500 million? Did we envision to have a new branding campaign for 2025?
Not a new branding campaign, Mr. President, but promotions for the brand, which is Love the Philippines.
Love the
would
Philippines
be
pa rin. Okay.
for other countries. Like Senator Subiri mentioned about seeing our ad on CNN. I know that we have interviews and features in Bloomberg as well. You were mentioning in CNBC. So this Warner Brothers features on the Philippines. This would be marketing and promotions internationally, and even country branding and domestic marketing as well.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. In the budgetary to support the government corporations, we are giving CHESA 40 million, I think, in our committee report. Tama po ba yun?
The tourism rest areas, Mr. President, 10 of which were done in the previous years. We have 22 at least, I think, next year. And we added some areas because one tourism rest area is how much? 10? 10 million. We added some funds for TIEZA. Actually, I should not add it. I should just earmark what you have already. Ano? But I added. Hindi mo ko binibigyan, so ako nagbigay sa'yo. Okay. So, yes, these are for tourism rest areas.
No, can I also have just an explanation? I looked at the TIEZA budget over the years. It's like a roller coaster. Zero, may isang year zero, may isang year 620 million, next year zero, and then to 40 million. Well, may we get an explanation how come the TIEZA budget is like a roller coaster, Mr. President?
TIEZA, Mr. President, does not depend, it's a GOCC, does not depend on the GAA for its funding. But if there's a lawmaker that wants to fund a specific project because it is the infrastructure arm of the Department of Tourism, then it increases. And in the next year, if the lawmaker or there's no senator or congressman that does not want to have another project, then no more.
Can we get what is the steady amount of the corporate operating budget of CHESA? Ano yung more or less saan sila, in what vicinity?
We have here from 2019, I can give it to you, so many numbers, until 2025, the TIEZA corporate operating budget, it's here. We can pass it on. Do you want me to put it on record? Ang haba. From 2019
Like, more or less, yes.
up to
So, ibig
2025.
sabihin yan yung may steady source of income?
3 point,
3 point,
okay.
okay.
2024 is 3.7 bito, no?
Billion, apa.
Right? And then 2025 is the same, 3.7.
Yes. So more or less andyan yung
3.7.
regular source of income ni CHESA around sa 3.5 to 3.7 billion
Yes.
siguro. Okay. So thank you for that input, Madam Chairwoman. And then the attached agencies requesting for funding would be Intramuros Administration, the National Parks Development Committee, and of course the Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving. I think we have good news with the Intramuros Administration. No? We're just giving you 145 million, pero for this year ata, marami nang na-achieve ang Intramuros Administration. Meron na yatang Turismo de Intramuros. Sentro, ano yun? May good news na tayo sa Intramuros. I've not been there recently, but Centro de Turismo Intramuros. So, May we know the budget given to the Intramuros administration for this year? For this year, ilan siya? Silipin mo?
The budget given to them is very, very small.
Yes, for this year. Yes. Kasi nagawa nila, that's why I'm asking, dahil nagawa nila yung ano eh.
123 million.
So 100,
But the
yes.
beautiful Turismo Center was not government funded.
Okay, so
That
how
was
did they...
private sector. I think it was a project of the First Lady, no? Very good. It was
Yes. we know
was-
how they did it, ma'am.
privately
Private.
funded.
Galing.
And during the opening I went and I saw the PC, the interior decorator, PCID, PIDC, PIID, the Philippine Interior Institute of Interior Design. I believe that they were volunteers. I'm not certain if they were paid,
Sige.
but a young group of interior designers did it. I must say, whoever did the whole thing was very talented. There's a very seamless elegance. Maganda.
So keep up the good work,
Hindi yan funded.
Intramuros administration. Kasi next year, you will just be given 145 million. And kasama yata dyan sweldo, no? Pasweldo, PS, kasama na dyan. So keep up the good work. And then, pero meron lang tayong observation that there are still thousands of informal settler families. So living inside the historic walled city of Intramuros, ito. Meron pa? So,
President, there are 1,500 informal settler families in private lots within the walls.
no, is the administration helpless to act on them?
These are
Because-
private lots.
Yeah, so are they helpless to act on it?
Out of the 1,000, how many? Out of the 1,500 families, I am told that there are 400 plus families that are willing to be relocated on site, no? In Morong, Rizal. So maybe it would be 1,000 families remaining. But note that these are not on government land, but on private lots. Maybe government should acquire the private lots and give decent, humane housing to the informal settler families.
Well,
I
anyway,
was actually speaking to, have you met with Secretary of Housing, Akuzar? He had some plans to help Intramuros administration for on-site resettlement of informal settler families. I'm not so certain about the details, but he was also interested to help out in solving the IFS.
sige, kasi dapat yan mga... wala namang just to ask the Intramuros administration, wala naman tayong significant number of complaints from tourists visiting Intramuros that that they have had some unpleasant experience while visiting Intramuros, like a walking tour of Intramuros. Wala naman. Do we have or don't we have? The administration should know this, siguro. Yeah, meron o wala?
There are issues, Mr. President.
But not so significant.
Some social issues. Everything, no matter how small, is significant, and we wish, and there are possibilities if you could just really provide a humane relocation for those who are living within the walls, and provide them sustainable livelihoods there. I believe things could be better and can improve, because
Yeah, but
is it a UNESCO site? It's a proposed UNESCO heritage site, if I'm not mistaken. But it cannot be with the way it is if there are IFS.
No.
But we have to balance, right? The rights of those who have been living there in private lots, at the same time, government programs to utilize the heritage structure.
no, I hope some ideas will be coming from the administration suggesting, suggesting some actions. Mr. President?
There's also issues on vandalism and cleanliness. I would really, I raised it in the committee hearing, Mr. President. The lawyer chair is here, the administrator. They must strictly implement the ecological solid waste management law so that they should have clean restrooms. They should strictly implement ESWM by having a minimum of 3 bins for nabubulok, hindi nabubulok, and latak. And do this. We can't wait to clean it after the IFS are not there. No, we just have to deal with them, right? And not wait for the relocation of the informal settlers. But I think even the IFS families would welcome being taught and being helped in terms of cleanliness and segregation of solid waste in the walls of Intramuros. And I say this within hearing distance of the administrator because I hope that the issues of garbage, of having dirty grounds, is a desecration to the heritage structure.
Mr. President, Senator Risa Intiveros is seeking the floor.
Senator Ontiveros recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President, and thank you to the two colleagues on the floor. Just a quick interjection. Madam Chair, dahil i-defend ko po yung budget ng DSUD, perhaps the good chair and I could work together and see kung papaano, kung may mga plano na rin ng DSUD for the proper relocation of any of the families affected
glad
by
you mentioned that.
yung pinag-uusapan nyo ng Minority
I'm glad you
Leader.
mentioned that.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Salamat, Mr.
6
President,
months ago,
Minority Leader.
I talked to Secretary Acuzar, who told me about his plans. He even gave a timeline. I can't recall. Maybe you could remind him, and when you defend his budget, and look whether the DSUD has provided for the relocation of the informal sectors. He told me that 6 months ago. I will do that. I will relocate, and I'll work with the IA, but I have not seen it. So I'm glad you mentioned, Your Honor, about your defense of the DSUD budget. We can earmark a part of the budget for appropriate housing for the IFS in
Thank you.
IA.
Thank you, ma'am. Also, in the President's budget message, sinabi niya that the Pasig River is also being rehabilitated as a priority program of the Intramuros administration. Tama ba? Of the Intramuros, this should. Okay. Maybe he was referring to his administration. Okay. So, just in case the chairwoman knows about this, we have allocated 953 million for the Pasig River Urban Development Convergence Program. Is that with tourism, Intramuros administration, or this should? Is it this should? The Pasig River Urban
Maybe the
Development
Housing
Convergence Program. Yes. Okay. So we will just raise this with the should budget. But I think this is good news, lalo na kung na-implement na. It's the full rehabilitation of the 25-kilometer promenade. That's the plan, Mr. President. So, Mr. President,
I think, if I may interject, I think they have started the rehabilitation, and a portion has been completed near the old post office building, if I'm not mistaken. True, if my memory serves me right, the intervention of the private sector.
since this is a convergence program which improves sites or adds possible places for our tourists to visit, isn't the DOT apprised of this program? The Pasig River Urban Development Convergence Program?
DOT is part of the interagency committee cleaning the Pasig River. As we all know, it's not just housing, but should be DOT, should be DNR, should be the agencies around it, even Intramuros.
Hindi
Should
pa
be
kasi
the
ako
local
nakabisita,
government.
pero pwede nang bisitahin. Meron ng improvements. Meron na ata eh. So yun, marami na
Yes,
siguro. Marami
I
na po
actually
siguro.
went to one inauguration. It was very nice, but we all know that it's not a matter of beautifying it. from Laguna Lake. We should really address the issue from the source.
Right.
And if the other tributaries of the Pasig River will continue throwing trash in the river, no matter what,
Yes.
how much you clean in the Escolta or Jones Bridge side, we'll forever have basura in our waterways. So it's really a Metro Manila issue, and even outside of Metro Manila in Laguna Lake, Mr. President. And I will repeat, RA 9003, Ecological Solid Waste Management, we cannot make Pasig River and Laguna Lake and Manila Bay as the Pozo Negro of Metro Manila or Mega Manila. We must segregate waste and not throw solid human waste into our waterways. They're sacred bodies of water, and we must segregate waste at source, recycle, compost as well. So we appreciate the efforts of everyone in government. It cannot be maintained if not everyone cooperates.
Yeah, a good example nga of a convergence program kasi siguro the SHUD and DOT sa river banks, the physical improvement of the river banks, promenade siya. But the quality of the water of the river, which gives some undesirable odor, just like here, kanina, pagpasok natin dito, medyo masama amoy na papasok ng Senado, Mr. President. So, that's for another department's concern. So, convergence talaga. So, kahit na-improve na natin yung riverbanks, may 25-kilometer promenade ka doon, pinapasyal natin ang turista, but, pag uwi, yung memory na dala nila, there's an intangible na hindi nila nahawakan, hindi nila pero na-sense nila with the sense of smell, Mr. President. So, yeah, the sense of smell, which is with another department. So, tama, okay, so let's really put our attention to this convergence programs, Mr. President. Yes.
If I may interject, I probably would like to direct this question to the minority leader. Some policy questions probably following his line of questioning. Intramuros administration is being administered. The Intramuros area is being administered by the Intramuros administration. No barangays, am I correct? Minority leader. So if there are no barangays, but there are habitants within Intramuros, it's left to the Intramuros authority to do what a barangay should do as a special heritage area. And to compare this with the Rizal Park, Luneta. Luneta is likewise being administered by the National Parks Development Committee, but Luneta is part of a barangay, Barangay 666 of the City of Manila. Would the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro and Marikina agree that perhaps it's about time to recognize the existence of a barangay within Intramuros to help in the garbage collection, etc.?
Mr. President, there are 5 barangays within Intramuros administration.
Within Intramuros.
Yes, and I just informed or requested the director.
I'm mistaken. So
There are 5 barangays, and they must implement RA 9003. If only
Okay.
they do that, we won't be stinking in Intramuros. They have to. And keep your toilets clean. It has to be like that.
Hindi, ang bottom line natin na establish ngayon,
But as compared to Rizal Park is clean. The National Parks Development Committee.
Kasi sa Intramuros, within the walls of Intramuros would be some
Settlements.
residential
Okay.
residential areas, residential parks. So sa Rizal Park naman bawal naman magtayo ng doon. Pero ang point ko lang, ang bottom line siguro na establish natin dito, if we can get ideas from the Intramuros administration on how to further improve the situation under your jurisdiction. Kasi ginawa nga kayong administration, ibig sabihin nun, it's a special zone, it's a special area. And the law must have granted you some powers then to regulate the activities within your jurisdiction. I think that's what we established this afternoon or this evening, Madam Chairwoman. Sige lang. And then, yes.
Mr. President, it's so doable. Kaya yan. Ng 5 barangay lang yan. Tuturuan lang. wag magtapo ng basura sa tabi, hiwalay. Yung food waste, gawa lang kayo ng compost pit para magkaroon ng fertilizer. Yung bote, lata, plastic, i-collecta, tapos ibenta, tas yung proceeds niyan, bigyan nyo sa association ng mga informal settler families. Tas yung latak lang o residual ang kokolektahin ng garbage truck. Kaya nyo yan. 5 barangay. Dali nyo yung 5 barangay captain dito. Tuturuan ko para malinis ang Intramuros. You know, any waste thrown in the walls is a desecration to our heritage. Political will yan, kaya. 5 barangay lang yan, kaya yan.
Okay, so just keep us informed, Intramuros administration, about
Sana
this,
pinaupo nyo
about
dito pala yung 5
about the
kapitan.
plans for the golf course. Parang ganun, mayroon yata. So anyway, sa future na po yan, ma'am. I think there are proposals to also, change the use of the land now dedicated to the golf course. But siguro just to keep us informed. So
I'd like to mention, Mr. President, in my 3rd term, we had a collaboration between NCCA, the National Commission for Culture and Arts, and Intramuros Administration, where one of the walls, what do you call it, yung butas? Bastion? Hindi, ang tawag doon. Yung Baluarte, near Puerto Real, was, the aquarium before, was converted into a creative resource center for indigenous peoples. In 2017 or 18. That's called Likhaan Puerto Real Garden. This closed during pandemic, and after an earthquake, there was a crack. So it's being retrofitted now. But there's a possibility for the wise utilization of these bastions, walls, baluartes, to be revenue generating. Because at that time, we had weavers and artisans, and we had the Gamaba, the Manlilikanang Bayan awardees, even at the opening of the resource center called Likaan in 2017 or 18, right? Almost 7 years ago.
So thank you, ma'am. So we wish the DOT all the best and you have our full support. Pero kung napansin natin, lahat ng kilos, kaya pala maliit ang budget ng DOT, kasi ang kilos niya, it's almost always a convergence, ikot. So meaning to say, it's really a low-hanging fruit. Now, when it's about tourism, it affects almost the entire society or the entire village, the entire place. So that is how the tourism sector is so critical and so important.
Yes.
So
You
that's
know,
so.
even if the budget is so small, they have this creative program called the Philippine Experience Program, when they focus on heritage, on culture, on traditions, on gastronomy in different areas. You are from Marikina, you can do it maybe in the house of Capitan Moy Guevara,
Capitan Moy,
my
yes. Your-
great-grand-uncle. You can have a Philippine experience and go and visit the homes where they did the original shoes from Marikina. The Philippine Experience is a good program where nature, culture, and heritage are merged into one, where the local governments are involved.
Did our committee add to the budget of the Philippine Experience? Kasi 127 million pesos in the NEP? Did we add?
It has a NEP
If-
program.
Yeah, it has a NEP. Oh.
Yes, I included
Did we
it.
add?
It's
So, if
in
not,
the
we should
NEP.
add.
Did I add in the Philippine Experience?
Philippine-
But there is a budget
Let's
already.
guess.
There is a budget
Sige.
for the Philippine Experience.
But
And actually, the product,
How
the
much?
product and market development, the Philippine Experience is part, or the product and market development are part of the Philippine Experience. And the product and market development budget was enhanced, was added. I added there.
Hindi, ang ganda
Yes.
kasi na pagka-explain ng ating chairwoman, kaya I think we should
Yes.
add.
We
It has
added.
127 million sa start.
The House added
Ah.
434,
Okay.
and the Senate, I added 110 million
Pa.
to market and product development, which is part of the Philippine Experience
So ang level
program.
niya ngayon 600 million?
Yes, Mr.
Alright,
President.
let's-
Gawa ka sa Marikina, maganda
So
yun.
we congratulate our
Hindi niya ako
chairwoman
pinapansin, no, sabi ko
for the
Marikina.
insight. Thank you. Yes, we will do it in Marikina.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
With the help of the secretary, of course.
Yes, yes. They have their organic funds. They can do that in areas that that have good products, which is Marikina as
So
well.
we wish you all the best and congratulations.
Thank you very much,
Majority
to our
Leader.
Minority Leader. Thank you.
Thank you, our
Majority
Minority
Leader.
Leader. Likewise, even if we put a little for, we would like to support the budget of the Department of Tourism because, Mr. President, the multiplier effect of tourism is enormous. No, it will really stimulate and help stimulate economic growth across different industries. So we will be supporting just like the Minority Leader. And likewise, for the record, so that our chair, Sen. Lauren Wino, and the secretary, and the rest of the Department of Tourism, I'll be defending the DOTR. We will be developing 3 new airports. No, we allotted budget for MATI that will open the gateway for Davao Oriental, Davao de Oro, and the Caraga area. Kasi maganda rin ho yung area yun, no? Yung coastal is very vast, very long. Camiguin Airport also, because Camiguin is a very beautiful island which has a very strong potential for tourism, and also Daet. So we'll be developing 3 new airports to open tourism areas and to help tourism areas. So with that, in fact, just for the record, Daet, we will be putting about 210 million for Camiguin, another 200 million, and Mati 300 million. So we will have new gateways to this tourism area. With that, Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpretation, I move that the budgets of the following: Department of Tourism, Office of the Secretary, Intramuros Administration, National Parks Development Committee, Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving, and the budgetary support to government corporation, tourism infrastructure, and enterprise zone authority be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move for immediate suspension.
Session suspended.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budgets of the following: Department of Energy, the Office of the Secretary, budget support to government corporations. Number one, National Electrification Administration. Second is the National Power Corporation. Corporate operating budgets of the following: National Electrification Administration, National Power Corporation, Philippine National Oil Company, and other executive offices, particularly the Energy Regulation Commission, and recognize the sponsor, Senator Win Gatchalian, and to interpolate Senator Amy Marcos.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is approved. We recognize the distinguished sponsor of the Department of Energy and its attached agency, Senator Win Gatchalian, and to interpolate the distinguished lady from Ilocos, Senator Amy Marcos.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. If our distinguished sponsor and my former chairman of the Committee on Energy will allow, I have a few questions regarding the budget of the Department of Energy and its attached agencies.
You may do so.
Yes, Mr. President, but before that, Mr. President, allow me to just read my opening statement. and
Please,
sponsor-
Your Honor, and we'd like to acknowledge Secretary Lutilia of the Department of Energy. Thank you, sir, for
and
coming.
also Chairperson Mona
And
Di
our
Malanta.
chairperson who is present here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is my privilege to present to you the proposed new appropriations of the energy agencies and corporations for fiscal year 2025. For the Department of Energy, Office of the Secretary, the committee endorses a total new appropriations of 2.4 billion pesos under the budget support to government corporations. The proposed national government support for National Electrification Administration is 2.6 billion pesos, and the NG subsidy for the National Power Corporation is 1.1 billion pesos. For the Energy Regulatory Commission under the executive offices, we propose to increase its total new appropriations to 1.1 billion pesos. And pursuant to Republic Act number 7638, or the Department of Energy Act of 1992, the proposed corporate operating budgets of the following DOE-attached corporations are submitted for approval of Congress. National Electrification Administration, 5.2 billion pesos. National Power Corporation, 39.5 billion pesos. And National Oil Company, 1.2 billion pesos. Thank you, Mr. President. This representation is ready to receive questions.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Sponsor. The first question is an update, really. The latest data available on the DOE website indicates that as of 2023, coal continues to dominate the power production of our country, with coal accounting for 11,335 megawatts, or a total of 46% of capacity mix, and 73.75 million megawatt hours, or 62.5% of the generation mix. Are these numbers still representative or similar for 2024? Is the share of coal still the majority even today? And is it projected to increase even further in the following years?
Thank you, Mr. President, for that question. Mr. President, as you precisely mentioned, for 2023, the generation mix, this is the actual generation, Mr. President, coal takes up about 63%, and renewable energy is about 22%. This is in terms of generation, meaning the amount of electricity generated, Mr. President. So, and the target, Mr. President, of the aspirational target of the DOE is by 2030, renewable will take up about 30%. And by 2040, renewable will take up about 50%. So that's the aspirational target, Mr. President, moving forward.
Yes, with all due respect, it would appear that coal has continued to increase in this country even as the rest of the world has attempted to decarbonize. Why is it so?
Well, Mr. President, just to inform the body, the Department of Energy issued a coal-fired power plant moratorium, meaning investors cannot put in or cannot build new coal-fired power plants. And I can safely say that we have already, with those pronouncements, the 30% RE for 2030, 50% RE for 2040, I can safely say that we already started our transition,
Right.
Mr. President. And so the Department of Energy is looking at technologies that can replace coal, including natural gas and batteries, Mr. President.
Yes, I'm a little bit concerned because our figures seem to differ. Can I have a clarification? In my records, the National Renewable Energy Program has a target of 35% RE by 2030. That's what we have on record. But it appears that the sponsor says it's now 2040. Is that correct?
By 2040, it's 50%, Mr. President.
Yes, so 2030.
Sorry, by 2040, it's 50%, Mr. President.
Okay, so 2030, it's 35%. Is
By
that correct?
2030, it's 30%.
35%,
35%. I
yes.
stand to be corrected, Mr. President.
All right.
The old data I saw was 30%, but
30, yes,
they upgraded it to 35%.
to 35%.
By 30%.
So are we on track to meet that target, given that today we're only at 22%?
Well, Mr. President, after conferring with the good secretary, he is confident that we are on track.
Okay.
And that's why they're also looking at other forms of clean technology, such as nuclear. And this type of technology can bring in big amounts of capacity immediately, Mr. President. So his view on achieving these targets is not linear, meaning as capacities come in, these capacities can immediately improve the renewable energy take-up in the grid, Mr. President.
Yes, of course, the scale of nuclear energy is always seductive, and as a result, we always try to put it in the energy mix. But my question is, are there any other efforts to decarbonize, given that it seems to be the international direction, and we seem to be going the other way?
Mr. President,
Aside from the coal moratorium that already was previously mentioned, are we trying to roll back from 62.5%? That's a very, very large quantum.
But, Mr. President, aside from the nuclear agenda that the department is studying very closely, and we funded that actually for the last few years to a tune about 300 million pesos to study it very carefully. But the department is also going very aggressive with offshore wind, Mr. President. In fact, they've issued several service contracts in various areas in our country to start the mobilization and the construction of offshore wind in our country.
May we know where those are?
What are the areas?
If not now, perhaps later, the list can be submitted.
Mr. President, some of the areas that are being tapped at is your favorite area, Madam President, Ilocos Norte.
No, I was just curious if we were one of those, because it's in a very seminal stage. It's hardly in the construction stage you
No,
mentioned.
Mr. President, correct. Mr. President, some of the areas, Ilocos Norte, the Ilocos provinces, Camarines Norte,
Yes.
Mr. President, the Bicol area. I know also in the Cagayan area, they also have service contracts there. Mr. President, admittedly, this type of technology takes a lot of logistical development, Mr. President. So one of the projects that we funded is the development of an offshore wind offshore wind port, Mr.
But
President.
aren't we at the R&D stage with this? It's a little bit like the previous mention of DOE as well as the palace regarding small nuclear, which isn't ready at the moment and will probably not be ready for the next decade.
Mr. President, offshore wind is actually not a new technology anymore.
No, it's not. It's ancient, the
Yeah.
tidal technologies, but certainly we don't want to go back to the Middle Ages with paddle turbines and so on.
Yes, Mr. President, the challenge is logistics. How to bring the turbines, the poles, all the way to the port areas and all the way to
Sure.
offshore, Mr. President. So the infrastructure needed to launch offshore wind in the country is being put in place right now. PNOC is tasked to be the catalyst for developing offshore wind ports.
Is there a
And
timeline?
we
Sorry.
funded actually those ports last year and also this year.
Pre-development.
Mr. President, I was informed by the good secretary that we are in the pre-development stage right now, and the budget can attest to that. And the pre-development stage will take 3 years. That includes putting the ports, the
Right.
logistical requirements, and we will see initial construction of offshore wind by 2027, Mr. President.
To start 2027.
Correct, Ms.
Okay, the reason for so much concern is not only my advocacy for renewable energy, but more importantly, our international commitment. Commitments such as the Paris Agreement, during which the Philippines committed to projected greenhouse gas emissions reduction and avoidance of upwards of 75%. Of which 2.71% is unconditional for the period of 2020 to 2023, and for the sectors of agriculture, waste industry, transport, and energy. Looking at the present breakdown, 55% of the national determined contribution is in the energy sector. Are we still on track to meet this, given our NDC and our power mix today, and the aforementioned heavy dependence on coal?
Mr. President, I was informed that the conditional will come in the form of energy efficiency and conservation.
Okay.
And I'm happy to report, Mr. President, that close to 100% of the provisions in the EE&C law has been implemented already. And we actually generated a whole new industry with the energy efficiency and conservation law. New jobs were created, for example, the energy efficiency managers, the ESCOs, the energy energy auditors. So the unconditional will come in the form of energy efficiency. The conditional, Mr. President, I was made to understand, well, is conditioned on the external financing that will be available to the country. And that's a mechanism that the Climate Change Commission is working on for us to tap into, Mr. President.
And are panicking, as a matter of fact, given the new U.S. administration and the declarations to refuse support to the Paris Agreement and to the new loss and damage and so on. So it's a real matter of concern. Now more than ever, we're on our own. According to the Philippine Energy Plan, to go to another subject, the country intends to achieve 100% household electrification by 2028. This subject was discussed exhaustively in your committee, Mr. Sponsor. What is the current status of the country as far as household electrification is concerned?
Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President, we already achieved 93% total electrification in the country, And the 7% remaining is about 1.9 million households, Mr. President. So the department is using all forms of financing and technology to reach the last mile, so to speak, of
Yes.
about 1.9 million households.
Reviewing the data, I was a little bit concerned and a little worried that the data on on household electrification is based on the 2020 census. We're going to 2025, as a matter of fact. So how will the conduct of the 2024 census affect this target? Will you use the 2024 census for targeting simply because it's infinitely more accurate? Because we are using data, apparently that's pre-COVID, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President, that is the last census, I
That's
understand.
correct, that's
So
right.
that's the data that they are using, but I was also made to understand that once the... I was made to understand, Mr. President, that the next census will be next year.
That's
But in
correct.
the meantime, from 2020 to 2025, in between, the department is using projections,
Right.
Mr. President. So, but rest assured that the department will be using the latest available data or the latest census.
Yes, because there's a great deal of concern about the 2020 census. We're all fully aware that it was life before COVID, and it's been upended since then. And certainly 5 years later, at the rate our population, our young population is growing, this no longer can be relied upon. What are the agencies and projects we have working towards 100%, towards that 1.9 million last mile household electrification?
Mr. President, it's a combination of many forms of technologies. We also enacted the microgrid systems law,
Right.
Mr. President, and that law aims to attract private capital to go into the microgrid technologies. And for islands and remote areas, microgrid technologies is the best technology because connecting them to the grid is more expensive than putting up all of those microgrid technologies. So microgrid is one. NEA is also using solar rooftops and expanding it in remote areas.
Yes.
So instead of connecting islands, again, to the grid and small sitios that are scattered all over the country, NEA is also using solar home systems in order to reach those. So
Yes, but as we're well aware, solar is intermittent like the rest of RE, so...
correct, Mr. President. They're also
we,
using batteries, Mr. President. Although
right.
it's a challenge because some of the batteries
The batteries worldwide are a challenge.
correct, Mr.
Mr.
President.
Sponsor.
But in short, the department is using modern technologies to reach the 1.9 million households left without electricity.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. That being the case, may we be updated, therefore, on the Microgrid Systems Act and its implementation? Perhaps at this juncture, I can request from the DOE a list of identified unserved and underserved areas, not this minute, but perhaps at the next opportunity, and how many of these microgrid system providers are actually operational, because we have very mixed reviews from the areas in that list or that previous list. Di ba iba-iba po yan? Iba-iba rin yung power source. So sana yung breakdown sa listahan, may microgrid system, yung lugar, yung power source, at syempre, tatanungin ko kung ilan dyan RE. Kung ilan dyan ang renewable yung source ng microgrid, ano?
But Mr. President, the department auctioned 49
Okay.
areas, of which 8 was taken by private investors, and currently the private investors are building the microgrid systems, Mr. President. So we can submit the actual location to Her Honor.
Yes,
Mr.
thank you, and I'd be interested in learning the percentage of renewable energy sources in that microgrid list as well, because it's the last mile and the next most important thing.
All of those 8 microgrids, Mr. President, are powered by a combination of solar and diesel Mr.
Solar
President,
and-
diesel,
and
and
di-
also batteries, Mr. President. So I've been to a few of those areas like Sabang, Palawan, and they use solar during the day.
Right.
They charge the batteries during the night, and if there's a backup generator in case that those technologies will fail. So, Mr. President, so it's a very reliable technology because you have the traditional generators, albeit it's not used 24/7, but it's primarily powered by solar and
Solar
batteries.
and batteries. Okay, can we be provided with a breakdown or of the balance of the universal charges, missionary electrification? This number's been a mystery to us for a while now. So is there an excess to the fund? They were saying at one point that there was an excess in the collection. Is that correct? It seems unlikely, but we need to hear it on record. Kung wala ngayon, pwede naman na ibigay at aaralin natin ng maigi. Perhaps the question is, totoo bang may excess?
But, Mr. President, the UCME is a charge that all of us on grid pays, and it's given to the off-grid areas. And my memory, the staff is checking, but if my memory serves me right, it's about 14 billion pesos, Mr. President. And wala pong sobra dyan, Mr. President. Everything goes to paying for diesel, Mr. President. And in fact, there's pending application to ERC to increase the UCME amounts. But ERC is, of course, balancing also those applications because those applications will be charged to us. No?
Application to increase?
To increase universal charge for missionary electrification, Ms. Brent.
Okay.
So, yes, Mr. President, that's the update. But we'll submit to Her Honor the
sure.
exact amount of UCME and the breakdown for its on its use, Mr. President.
Again, I just need clarification and probably just the information, but what is the difference between the total electrification project, the National Intensified Household Electrification Program, the National Rural Electrification Program, and the Strategized Rural Electrification and Operational Reliability for Electric Co-ops? Can it be clarified? Napakaraming programa nito 4 itong binabanggit. At totoo bang walang overlap to? Kasi mukhang patong-patong na po sila.
Yeah. Mr. President, just an update on the UCME. From 2015 to 2023, the average is about 15 billion pesos. And for 2023, it's about 24 billion pesos being collected. And it's growing, Mr. President. So I actually told the department to look at how to rationalize UCME because, for example, islands like Mindoro and Palawan are being subsidized by us. But they are as urbanized as any city in Metro Manila, Mr. President. So we told the Department of Energy to find a rationalization mechanism so that we don't fund areas that are urbanized, no? Only areas that are really in dire need of
I think it would be hard put to describe Mindoro Island as urbanized, but there's certainly
Calapan, Mr. President.
There's certainly a cityfied area.
Yes, Mr. President, let me clarify. Like, for example, areas like Calapan City or Puerto Princesa, Mr. President. Sorry for that inaccuracy. Areas like Calapan City and Puerto Princesa, wherein we still subsidize their electricity there. But they have all the malls there, SM, Robinsons, and just imagine
and probably
us,
more tourists than Metro Manila.
us onshore subsidizing SM and Robinsons in that area. So it's just rationalization, Mr. President. We're not completely taking out the subsidy, but to rationalize it.
But given that the collections are in fact increasing, why is there a need to increase charges? If we've gone from 15 billion to 24 billion, ba't dadagdagan pa ng charges?
Primarily, Mr. President, is the diesel cost. All of these areas are powered by diesel power plants. And as we all know, after the Ukraine invasion, diesel almost doubled the amount, almost tripled actually.
Tama.
So we're paying actually
Tripled.
for the increase in the price of diesel.
Yes, those of us who represent an agricultural constituency know only too well the price of diesel, and unfortunately, this is probably the first time in our lives na halos dikit yung crudo at gasolina.
Mr. President, that's true.
So the distinction, please, between total electrification project, national intensified household electrification, national rural electrification, and strategized rural electrification. Is it me, or do these programs differ from each other? Parang patong-patong na yata to. Di ba't pare-pareho na yan?
Mr. President, the projects under NIA covers electric co-ops,
Right.
Mr. President. So those projects that you mentioned, for example, the BLEP, the Barangay Electric Line Extension Program, are projects to electrify barangays, Mr. President. And then they have the sitio electrification program.
Right. Iba naman po yun. Kasi ito, yung total electrification, intensified household, rural electrification, and strategized rural electrification. Hindi naman siya barangay electric line, hindi rin siya barangay sitio electric line. I'm very familiar po with the electric co-ops because I also chair the co-op committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you're absolutely correct. No, in fact, when I first heard the budget of the Department of Energy and NIA, I got confused also with all the jargons, Mr.
Okay.
President. But the DOE, under the leadership of Secretary Lutilia, already reduced it to one, and they call it the National Total Electrification Program. So that's
So the rest don't exist?
yeah.
Can we have an organizational
Yeah.
chart or something that's coherent and understandable to
Yes.
mere mortals?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. President. So just we'll submit a graphical representation of the description, but
Yes.
the mother term will be the National Total Electrification
Yes,
Program.
we need to tidy these programs a
Yes,
little
Mr.
bit
President.
because it's becoming, what do they say, an organizational bugambilya instead of an
Thank you, Mr.
organizational tree.
Mr. President, I'm sure the Secretary have heard you loud and clear, so he'll rationalize the terminology so that also when
The
it
real
comes
fear,
to
of course, is
budgeting.
overlapping, duplication,
Yes.
and just spending too much on lots of little bits that all dovetail, in fact, or even duplicate each other.
Correct, Mr. President. And we'll take note of the comments of Her Honor, and the department is also here
The
to
good sponsor
rationalize
is
those
Ilocano blood,
programs.
so this is very much against our race.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Yes, as well as the minority leader. There's a full barangay named Pimentel. So currently, I'd like to ask also, currently the Leyte Luzon connection has a maximum capacity of 440 megawatts, capable of being increased to 880 through the implementation of the Luzon Visayas HVDC bipolar operation project. Also, the Visayas-Mindanao Interconnection Project has a maximum capacity today of 450 megawatts, also capable of increase to 900 megawatts. What's the expected timeline for the increase in the capacity of this interconnection projects? Ang tagal na nating inaantay, parang bata pa tayo, pinag-uusapan na yung interconnection na yan. What is the timeline and what is the projected cost today after all these delays?
President, the Her Honor pointed out accurately that these projects are indeed is in need of expansion, Mr. President. But I was made to understand that the Leyte Luzon interconnection and the
Visayas Mindanao.
Mindanao are very recently completed project, Mr. President. But they're delayed. They've been delayed for many years, no? 4 years in average. So, Mr. President, since they have just commenced operation, the expansion is
to follow pa.
Is to follow pa, Mr. President. So they will still apply for the expansion.
I see. So we have as yet no timeline. There's no planning forward, given the shortages and outages that we've endured.
Well, Mr. President, it should be in the transmission development plan, Mr. President. So we'll request the department to look at very carefully and scrutinize the transmission development plan.
Traveling around the country, we're always asked these questions,
Yes, Mr.
unfortunately, and I'm unable to answer them in any knowledgeable fashion. And what's the projected cost in the event that you'd have to expand, which you inevitably will have to?
Mr. President, the NGCP, which is the concessionaire, has not yet submitted the actual cost.
Yes, I recall that they were required to make some projections on a timeline. Is that correct?
Well, Mr. President, the Secretary told this representation that these two particular projects are not yet in the transmission development plan. So there's no cost yet to these two projects. And
Yes.
we'll request the department to run some initial estimates and furnish Her Honor.
Yes, surely
those
we need a
estimates.
plan. I mean, considering
Dapat,
that
Mr. President. That's
natapos na eh. Wala pang plano sa susunod. Dapat may planning forward, di ba?
yeah. Especially on the expansion, Mr. President. And we'll take note
Yun na nga. Hindi naman maliit na halaga ito. Kailangan talagang pagplanuhan at kasasabi lang ninyo, natapos na eh. Natapos na pala eh. Ano pang next, di ba? Kasi kinakailangan masagot natin ang ating mga taong bayan na nagdurusa sa kawalan ng kuryente. One of the major weaknesses of the grid is the vulnerability of having only one connection between Luzon and Visayas, linking the island provinces through Batangas Mindoro, Palawan Mindoro, Mindoro Panay, Samar Sorsogon. These interconnection projects will be very, very crucial. What is the timeline for the completion of these projects and their projected cost? Once again, I have been asked this while I travel throughout the country, and we're not able to promise any timeline.
Mr. President, well, I know that Her Honor is very familiar with the issues surrounding the transmission line development. And Mr. President, the department will submit to Her Honor the list and the projects inside the transmission development plan. But definitely, Mr. President, as we all were well aware, that a lot of the projects are delayed. And this is where ERC came in, and in fact, the ERC issued several show cause orders to NGCP to justify why these projects are delayed.
Right.
And through the efforts of the Senate, through the hearings and the efforts of the Senate, the ERC has already issued show cause orders and made them to explain why these projects are delayed. And also, the ERC also issued several action points against NGCP because of the delays, Mr. President.
Yes, this is what we're most concerned about. Is there any possibility for a more creative, out-of-the-box solution, such as building the interconnection projects ourselves in government, through a government consortium led by the Maharlika Investment, as they've announced time and again in the media, together with Transco, and once and for all finish this, like other responsible governments where critical infrastructure such as this are built and owned and operated by government because they are so strategic and critical.
I agree with Her Honor. If the private entity cannot build it because of lack of capital, then government should take charge because of its because of the national interest and the public interest that is involved. And that's precisely also one of the reasons why Maharlika Investment Fund was also created, to go into critical infrastructure and to use public funds to build those infrastructures.
Unfortunately, the Maharlika Investment Corporation cannot operate as yet since they have not agreed on the salary of the chief executive officer. Is that correct?
Well, Mr. President, I have no information for now. We'll definitely ask the chairman of the Banks Committee later on. But, Mr. President, just to complete the information, unfortunately, NGCP is resisting for government
That's
to
right.
build
But they
the
have no right to
expansion.
do that. We know that.
They have no right?
That's absolutely without basis.
In my opinion, if they cannot build it, then government should build it.
There we go, po.
Because that's of public importance. And this is the current discussion right now, and I believe that the department is looking at this very seriously, because a delay in the transmission line creates a lot of uncertainty
Sure.
and insecurity in terms of grid stability.
That's right. And
And it's true, including stranded renewable energy
That's right.
plants, Mr. President, because as Your Honor well know, that a lot of these RE plants are located in far-flung areas, and we need to connect them. No?
That's correct.
And because of NGCP's refusal or inability to connect those, we cannot harness the full potential of RE. So the government is looking at tapping Maharlika or other funds, other means, to build those transmission lines, Mr.
that's
President.
right. We are certainly throwing more wind power than we're using, and it's a total waste. There was a plethora of media releases, and we were very heartened that Maharlika Investment Corporation would, in fact, invest in power. But it appears there is no concrete plan as yet. Is that correct?
No concrete plans yet, Mr. President. A lot of it are press release and just talk and negotiations, but no
So we'll have
concrete
to say
steps
it's
yet.
wishful thinking for now?
Yeah, no, you're correct, Mr. President. It's still very in its initial stage, Mr. President.
Okay. So there are a number of questions from COA, and I'm sure you're familiar with them, but the minority leader has many questions. And I believe there are several other agencies. There's NEA, and the question, I think the burning question at this point is a single one, and that is, how do we assist electric co-ops dealing with successive environmental disasters and extreme weather? That seems to be the burning issue. How much is the allocation to subsidize electric co-ops for today? Ano pang natitira at para sa susunod na taon? And how much of the budget has already been spent for 2024? Kasi sunod-sunod talaga. At alam ng NEA na yung aming electric co-op talagang barely able to cope sa norte at sunod-sunod na tinatamaan ng bagyo.
Mr. President, we also enacted a law that will help the electric co-ops recover. And in that law, we also created the Electric Co-op Emergency Resilient Fund, Mr. President, that
Yes.
electric co-ops can tap into interest-free, Mr. President, because in the past, when electric co-ops are hit by calamities, they can borrow from the bank, they can borrow from NEA, but they're charged with interest, and that
Interest.
interest is eventually passed on to the victims
That's
of
right.
the calamity. So with this law, Mr. President, we created the fund, and they can tap into this fund, and it's not being charged with interest. So it's not passed on to our consumers.
Where is the fund and how much is it as we speak?
Yeah, it's launched under NEA, Mr. President,
Yep.
and the amount that will be allocated is about 200 million, Mr. President.
You said will be allocated, wala pang pera?
No,
O meron na?
Sorry, it's a yearly allocation of
Yes.
about 200 million pesos, Mr. President.
Yearly.
Yes.
So nagastos na ba yung 2024? Ubus na ba yung 2024 o meron pang maaasahan?
Mr. President, I was informed that meron pa naman. because of the typhoon Christine and also Marce, they already spent 38 million pesos, Mr. President, for the province of Batanes alone.
For Batanes
Yeah,
alone.
so
But
they've-
Cagayan and several other provinces are in very poor shape.
yes, they're also waiting for the report from the electric co-op so that they can tap into this fund, Mr. President. So in
Right.
other words, there's a fund for
There is a
electric
fund,
co-ops to use.
and there's still money out, there's still money remaining.
Correct, Mr. President. And
So-
Mr. President, even though if the amounts are depleted, in the law, they can tap into the quick response funds of the national government.
Naku,
Mr.
may
President.
announcement na yung national government, sagad na yung
Okay,
QRF.
correct, Mr. President.
From DPWH to DA
Yes,
to
Mr. President.
DSWD,
So-
nagagilap na ng pera,
Correct.
pigan-pigan eh.
That's why
Kaya nga
the-
ako nagtataka, bakit yung NEA, malaki pa yung pera, bakit may 162 pa kayong balance, samantalang sunod-sunod na? Eh kasi 38 million pa lang ang sinasabing nagastos, malaki pa yung tira. Kung 200 million po.
Mr. President, just to clarify, the 38 million is just one province.
Okay, that's
And-
right. So,
and then the
magkano yung balance? Tinatanong ko lang kasi nagagilap rin kami ng pera eh. We are proudly parochial.
Yeah, Mr. President, so far the initial estimate right now is about 180 million for the provinces affected by the two typhoons, Mr. President. And you're right, Mr. President, we still have two typhoons coming in, and it seems to me that this fund, ESURF, will not be enough, assuming that those typhoons will
Pero
also
tama ba
create...
to 162 ang balance? Ano yung balance?
No, no more,
as we
Mr.
speak?
President. Yeah, it's almost, right now, they've
wala
estimated
ng balance?
180 already.
180 na yung awa, so may
Yes.
utang pa.
Meron pang 20 na
Oo
titira,
nga.
but it's still counting, Mr. President. It's still
Okay,
counting.
180 already.
Yes.
That's including the 38 of Batanes. So may 20 pa nahahagilapin.
Yes, Mr. President, 180 as of September.
Ay nako, hindi pa dumarating yung mga bagyo nun. Sunod-sunod. Yung Julian, yung Christine, yung Marce, yung NICA.
Mr. President, I was made to understand that the 180 is only up till September. So the new typhoons after September will not be
Eh yun yung malalakas eh.
correct, Mr. President. So the challenge there is how will NEA tap into the quick response funds. But of course, all of the departments are tapping into that funds already, the SWD, the PWH, and all that. So, but there's a mechanism, Mr. President, assuming that NEA would want to tap into the quick response fund.
Thank you very much. I've taken up your dinner time, and I think I have to turn over to the Minority Leader. Of course, I have questions remaining regarding the ERC, the backlog of decisions that became very controversial, the NPC, and the update on the SPUGs, which are very, very familiar with our good sponsor, but I will leave that for the other interpellators. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if the good, Her Honor wishes, ERC can submit updates on the backlog of the number of cases, as well as NPC can submit information about the SPUG areas, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President and Majority Leader. That will be all for the DOE today.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Senator
thank
Amy. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to interpret is our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Cocomitel. I move that he be recognized.
The hardworking Senate Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, is recognized to interpellate the sponsor of the measure, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, our chairman, if we can commence with our interpellation. Can we fix our figures? Medyo iba-iba po yung figures ko sa binanggit po ng ating sponsor. What is our, what did we report amounts ba on the new programmed appropriations for the DOE? May we know the amount again?
Ito yung binasa ko.
2.4? Yung ano,
2.4 billion.
2.4, sige po. Kahit yung rounded off na lang po na, 2.4 billion. So that's correct. Same with my figure. But for the budgetary support to government corporations like the NICA, how much is it, Mr. President? 2.6?
2.6, Mr. President.
Okay. And how about for the NAPOCOR?
1.1, Mr. President.
1.1 billion. And then when we since by law, the corporate operating budgets of the NIA is also required to be approved by Congress. May we know the total COB of NIA?
The total COB is 5.2 billion pesos, Mr. President.
How about for NAPOCOR?
It's 39.5 billion pesos.
39.5 billion. And then for PNOC?
It's 1.2 billion pesos, Mr. President.
Okay, so doon po tayo nagka-discrepancy sa figures ko sa ano.
Ano ba dito?
I have for the COB of NAPOCOR 17 billion. Did something change in the COB or I started with the wrong figure?
No, Mr. President, there's no amendment for NAPOCOR.
Okay, so I may have been mistaken,
Yeah,
Mr.
baka
President.
it's,
So ano yan? While in the PNOC, my figure is 3.2 billion, while the COB to be presented is 1.2 billion only, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, so there was no change. Saan nakuha yung ating figure?
From 3.2 to 1.2 billion pesos, Mr. President.
So may change po.
Yes,
So,
Mr. President.
can we explain? Can we explain first the discrepancy in?
Yes, Mr. President,
in our
I'll just
figures?
get the details, Mr. President.
Pero sa NAPOCOR, wala. Sa man ako yung 17 billion. Layo eh. 22 billion yung difference. Mali tayo from the start. Pero sa 3.2, tama tayo. Para na maintindihan natin.
Yes, Mr. President, we during the hearing, just to give a background, we told the PNOC to report projects they are looking at for 2025. And after looking at the projects, the committee analyzed the projects and looked at the projects that are going to generate new directions for PNOC. And we also looked at projects that are directly competing with the private sector. And my personal take on this, Mr. President, that if the private sector is ready in place in that particular industry or particular technology, government should not compete with the private sector. So we removed some projects that we analyzed that it's competing directly with the private sector. And those projects, for example, the retail energy supplier, the rest, we call it, is a private sector-led industry. And the PNOC was thinking of going into that sector, but the private sector is already there. They were also thinking of building EV charging stations. But as we all know, the private sector is already building EV charging stations, Mr. President. So we looked at the projects that are already occupied by the private sector, and we removed it. And those projects amounted to 2.1 billion pesos, Mr. President.
Thank you. So thank you for the vigilance, Mr. President. So yung concern natin kanina dun sa DOT, yung mga overlap, so ginagawa natin dito to. So sa PNOC, yung PNOC's original proposed corporate operating budget, nakita nyo na ginagawa na ng private sector, diniscourage na po natin sila from undertaking it. So, ano ba sana yung, kunyari, kung na-retain yung 3.2 billion pesos COB ng PNOC, how much doon ang utangin?
Wala, none, Mr. President. None,
Wala.
Mr.
So
President.
the PNOC generates its own funds and they can afford the 3.2 billion.
Correct, Mr. President.
So in effect, by cutting the programs of PNOC, they will be saving for 2025 because they were ready to spend 3.2 billion. Ganun po ba?
Correct, Mr. President. And thank you, Mr. President, for asking that question because we view that PNOC should be a catalyst for technologies that are not present in the private sector, Mr. President. Because if the private sector is already there, then allow the private sector to flourish because they do it better, and we all know that the private sector has the capital to do it, Mr. President. So we analyzed carefully the proposals, Mr. President, and we saw that some of the proposals will be directly competing with the private sector, and it's inefficient for government. So we decided to cut the budget to a tune of 2.1 billion pesos, Mr. President. But thank you for...
So thank you for that. So, so ito bang PNOC, so in effect, may excess funds?
Right now, Mr. President, because of this, they will have excess funds, Mr. President, because
only
they're
because-
generating that amount of revenue.
So ang style nila sa COB nila, unbalanced ano sila, whatever is their cash inflow, they plan to spend. Never sila nag-accumulate ng earnings or...
Mr. President, the simple computation is they have revenues and they will have amounts for specific projects, and the leftovers will be remitted as dividends, Mr. President.
So
it's
that,
not a...
the 2 billion that your honor cut can potentially be remitted to the national government as dividends from PNOC.
In theory, yes, Mr. President, it can be remitted as dividends if they will not use it anymore, Mr. President, because that's leftover.
Yeah, pero sabi niyo po, by law, kailangan i-approve natin yung COB nila. So, they should not be able to use that. Tama ba ako sa pagkaintindi ko? 3.2 billion ang naisip nila, 1.2 in-approve po natin na Kongreso. Under the law, we must approve. Therefore, if it's not approved,
Yes,
they have the collection but they cannot use it. Hence, to be remitted to the national government at the end of the year siguro. End of the year 2025.
You're right, Mr. President. I was just sharpening my answers. You're right, Mr. President, that the Senate or Congress approves the maximum amount that they can spend. And since we only approve 1 billion plus, they can only spend to that maximum amount. So, and the 2.1 billion, and in theory can become savings, and they can remit that as dividends, Mr. President. But if they want to spend that again, they have to come back to Congress to seek for approval.
Yes, okay. Sige, thank you po. That's the same rule for NEA and for NEA and for NPC. Is that the same rule? Theoretically ba? Theoretically speaking, ganun yung COB nila, ano rin, ina-approve din eh. So they cannot spend beyond the level approved by Congress. Tama po yun.
Yeah. Mr. President, in the case of NEA, Mr. President, the entire amount should be approved by Congress, Mr. President, including the subsidies coming from national government.
Yeah, so let's talk about NEA. Ang NEA corporate operating budget 5.2 billion. Ang ating subsidy 2.6 billion. So yung 2.6 billion ng kalahati is revenue of NEA itself. Tama po? Income or revenue of NEA itself. Tama?
Correct, Mr. President. Correct.
Sige. So meaning to say that the income of NEA is not actually sufficient for its plans. That's why we need to infuse 50% halos ng plano niya.
Correct,
2.6
Mr.
billion.
President.
Sige.
That's right.
With NAPOCOR, we are subsidizing 1.1 billion of its expenses, but it plans to spend 39.5 billion pesos. So meaning to say, NAPOCOR can afford the 38.4 billion thereabouts. Tama po sa kanyang
Yes,
corporate
Mr. President.
inutang.
Yes, meron yan.
Uutangin ba ng NAPOCOR yun? Or magkano ba yung kanyang self-generated income?
Yes, Mr. President. It comes from different forms, Mr. President. Like, for example, Senator Aimee mentioned about the universal charge for missionary electrification. So a part of that will come from that. Some of the amounts will come from loans as well,
Loans,
Mr. President.
kaya.
Yeah.
So, kunyari
And
nga lang,
advances
for
also.
2025 lang, how much of the corporate operating budget of NAPOCOR, 39.5 billion, magkano po utangin? Ano ba ito? Revenue to, revenue? Revenues ba ito? Ano ba tawag dito? Revenue? May gastos yan. Bakit sale na nga ito? Gastos pa ba yan?
Budget yan for operations. Para maka-particular siya for the operations.
Yeah, we have it here. Mr. President, for NPC's corporate funds amounting to 37 billion, 32 billion will come from universal charge for missionary electrification, and then 2 billion will come from operation and maintenance agreement, and then 1.7 billion will come from the PSAM Corporation, and then 200 million will come from universal charge for environmental charge, UC environmental charge. So those are the breakdowns, Mr. President.
So just looking at the 2025 COB of NAPOCOR, magkano po yung shortfall niya? Uutangin niya? Or tabla na yon with the government subsidy?
Tabla na, Mr. President. Correct, tabla na.
So the national
Kasi-
government makes up for the shortfall.
Correct, Mr. President.
Okay,
Because
sige
for
po.
the UCME, the missionary electrification, is already 32 billion, Mr. President.
Correct, yes. Malaki na po yun. Oh.
But there's a caveat to that, Mr. President.
sige, ano po?
The ERC chairperson mentioned to me, the 32 billion is hinged on the approval of ERC because they also have applications to the ERC to increase the UCME, Mr. President. But that's already, for budgetary purposes, that's already the budget, the assumption.
So they assume nga, tama? They anticipate.
Correct,
parang ganun.
Mr.
But I think the
President.
ERC is not bound. Huh?
No,
Oo,
no,
hindi
Mr.
bound.
President.
Talagang
In fact,
nandito pinapakita ng independence po ng ERC.
correct.
Okay. So in case, let us say, the rate increase po ba tawag doon? RDI, the rate increase is not approved. So what happens?
Like for example, Mr. President, during the when the prices of the Ukraine invasion, when the prices of diesels shot up 3 to 4 times, they cannot just go to the ERC and request to increase the UCME because that will increase our electricity rates.
Correct.
So
Of
they went to
everybody,
the bank.
diba? Of everybody yan.
Of
eh.
everybody, Mr. President. Everybody on grid.
Right.
So the NPC went to Land Bank to borrow, Mr. President, just to cover that shortfall, Mr. President.
May we know the status or the current balance of NPC's debts, Mr. President?
Mr. President, currently it's at 10 billion, Mr. President.
So 10 billion yan. 10 billion since the time that it was allowed to unload its debts. Di ba? Tama ba yun? We're talking about the same entity na allowed to unload its debts or liabilities to PISAM. Tama ba ito? We're talking about the same entity, right?
Yes, Mr. President, you're correct that this is the first time that NPC borrowed to subsidize its operation in the middle of the year, Mr. President. Actually, I was privy to that, and I was talking to the good secretary about that. That because of the mid-year increase in diesel, they couldn't come to Congress to ask for an increase in their subsidy. So what they did is to cover their operations, they went to the bank, to Land Bank in particular, to borrow for the shortfall. Or else, Mr. President, they cannot buy diesel, and some of our areas will have brownouts.
So itong debt ng NPC na 10 billion has been incurred over how many years? 1 year lang
Just
ito?
1 year, Mr.
1 year
President.
lang
That's
ito?
very recent. During the
Okay.
time of the Ukrainian invasion,
Okay,
Mr.
okay. So,
President.
okay, kasi di ba parang na zero ang debts niya sinalo nung isang
Yes.
corporate entity which
PISAM.
is PISAM, yes. Okay, so malaki-laki po ito. 10 billion in 1 year, Mr. Chairman. I mean, can you take a look at the details? Kasi kayo po yung recognized expert natin dito, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, it's a very difficult position for NPC at that time because they have an application with the ERC to increase their UCME collection. But ERC, of course, is balancing also the situation. So in the meantime, they borrowed amounts to fund the shortfall in terms of purchase of diesel. But hopefully, when ERC approves their application, then that they can eventually pay off the loan and use the collection from the UCME to fund their operation, Mr. President.
Di ba Napocor has, we have tremendously reduced the responsibilities of Napocor, di ba? Ngayon, parang na siya sa
Off-grid areas, Mr.
off-grid
President.
areas or
Yes.
sa mga
SPAG areas.
SPAG, no?
SPAG areas, Mr. President. That's their only responsibility now to power the off-grid areas.
So, is it to perform the missionary electrification through the small power utilities group? Ito po ang kanyang to provide the power generation for this?
Yes, Mr.
So,
President.
if you look at the COB of Napocor, then that's what is costing
Yes,
us.
yes, correct, Mr.
Yan yun.
President.
To the tune of around 39 billion pesos.
Yes. A lot of it, Mr. President, is really majority will go to payment of fuel,
Kaya nga,
buying of spare parts, upgrading of generators. But they're also embarking, Mr. President, on what we call the hybrid system so that they can reduce the purchase of diesel. They've already started putting up hybrid system, meaning solar and diesel. So you only use the diesel at night, but during the day you use the solar.
Which you mentioned earlier.
Yes,
So-
but this is for NPC. This is for
Why?
NPC.
What was that earlier when you mentioned that?
The other one
you mentioned
is-
you solar, diesel, and battery. And in what
Yeah,
context?
well,
yan?
the microgrid, Mr. President.
Microgrid.
Yes.
But
yes.
microgrids are used by Napocor.
Actually, they can use it, Mr. President. In fact, in the law, they are the proponent of microgrids as well, Mr. President. So, in other-
When there's a microgrid, most likely that's a Napocor area.
yes, Mr. President.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. President.
So yan po pala ang cost sa atin. Iba pa yan, Iba yan sa mga, iba yung kanina na yung sabi nyo 7%, wala pa ngang electrification dun So ito yung mga off-grid, microgrid, small power utilities group, island group. So how many households po ito? Electrified households, di ba? These are how many electrified households are being now served by this by Napocor to the tune of 39 billion pesos.
Mr. President, they're serving 479,000 households, Mr. President. Nandito yan.
And may we know the reason why they are not connected to the main grid? I'm sure we want them connected, di ba? But there must be some physical reason they cannot be connected or another reason. We just want to make it of record, Mr. President.
So, sorry, Mr. President, the served areas is 1.2. Tama? 1.2. What's in my data? Yeah, Mr. President, the served areas is 1.2 million households. The unserved areas is 479,000 households, Mr. President.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. President, for that confusion.
The served areas na 1.2 million households under the
Missionary areas.
missionary areas.
Yes,
na-
missionary areas lang to, Mr. President.
Okay, and then the
Mga islands. No? Yeah,
okay,
missionary.
and then the 479,000 households would be the 7% not yet electrified.
Part of, Mr. President, because
Yes.
kasi meron ka pang on-grid.
Yes,
Yung mga
yes.
nasa bundok naman,
I get
Mr.
it.
President.
Thank you.
So this is only in the missionary,
Yeah,
which
missionary.
is islands, Mr. President.
Sige, can we have the reason why they cannot be? Of course, the desire nga, ulitin ko, the desire is to connect them to the main grid. Actually, yung three main grids nga natin, kino-connect nga natin, di ba, to each other. So sila, we want them to be, why? What are the reason why they could not be or could never be connected to the
Like,
main
Mr.
grid?
Mr. President, it's a question of economics, Mr. President. Like, for example, Pag-asa Island. It's virtually impossible to connect it via grid extension. So we will use microgrid systems there. No? But Pag-asa actually is a big island. But we have islands that have only 20 households or 30 households, and they're really in a very far island, Mr. President. So it's not practical, economical to connect them through grid extension. So we use microgrids, or sometimes we just put generators because the houses are located near the generating facility, Mr.
So
President.
nakalista na yan sila? All
Yes,
of this.
Mr. President.
So
Meron na
kunyari,
sila.
example natin, Camiguin Island, it's an island. What is it? Is it connected or not connected to the main grid?
It's connected, Mr.
Connected.
President, via submarine cable.
To sa Northern Mindanao. What if Siquijor Island, is it connected? Yung pala. Iba-iba. Iba-ibang city.
It's not connected, Mr. President. No. It's not connected.
Okay.
But you're right, Mr. President. The goal is to connect all of these islands. No? Like Mindoro, Mr. President, there's a plan to connect Mindoro to Batangas, Mr. President, and make it part of the Luzon grid, Mr. President.
So some of the reasons they are not yet connected can be overcome.
Yes, Mr. President, it's a matter of demand. No, like for example, Mindoro has Calapan City, I was explaining earlier, which is a highly urbanized area. And it makes it economical to expand the grid from the onshore to Mindoro, Mr. President. But some areas are really far and they have very few houses. So it doesn't make sense to connect them to the grid because the grid lines, the transmission lines itself is very costly.
So possibly pa lang, you are not on the grid but you are on the same island as a certain populated area on the grid.
Yes, Mr.
You're
President.
just physically too far away. But
yes,
it's overland. Hindi natin hindi natin
Yes.
siya kinoconnect although it's overland.
Yes, Mr. President.
So
Correct. Mr.
yes,
President.
we understand. Kasi at least kaya kinompare ko si Camiguin versus Siquijor, iba pala situation ng dalawa. Oo. So at least we understand, Mr.
Iba,
President.
Mr. President.
So yun ang Okay, so So for this, I think you have 278 power plants under SPAG. Tama po ba yan? Napocor.
Yes.
Napocor power plants yun. Tama?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. President.
So what is the technology used?
Diesel.
All of them.
All of them, Mr. President, except for the hybrid that I mentioned earlier.
How many are the hybrid na po?
4 areas, Mr. President. But that's the goal because the goal is to reduce the consumption of diesel. And that's also one reason why the UCME is increasing because it pays for the diesel and the operating cost of diesel power plant. So the goal is to reduce the consumption of diesel, Mr. President, eventually.
So makikita natin yung sa COB ng Napocor. Yun siya. The COB of Napocor, it's Napocor's decision, di ba? Tama, it's Napocor which will decide what technology to adopt in their SPAG generating plants.
Correct, Mr. President.
Do we see it? Kasi kayo pong nag-examine yan in detail.
Yes.
Do we see it in the COB na palayo? So there is really that effort to use an alternative source of energy other than diesel? Ay, ito ba yung budget? Ito na yung 39 billion. Ano? Ito na ito, 39 billion. Nasagot na to. Yan yung 39 billion, di ba? Dominant technology, diesel, power, percentage power.
Mr. President, aside from the 14, Napocor has 16 other areas to install hybrid power plants, Mr. President. I have the list here. So it's only recently that under the leadership of Secretary Lutilla that they took this track of installing hybrid power plants instead of purely diesel power plants, Mr. President.
So ganito na lang po, yung total, kunyari, total power generated by Napocor through their SPAG plants equals X. And diesel, ilan dun yung renewable energy. So yun, so makikita natin yung percentage. All the rest, diesel. Ganun na yan. Okay, so are we ready to give the figures or pwede naman in writing na lang po kung di pa tayo ready?
We'll submit it, Mr. President. I only have here but we need to compare it. Like for example, in their planned rollout of that 16 hybrid power plants, the solar component is about 2,700 kilowatt peak, Mr. President. So, but we'll make sense of it by comparing it with the total, Mr. President. We will compare it with the
Yes,
total.
yes.
I know what you're getting is how much of this hybrid is compared to the total, Mr. President. We'll give you that number.
Actually, yes, but the hybrid is also part diesel. Eh.
Yes,
So,
Mr. President.
Actually, the fund in question is how much is renewable. Of the SPAG generation of Napocor, how much percentage is renewable, which is solar. Tama? Solar na lang yun.
Yeah.
So,
To date, Mr. President, only 4 of the total
no,
areas.
percentage sa power,
percentage.
sa capacity ba. So anyway, if the sponsor is not ready with the figure, pwede na lang po in writing na lang po, Mr. President.
Mr. President, for solar, it's about 2% of the total generation, and hydro is renewable energy is about 8%, Mr. President, because in some areas they also use run-of-river hydro, yung maliliit na hydro. So they have hydro, they have wind, they have solar, a total of 8% of the total generation, Mr. President. So
Pwede na,
it's
Mr. President.
still small, Mr. President.
But at least, pwede na. I mean, close to 10%, dandahan, pinapa-increase natin. Okay.
The goal really, Mr. President, is to reduce the consumption of diesel so that we don't pay for diesel. And Napocor has already started converting some of its plants to a hybrid system.
Siguro meron naman siguro timeline na yan na meron na silang plans, no? We just ask for just to test Napocor if they really have a plan. Can the plan be submitted?
Yes, Mr. President. We'll request NAPACOR to submit the timeline on using hybrid systems, Mr. President. But just to share, Mr. President, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, there's no hybrid systems. But after that time frame, there's now 4 units and 4 hybrid system and 16 in the pipeline, Mr. President.
Kaya, so, pag sinabi mo ba walang hybrid system 2 years ago, 2 years ago, renewable energy was 0%? Or andun na si hydro?
Only solar, Mr. President. The hydro is already existing because it's run off river.
So ilan? So 6%. So 6% ay hydro eh. 2% kasi si solar.
Solar, Mr.
So
President.
only 2% pala.
Yeah, maliit lang yung solar.
Sige po. But maybe in due time. So what is NEA is here, no? What is the participation of NEA in the electrification program of the government?
Well, Mr. President, it's the lead agency that is tasked to electrify household in the electric co-op franchise areas, Mr. President. So that's their task, Mr. President. So they provide subsidies to electric co-ops to electrify the last mile, so to speak.
Okay, so if we now look at the total area electrified, how much of that is under electric co-op responsibility? Kasi yun yung bali NEA jurisdiction eh. Di ba sagot dito? How much does NEA allocate? Hindi ba yan yung 5.2 billion? Ito na yung 5.2. Sige, directly na lang sasabihin ko is directly for that last mile.
Mr. President, under NEA is about 1.9 million household, Mr. President, of which, sorry, what is 60%? Yeah, what is 60% of 1.9? 1.6? 1.15. Mr. President, under NEA is about 1.15 million households that are not yet electrified, Mr. President. Under NEA, under the electric co-ops.
Yeah, but ang claim kasi natin, 93% of the Philippines is electrified. Of that 93, ilan ang under the jurisdiction of the NEA? Laki siguro. Kasi,
Almost 90%, Mr. President, because that...
ito lang Metro Manila is an example na hindi NEA.
Correct.
Right,
Metro Manila, Cebu, Davao, Iloilo City. So most of the highly urbanized cities.
That's a big role, Bali. Big role.
Big role, Mr. President.
Yes. Then last mile means to say that
Well, those are areas that are, for example, in the far-flung areas. For example,
papautangin ni NEA sa electric co-op so that magkaroon ng...
Yes. So they can build the lines going to those far-flung areas, Mr. President. They give subsidies.
Yes. Is this utang, grant, or ano?
Subsidy. Government subsidy. Yeah, government subsidy, Mr. President.
So NEA gives subsidies to electric co-ops. Okay. Out na yun, out. Walang with no expectation of payment or return.
Yes, Mr. President. And the goal there is to electrify those households in your franchise area that are unreachable or very difficult to reach, Mr. President, because sometimes, most of the time, Mr. President, those areas are uneconomical when you put electricity lines. And for a private DU, it doesn't make sense for the private DU to put those lines. So government, exercising its social mandate, gives out the subsidies so they can build the lines to electrify those areas that are in unviable areas.
So using NEA's 2025 COB of 5.2 billion, how much would be grants? Or subsidy pala, subsidies, ang tawag nila, subsidies to electric co-ops. Yan ang sagot mo doon. Check nyo, sulat.
About 1.86 billion, Mr. President.
So that subsidy, is that more or less the level as a recurring expense in the COB of NEA? Is that a recurring expense or amount in the COB of NEA? Is it in that vicinity, 1.8 billion?
More or less, Mr. President. More or less. It's an amount that, it's a constant amount, more or less, Mr.
Are the
President.
recipients more or less the same also, year in, year out?
No, Mr. President, they have a criteria that they exercise in order to select which electric co-ops can avail of the subsidy, Mr. President.
Kayo na yun, self-limitation na yun, nilalagay nyo sa 1.8 billion.
Correct, Mr.
Kasi
President.
okay, what is the universe of the electric co-ops entitled to avail of the subsidy from NEA? How many?
121, Mr. President, electric co-ops.
Pero yung electric co-ops, sir, may utang pa rin sila, di ba? So they are receiving subsidy, no obligation to repay, and yet they still have debts. So,
Mr. President, the loans are geared towards their operations and working capital. So the way, in simple terms, if you have problems with your operations, NEA can loan you, but you have to pay interest.
okay. Ibang program ng NEA
Ibang
yun.
program yun.
Ah,
If you want to expand your lines and electrify all of your areas, government gives you subsidies, Mr.
Very
President.
strict tayo ron sa subsidy. Talagang we audit them na para dun lang.
Correct, Mr. President.
para dun lang.
In fact, we have special provisions that if they cannot liquidate, if the ECs do not liquidate, they cannot get subsidies anymore. Because you have to also liquidate and show government where the subsidies went.
So ano kaya resulta, sir?
Actually,
maganda ang liquidation rate. This is not prepayment rate or payment rate or liquidation rate. So what is it? What's the level? Marami ka bang dalag? Hindi na naman tayo abot sa 11 o'clock na. Ano ba ito? Hindi ko ito naintindihan. Ano ito? Ano ba ito? Ano na ito interest na ito? Operations. May sale? What is it? In order to sell? In order to sell?
Yes, sir. Kailangan nilang gumastos ng 6.
Then how much ang return? Wala ka alam.
Wala, sir.
Sige.
Mr. President, the liquidation rate is about 92%.
92.
92%. So in other words,
Yes.
those ECs that are given
Yes.
subsidies, 92% of them liquidate, Mr. President.
So congratulations to NEA as well as to the EC. So kung nangyayari yun, subsidized, liquidated, na-connect, ibig sabihin mo, yun na yung reason bumababa na yun unelectrified percentage.
Correct, Mr. President.
Ganun dapat po yun, tama?
Tama, Mr. President.
Okay.
But Mr. President, our population is also growing. So you have new households coming to life in different areas. So it's a moving target, so to speak, Mr. President. But that's the objective, is the subsidies to accommodate the growth in terms of number of households, Mr. President.
Okay. We have heard the explanation, but we need to double check that, Mr. President. Let's now go to the budget of the DOE OSEC. Special account in the general fund. We have Comprehensive Regional Energy Study in the Philippines, or CRESP. Is this sponsor familiar with that? We just noticed na from 54.9 million for this year, for next year, ginawa lang natin 4.7 million. So why are we now, what is this? Is this study done? Are we winding up the study? CRESP, C-R-E-S-P. fifth, ano ba to? Ano ba to? Balance o budget? Binibigay?
Binibigay.
Hindi, binibigyan itong study na ito ng budget. Hindi to balance.
Mr. President, I was made to understand that this is a study, a household level study. Household. It's a household level study, Mr. President, that surveys the consumption, the demographics of the household in terms of energy consumption and energy use, Mr.
Right.
President. And the number of households that will be surveyed is now reduced because they have done the surveys in the past already. So mas konti na lang po yung masasurvey this coming 2025.
Okay.
That's why the budget
50
was
million
reduced.
po yung binawas natin, if I'm not mistaken. So,
Yes, tama.
so hindi pa matatapos yung study. Dapat siguro ang mga studies natatapos para magamit natin yung conclusion natin sa
Yeah,
studies.
2025, Mr. President, will be the study will be completed. The survey started this year, Mr. President, and they target to finish it next year. And the next year also will include the analysis and recommendations, Mr. President.
Okay, so I hope that will be shared with Congress para
Yes, Mr.
ano
President,
natin.
the department will send a copy and their analysis to Congress.
Can I ask the PNOC about its COB? Meron siya rito entry na 6.7 million sale and monetization of the banked gas. What is this, PNOC? Is this an expense that you need to incur 6.7 million pesos to sell and monetize the bank gas? Ito malampaya siguro to related concept. Tama ba? Naging 1.2 na lang ito kasi hindi na to 2.6 eh. Naging 1.2 na to. Yan. Binawasan nga ni Sherwin. Pero tinanggal ba yan? But Mr. Chairman, isa ba to sa tinanggal mo? Kasi
No, Mr. President, no, hindi kasama siya, Mr. President.
Is this an expense?
This is an expense. This is to
yes.
this is to sell and monetize the bank gas.
Kaya nga, in order to sell and
In
monetize
order
the
to
bank
sell.
gas, sige, when PNOC incurs 6.7 million, what is now the expected return of the sale and monetization of the bank gas?
It's about $9 million per month expected income, Mr. President.
So, $9 million, kung i-times 650 natin ito, around half a billion, 500 million pesos, and we spend 6.7 million to do that.
This is only for admin costs, Mr. President.
Yes, nga.
So,
In order to sell, monetize. Kaya nga, so that's the bank gas which we talked about around 2 to 3 years ago. So ano ba status no na that's an asset of the Philippine government? How much is our estimated asset in the form of bank gas?
estimate ba?
Volume. Wag po price, but volume. Sa Malampaya ito.
So the government owns about 70 petajoules, Mr. President, of bank gas left, Mr. President.
That's in the existing Malampaya, di ba Malampaya, what do you call that, sir? Malampaya, reserve.
Malampaya,
Reserve.
yes, Mr.
Gas
President,
reserve.
you're correct.
Okay.
Yes. The Malampaya natural gas, Mr. President.
70 petajoules of bank gas.
Correct.
Okay. That's who confirms such a figure? Who tells us na ganyan pa yung laman sa baba?
It's PNOC mother company who determines that, Mr. President. Yeah,
Sige. PNOC is here, di ba?
correct, Mr. President.
Did they do the study themselves? Or they're relying on a third party, quoting a third party? Ganun ba?
But, Mr. President, the consortium, the original consortium, it's a commitment that the original consortium made to the Philippine government to deliver 100 petajoules, Mr. President. And we have sold some of it in the past. I remember San Miguel was one of the buyers. Oh, sorry, Mr. President. I'll correct myself. It's First Gen who bought the bank gas in the past. San Miguel was not the buyer, and there's 70 petajoules left over, Mr. President. And I understand that the new consortium validated and committed to deliver 70 petajoules remaining, Mr. President.
So it is confirmed that we have sold 30 petajoules.
Yes, Mr. President.
At,
Over time, Mr.
Yes,
President.
over time. And how much ang generated natin dyan? Billions.
Oh, meron.
Billions siguro.
It's about $9 million per month, Mr. President. That's the...
Since when? Since when? When do we start counting?
For PNOC.
3 billion. So half billion per month. So 12 months. So 6 billion.
2017, Mr. President. Starting 2017.
Around 48 to 50 billion, Mr. President, pesos ang kinita na natin over time. $40 to 50 billion pesos, more or less.
Yes, Mr.
In that
President.
vicinity?
Yes, that vicinity, Mr. President.
So thank you. So
And we'll submit
at least-
an accounting of that, Mr. President, to his honor, Mr. President.
pinapakita lang natin sa taong bayan yung kita rin natin dun
Correct,
sa
sa
Malampaya.
Bangkas.
Yes, Apo. Kasi this is pursuant to agreement siguro or
Correct.
part na ito dun sa 40 around 40. Hindi pa ito yon sa 45% sa income.
Wala
yun,
pa, Mr.
Sa
President.
income kukunin yun, sir, no? Kasi tinatanong ko yung professor ko kasi sa College of Law, kaya kaya ang tanong ko, ang pag-address ko kay Secretary Lotilla, sir, may professor in the College of Law.
Well, Mr. President, when was that? Mr. President, in 2008, PNOC bought the bank gas, Mr. President. And they started monetizing it in 2017, Mr. President. And they're still monetizing it. That's why the admin cost is necessary because of the monetizing
So it's a
activity.
separate transaction.
It's a
all-
separate
altogether.
transaction, Mr. President.
So then how much did it cost us when PNOC bought it?
Do you remember?
Yes, can you
Yeah, Mr. President,
can I
we'll
be
submit
given?
a report on that, Mr. President.
I will be greatly disappointed kung masyado pong mahal natin pagbili, Mr. President.
14, Mr. President, the president of PNOC is here. He said we bought it for 14 billion pesos, Mr. President. 14 billion pesos
In 2008.
in 2008.
Okay, so we will just do our own projection, Mr. President. Let's go to COA report, Mr. President, kasi medyo na-alarm lang po ako rito. If it's really still outstanding, DOE was not able to collect training commitment. Iba pa to, and development assistance, dalawang funds po ito. Training commitment, 907 million pesos, failure to collect, and then development assistance, 389 million pesos. Number one, is this accurate? Are the figures accurate? And then why? May we know why?
Actually, I flagged the department about that, Mr. President, during the hearing, but we'll...
And then
I'll
failure
get
to
some
collect
updates.
from who?
I'll get some updates, Mr.
Sino yung
President.
hindi natin nakolektahan? May we know for the record? Pangalanan na po natin. Kunin niyo yung mga pangalan ng sino yung hindi nakolektahan.
Well, Mr. President, I was getting some updates. Apparently, this fund, Mr. President, used to be paid in kind. So if the developer, in the past, the developer will pay in kind. I think these are all, trainings, materials, Mr. President. And then COA came up with a ruling that it should be paid in cash, Mr. President. So the amounts that are still being collected are the previous amounts that are being paid in kind, Mr. President. So that is the update for this account, Mr. President.
During the period of time that they were, the obligor interpreted the contract as to be in kind.
Correct.
Did the obligor deliver? The in-kind training, did they deliver? Kasi kung unfair naman, kung singilin ngayon sila ngayon sa in cash, pero bakit hindi ma-settle? Ba't hindi matanggap ng COA yung explanation? Kaya nga, siguro situate natin yung year kasi unfair kay Secretary.
Well, these are, apparently, Mr. President, these are old accounts.
Sige.
And in the past, the old administration did not demand. So they will only pay in kind if the agency will demand, Mr. President. So since the past administration never
Lagyan natin
demanded,
yung year so that ma-contextualize natin, unfair to the Secretary and his
Yes,
team.
oo.
Anong year po ito yung COA report na to na malaki? Anong period of time para makita natin?
2018 to 2022, Mr. President.
2018 to 2022. Okay.
So, but
So pareho po itong training commitment as well as the development assistance 2018 to 2022.
But I was made to understand, Mr. President, that they're now collecting so that they will going to address the issue of COA.
Para
Mr.
ma-clear,
President.
para ma-clear.
Correct.
Otherwise,
Para ma-clear na once and for all.
Otherwise, every year siguro ito
Yeah.
labas ng labas. Opo.
Yes, they're collecting, Mr.
May we
President.
know, siguro kung ayaw yung pangalanan, kaya in writing na lang, can you give to us the names of these conventional and renewable energy service contractors.
Yes, we'll furnish His Honor a copy of the
Sige po.
list of
When
entities.
when the sponsor was answering the question of Senator Amy Marcos earlier na yung renewable energy mix, di ba? Masyadong ambitious, ang bilis, 35% in 2030, 50% by 2040. Today, it's only 22%. Nabanggit si nuclear. Nabanggit ni sponsor si nuclear. So, what's the status of our plans for the adoption of nuclear energy? Firm na ba? I don't think it's firm at all. So why was it mentioned earlier, Mr. President, to achieve the renewable energy mix targets? Why was nuclear mentioned?
Well, Mr. President, in the transition, the department is also looking at veering away from coal, veering away from fossil fuel, and they're looking at nuclear to replace those fossil fuel technologies, Mr. President. So it's a technology that the department is seriously studying, and the policy is they've taken the policy that they will look at nuclear as a possible technology to inject power into our grid. But we need also to enact several laws in order to fulfill that, one of which is to create an independent regulator.
But we have announced targets. We have already announced. 35% by 2030 ang renewable energy of the total mix. 50% by 2040. And then we will not be able to achieve this without nuclear?
No, Mr. President, this is only for RE, Mr. President. The 35% and the 50%.
And nuclear is not considered RE?
No, not considered RE.
Why
Mr.
was it
President.
mentioned earlier when this was the topic?
The transition, Mr. President. Clean technology and transition, Mr. President. So we're also transitioning, Mr. President, away from fossil fuel, Mr. President.
Okay, so there's another category called clean energy, and that's where you put nuclear.
Correct, Mr. President. Clean technologies.
And then the renewable energy is also part of clean energy.
Correct, Mr. President. But some of the clean technology are not necessarily nuclear, Mr.
Correct,
President.
yes.
Sorry, not necessarily renewable.
Yeah.
Like nuclear, Mr.
So,
President.
but the goals that we're announcing is renewable energy
Just for
of the part of
renewable,
the mix.
Mr. President. But if you talk about transition, then you look at the entire mix, Mr. President, including fossil fuel, Mr. President. So we look at batteries as well to hopefully later on it can replace coal and even natural gas. But those are the technologies we're looking at. Even hydrogen, Mr. President. I understand that the department has already issued several service contracts for hydrogen exploration, Mr. President. So they're looking at the entire gamut of clean energy technologies.
Sige po, but I share Senator Marcos's confusion about yung mga program names and titles niyo. Nalito rin po ako.
Ako rin, Mr. President,
meron
nalito rin
kayong
ako.
8 programs, tapos meron pa kayong mga locally funded projects. Pagbasahin mo, parang pare-pareho po, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, but in fairness to the department, they have already started rationalizing it and just putting one term for the electrification program, and this is the National Total Electrification Program. And also the subset programs have already been rationalized, Mr. President.
Thank you for that. And then ito na lang siguro po yung in the President's SONA, he enumerated 5 measures to lower electricity rates. And I'm sure you are well aware of kasi bida kayo ron sa President's SONA. So, Lifeline Rate Program, temporary suspension of feed-in tariff allowance, anti-bill shock program, suspension of wholesale electricity spot market during red alerts, and the refund of excess collections in franchise fees of NGCP. When was the SONA delivered? July. On November na ngayon. Any updates from the energy sector? Ano na pong na-deliver ba ito mga nabanggit po ng Presidente?
Yes, Mr. President. All of these are regulations from ERC, and all 5 were implemented. Just as a caveat, Mr. President, these are just one-time policy implementation, Mr. President. Except for the franchise fee, Mr. President, because the franchise fee is as long as there's
Refund.
a payment
Refund of excess
franchise fee.
collection. So how much has been refunded? Kung talagang nagawa na ito.
Magkano?
Refund of excess collections in franchise fees of NGCP. Ano ibig sabihin nito? Si NGCP ay nag-collect ng sobra at expected ibalik niya. Nagawa na po ito? Pero ano yata ito pang may...
Mr. President, the franchise fees are moving forward, so it's not a refund. So because the franchise fees are being charged to consumers, so the ERC, through the chairperson, ruled that the franchise fees should not be passed on to consumers. That's a business obligation of the concessionaire, Mr. President.
Sir,
So-
if
Yes,
I
yes,
may, just one interjection, Your Honor, and I'm sure the good sponsor would appreciate my only question with regard to the bill that he filed, the decoupling bill. May we know, Your Honor, the position of the Department of Energy on the proposal to take away the system operations from NGCP and let it remain as a power transmission entity? May we know?
Also an advocacy of Senator Risa.
And yeah,
Hontiveros.
Senator Risa is also
In fact, she brought that up
advocating
during the budget hearing. And I think the question is, what is the position
Yes.
of the Secretary?
That's in connection with the...
Mr. President, the good secretary mentioned that he fully supports that policy to separate the system operator from the asset owner. And he also mentioned that the United Kingdom, in fact, very recently took that route, Mr. President, and separated the system operator. So
So you have the same position, Your Honor?
yes, you, Senator Risa, and myself and the Secretary have the same position.
you.
And when the time comes, Mr. President, during the hearing, we can push that policy, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you, Minority Leader. And let me put on record that we'd like to put on record that we support Chairperson Mona Dimalanta for doing her job as ERC Chair. Thank you.
Mahirap to do your job here, Mr.
Exactly.
President. Nasususpend ka.
Exactly, and
So-
the main reason I made mention about it is that when I saw her today, dear colleagues, I was very happy to see her.
If you don't do your job, you don't get suspended, Mr. President. If you do your
Exactly.
job, you get suspended.
If you don't have a case, then you're not doing anything. That's a policy now in public service.
Correct, Mr. President.
Thank
but
you.
we're happy to see her presence here
Yes.
on the floor, and she'll be more than happy to
Yes.
receive questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Minority Leader.
Baka
for-
gutom na yung professor ko, kaya iklian ko na po. iklian ko na po itong aking tanong. Yung na-enumerate ni President sa SONA niya are meant to lower electricity rates. Di ba? 5 yun eh. Pero sabi sa atin ng sponsor natin, karamihan dito para mga one time or... so may we know from the ERC what are the actual measures it is taken to address the high cost or price of electricity in our country? In the first place, is it high? Does the ERC find our rates high?
Mr. President, there's a caveat to that.
Sige.
If you compare ourselves to the other Southeast Asian nations, we charge our consumers through cost of electricity. There's no subsidy, Mr. President, except for the missionary areas, Mr. President.
Correct.
For the other areas, for the other countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, they still have subsidy either through the fuel or through the electricity directly. So in other words, we're the same as Singapore in terms of charging our consumers through cost of electricity. But admittedly, it's high. In Southeast Asia, where Singapore and the Philippines are vying on the highest cost of electricity, Mr. President. So in terms of what ERC is
Yes.
doing, yung PSA, Mr. President, some of the mechanisms that the ERC employed to reduce electricity costs is the fuel cost audit. So meaning the power plants cannot just pass on fuel. They have to justify the cost of their fuel because in our regime, the entire fuel cost is passed on to the consumers. So we're not just taking it hook, line, and sinker. The ERC is now auditing the fuel audit. And then the other one is the overcontracting. Some of our DUs, distribution utilities, electric cooperatives are overcontracting, and that's being passed on to our consumers. So they're also auditing the PSAs, the power supply agreements of the electric co-ops and the DUs. And they're also undertaking what we call the reset, regulatory reset. And this is to look at the investments as well as the weighted cost of average being charged to consumers. And Senator Risa is one of the advocates who pushed for a regular regulatory reset to push down the weighted cost of average, Mr. President, of capital. Weighted average cost of capital.
Ma'am, ito na lang from the ERC in writing na lang po to save time. Under your performance information, the target percentage of power supply agreement, yun na-mention po natin yun, cases with prayer for provisional authority acted upon within 75 days from filing, is 82%. The actual percentage, I have been informed, is 45%. So may we just explain the discrepancy, kahit in writing na lang po. And then, the target percentage of applications for certificate of compliance acted upon within 50 days from receipt of complete requirements is 98%. However, the actual percentage is 66%. Okay, so just an explanation. But feel free to dispute my kung mali po yung ating figures. And then unless maling-mali ba ang figures ko po? Sige, you can okay,
admittedly, Mr. President, and that was also brought up by Senator Risa and this representation during the budget deliberation, the delays in the approval of many contracts and applications, Mr. President. And currently, we are also looking at amending the charter of ERC to empower ERC with more talent, with increase in capability. And we're now in the Committee on Energy, we're discussing how to strengthen ERC so that all of these delays will not happen anymore, Mr. President. So, but admittedly, there are delays in the approval of various documents, Mr. President.
So last point ko na lang po to, Mr. President. From April 16 to May 23, 2024, the Luzon Power Grid experienced 6 red alerts and 20 yellow alerts. The Visayas Grid recorded 7 red alerts and 20 yellow alerts. Mindanao Grid had 2 yellow alerts on April 24 and 26, 2024. So, number one, please, you can dispute my figures kung mali, but may we know the causes of these alerts? Is this indicative of something is fundamentally worrisome, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, admittedly, this year has been extremely hot. In fact, during the summer, Mr. President, one of the problems of our schools or our education system is the extreme weather or extreme hot weather, Mr. President. And the simple reason for that is demand suddenly spiked up, and some of the power plants shut down or conked down or went into unplanned outage, Mr. President. So, in short, the reason is weather is the primary reason for those red alerts.
Because of weather demand increase?
Because of hot weather,
Yes, hot weather,
demand went
more
up,
demand, and then
some of the power plants went on unplanned outage, Mr. President.
But
They also broke
our
down.
theoretical capacity can meet the demand?
Correct, theoretical.
Even in spite of the hot weather?
Correct, Mr. President, theoretical.
Theoretical. But
yes.
how real is the theoretical?
Well, Mr. President, in my experience in the past many years, it becomes unpredictable during summer, which is a policy that the Secretary should look at, admittedly. If you remember, over the past few years during summer, we would get red alerts. Sometimes we would get brownouts. And the reason for that is a lot of power plants go on unplanned outage. And this happens normally during summer because a lot of these thermal plants heat up and they go on unplanned outage. So I know it's no excuse. We cannot leave our power situation to uncertainty or to just fate. And the department is looking at ways to improve the situation, Mr. President.
Parang theoretical installed capacity minus proven peak demand yung sa very hot weather, may allowance tayo.
Mr. President.
Ilang thousand megawatts yun. Ang allowance natin. Tapos siguro parang sa unemployment meron talagang frictional unemployment. So meron din ba tayo through historical data na from the theoretical meron talagang hindi magdi-deliver. So lamang pa rin po 'yon even if we subtract from the theoretical what is the ano kaya 'yon? Proven percentage which cannot deliver from the installed capacity minus si peak demand during hot summer, lamang pa rin ang supply.
It's about 2,000 megawatts, Mr. President, the supply margin. So we still have a margin of 2,000 megawatts, meaning the installed capacity and the peak demand, they still have 2,000
Oh yeah,
megawatts.
but historical data remind us that not 100% of theoretical installed capacity deliver power. So kung i-minus natin yon, meron pa rin, may allowance pa rin.
Mr. President, the problem is the power plants, no? And based on my experience monitoring this industry, during summer, a lot of power plants go on unplanned outage for various reasons, Mr. President. Normally thermal power plants. And on top of that, because of summer, we don't have rainfall. So a lot of our hydropower plants also do not operate, no? So, but the main culprit, if you ask me, Mr. President, will be the unplanned outage. Because a lot of these thermal power plants conk out, and that reduces the supply going into the system.
Sige, and the 2,000 megawatts is best practice, it complies with the global best practice as far as the allowance is concerned.
Mr. President, we now...
Separate percentage yan, siguro percent yan. So,
there are two policies that the DOE implemented. One policy from the DOE, one policy from the ERC. One is to implement the ancillary reserve. So the grid operator or the national grid is now mandated to contract ancillary reserves. So these are reserves, Mr. President. And the DOE is now monitoring the continuous buildup of ancillary reserve by NGCP. At the same time, the ERC also promulgated what we call the reliability index. So meaning the power plants are given X number of days to go on forced outage as well as maintenance. And if you surpass that, you get a penalty. So there'll be discipline in terms of maintaining your plants, Mr. President.
Sige pa.
So those are the few policy intervention that the department and the regulator implemented, Mr. President. Yes, and also the reserve market. The reserve market just opened last August 6th, and the reserve market is a mechanism wherein the grid operator can now buy from the market reserves. So that those, for example, if I'm a power plant, I have excess capacity, I can sell it in the reserve market. So it becomes a competitive mechanism to purchase reserves.
Sige po, but
it is short, may reserva na tayo.
Pero yung success ninyo dyan sa effort na yan will be reflected in the alerts. if we reduce the number of alerts, that means
Yes, Mr.
your
President.
strategy is becoming successful?
Correct,
Tama.
Mr. President.
So alerts
That-
natin
yes,
titignan. Sige.
yes. That is
Okay,
the
so
ultimate measure.
Yes, with that, we will be able to compare the alerts of 2025 with the alerts of 2024 and the previous years. So sana nga mag-improve. Siguro, to end, let us, we have welcomed back actually the ERC Chief, Attorney Mona Lisa de Malanta. And I think pina-research ko itong sabi ng Ombudsman, after a thorough evaluation of the present records, this office finds that the ground which justifies the continued imposition of preventive suspension no longer exists. So I think parang ano na to, I think she has been cleared of any liability for the record, Mr. President. So we welcome her back and congratulate her at least for this clearance, and then of course encourage her na just continue to do your job exemplarily, Madam Chair. Kanina nga nung sinabing forced ba si ERC na gano'n? Hindi, sabi niya. So that shows the independence of the ERC na yan naman talaga ang role ninyo to be the referee or the referee of disputes in the energy sector. So welcome back, congratulations, and to the energy family, pasensya ginutom ko kayo, but well, at least mas naintindihan. Very complicated kasi yung subject matter. I'm sorry sir, may complicated. Hindi mo to tinuro sa akin sa law school. Ngayon lang tayo natututo rito. So thank you for your patience. Also our Chairman, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, thank you for the patience. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman. Magbo-blow out raw si Chairperson Mona Lisa, Mr. President, dahil nakabalik na siya. Wala pa raw sweldo.
Wala pa. Teresa,
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, next to interpellate would be the Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President. Magandang gabi po, good chair. I just have questions of one of the attached agencies sa energy family, sa PSAM. And I think I won't have to ask any too many follow-up questions, also given the lateness of the hour. So, Mr. President, good chair, magkano po yung government equity sa PSAM? Oh, I'm sorry, before we proceed, Mr. President, good sponsor, kahit baka nagsasawa na kayong marinig ito, Chair Di Malanta, just for the record, it's really good to have you back. So, just saying. Salamat, Mr. President, Mr. Chair.
Laki na ho yung blowout. Daming ano.
Okay, I don't mind. So, sorry, to reiterate, Mr. Chair, how much is government's equity in PSAM, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, I was made to understand by the PSAM President that there's no capitalization. So what happened is all of the assets were plowed into PSAM, and those assets were eventually sold off to interested parties, Mr. President. So
Yes, Mr. Chair. In fact, I was going to say a little later in my closing manifestation that it seems PSALM has had to clear a lot of debts of NPC with shaky assets and no capital. But just going back to the reply of the good sponsor, actually, could the good sponsor confirm or not confirm this? Because my information is that as of December 31, 2023, government equity in PSALM is minus 52.7 billion pesos. Tama po ba ito, Mr. President?
You're correct, Mr. President, Her Honor, that the assets are, in short, no, ito ba yun? Ito ba yun? The assets are not enough to cover the liabilities, Mr. President. So the net assets is about negative 52 billion, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, a good sponsor. And I also have kumbaga yung kwentong buhay kung paano tayo umabot, hindi sa equity, kundi sa isang negative equity na 52.7 billion pesos. So, kanina pinag-uusapan natin yung no capitalization. So, the capital transferred from NPC required negative adjustments that resulted in a negative capital transfer at the end 2023 of minus 121.5 billion. And then of the 10-year period from 2014 to 2023, a deficit was incurred in 5 of those years, 2015 to 2018 and 2022. The accumulated surplus by end 2023 was 68.8 billion pesos. So adding this accumulated surplus to the negative capital transfer, so that's how we came up with this. I didn't think negative equity existed, but this is how we came up with the negative equity of minus 52.7 billion pesos. So government's equity is negative. Ibig sabihin, luging-lugi ang PISALM. So using yung isang sinabi ng Good Share kanina na PISALM's liabilities are more than its assets, ibig po bang sabihin na ang PISALM ay insolvent, Mr. President?
Mr. President, historically, the national government normally steps in through subsidies to help PSAM settle its obligations and liabilities. Just as a background, PSAM was created to absorb the debt and sell the assets. That's the simple job of PSAM. But of course, some of the assets depreciate, some of the assets are not as valuable anymore. So in other words, the liabilities, if you compute it at face value, will be more than the assets. And in this in this particular case, it's the national government will come in order to support PSAM with its liabilities. And historically, the government would pay off the liabilities, pay off some of the debts or the accrual of the debts, and it's the national government that will step in order to make sure that the liabilities are paid off.
And in fact, Mr. President, good sponsor, kung hindi kung hindi nagsa-step in ang national government sa subsidy niya, edi sana mas malaki pa yung negative equity ng PSALM. So, but therefore, how is PSALM surviving if its liabilities are bigger than its assets? If it is insolvent, paano po nagsusurvive ang PSALM?
President, this is where the subsidies will come in. And at the end of, I think the most important scenario here will be at the end of life of PSAM, which is in 2026. If this trend continues, then it will be national government who will absorb the liabilities, Mr. President. But the challenge here is to sell the assets, continue to sell the asset at a very good price, and hopefully the price that we will be fetching or PSAM will be fetching will be enough to cover the liabilities. But in short, it's really the national government who steps in traditionally.
Two follow-up points to that, Mr. President, good sponsor. Bukod po dun sa regular na subsidy ng national government sa PISAM, hindi ba covered pa ng full guarantee ng national government ang PISAM? And then the second point that the good sponsor's answer awakens in my mind ay, well, a little later, yung isang tanong ko pa ay, is PISAM getting a good price for the assets that it is selling? O kumbaga, the selling of the assets ba is actually making the most money for PISAM rather than some other operation of PISAM at the moment. Pero yun muna po siguro, Mr. President, good sponsor, yung full guarantee.
Yeah.
Covered po ang PISAM ng full guarantee ng national government.
Covered, no? By full, yeah, kasi ano yun eh. These are old loans eh. Yeah. Covered, Mr. President. And Mr. President, there's another revenue stream that that PISAM derives its revenue is through the universal charge for stranded costs and universal charge for stranded debt, Mr. President. And both of which should be applied with ERC. And of course, ERC will always balance the interests of the consumers and the applicant. And historically, these applications were either not approved or cut by the ERC. So that's also one reason why PISAM went into negative, we call it negative asset, because its application to charge the consumers through stranded costs and stranded debts were not approved on time or were either cut, Mr. President. In the topic of asset sales, Mr. President, the latest asset sale that PISAM undertook was the Kaseknan power plant, in which their floor price is about $227 million, and the bid price was $526 million. They always go on auction or bidding, Mr. President. So there's a mechanism for price discovery, and there's a mechanism for getting the best price, because all of these interested parties will always outbid each other for those assets. So in this case of Kaseknan, the price is almost double the floor price, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. Regarding one of the other revenue streams na binanggit ng good sponsor, Mr. President, yung universal charge, of course, that universal charge goes to a special trust fund just administered by PISAM, pero PISAM cannot actually touch that special trust fund or the universal charge proceeds for its operation. So, just for the record, Mr. President, good sponsor. So, bukod dun sa iba pang revenue streams na binanggit ng good sponsor, Mr. President, wouldn't it be fair to say that PISAM is also hanging on because of that national government guarantee?
Yes, Mr. President, we agree with the statement of His Honor that it's a government guarantee that backs up PISAM and its liabilities, Mr. President.
Salamat, Mr. President, good sponsor. So, ibig sabihin, so if PISAM is hanging on also because of the national government guarantee, di ba ganito rin ang NAPOCOR noon? So, anong pinag-iba ng PISAM sa NAPOCOR, Mr. President?
the main difference, Mr. President, between NAPOCOR and PSAM is NAPOCOR is an operating unit. So meaning it generates power, it's a business unit. And in the process of operating, they also incur debt. And because of that debt, if they cannot sell their electricity or they cannot generate revenues to cover that debt, then they go into negative equity as well. In the case of PSAM, PSAM is not an operating unit. Its main business or main operation is to sell assets to cover the liabilities that were incurred in the past. And in a case where the assets will not be enough to cover the liabilities, it's also empowered to charge the consumers. No? But of course, when you charge the consumers, ERC will manage that as well. So, but in the past, when I was looking at the documents, in the past, some of their applications were not approved or cut, Mr. President. So in other words, they have no revenues to derive from to pay off the debt. It's only the asset sales that they can rely on to pay the debt. But when the enactment of the Murang Kuryente Act, Mr. President, we also allowed them to get a portion of Malampaya to pay off the stranded costs and the stranded debt, Mr. President. So there's now another revenue stream from Malampaya to pay off those stranded costs and stranded debts. So in other words, in short, Mr. President, just to summarize, they can sell assets, they can charge the consumers, but the consumers is regulated by ERC. So for now, it's really asset sales that they rely on to service and to address the debt side.
But again, Mr. President, good sponsor, salamat po para doon. But again, yun na nga po akala nga natin it would be the sale of the assets na pinaka mag-generate ng revenues para sa PSAM or para sa gobyerno through PSAM. But one irony na lumilitaw ay it's making less on selling these assets than on another use of those assets, actually operating them. At saka, oo nga po, ang NAPOCOR is an operating or was an operating unit, samantalang ang PSAM ay to sell assets. Pero in terms of their financial survival or thriving, pareho pa lang kailangan nako-cover ng national government guarantee. I'll get to that point about less selling of assets than operating those assets a little later. But actually, Mr. President, good sponsor, I'll start winding down now with just a few points for the record and then a last few questions. So, gaya ng nabanggit ko po kanina, it seems that PSALM has had to clear a lot of debts of NPC with shaky assets and no capital. PSALM itself admits that, quote, annually, there is a mismatch between debt maturities and collection of privatization proceeds, close quote. In fact, PSALM's records show that, ito nga po, it earns more from the operation of the assets it has taken over than from the privatization of these assets. PSALM's service and business income from 2016 to 2023 was 47 times more than PSALM's gains from the sale of assets in these years. Don't get me wrong, Mr. President, good sponsor. PSALM has done a lot to bring down NPC debts and contractual obligations. In 2000, which stood at 837.7 billion pesos, by 2003 was down to 1,000 it went up to 1,024 billion in 2003, but by 2023, last year, that was down to 294.3 billion pesos. So, quite an impressive achievement, Mr. President, good sponsor. But, ito yung irony, the more you privatize, the less assets you have to earn, syempre. Which is why the records show that PSALM's revenues are weakening. So, I have to ask, as I wind down my interpellation, Mr. President, good sponsor, as earnings weaken, where will PSALM find the funds to continue to pay for the NPC debts and obligations? Mr. President, good sponsor.
Mr. President, the hold on, where's the source of revenues for here for let me backtrack just to historically, Mr. President, and the Secretary was giving me some historical background. The original plan was PSAM, when PSAM absorbed the debt, is for government to absorb a third of it. One third of it will be paid off through asset sales, and one third of it will be paid off by consumers because obviously historically it's the consumers that consume the electricity. But the consumer side was not delivered on time because obviously ERC had to temper the increase of electricity. It's the asset sales and the absorption of government that will eventually come into play. And just to answer your question directly, Mr. President, I'm still pushing PSAM to privatize their assets. They have valuable assets in their inventory. If not privatize, rehabilitate and maximize the assets in their inventory. A case pinpoint will be the Agus Pulangi power plant, which is one of the biggest hydropower plants or the biggest hydropower plant in the country. And they're now undertaking to rehabilitate that to maximize its full potential. So, in other words, the income stream, the revenue stream will come in still primarily asset sales, and some of these assets that will be maximized by PSAM. They also have a lot of real estate, Mr. President. It's also a sort of a real estate company. They have how many? 40 plus? How many parcels of land? More or less.
It's about 6,000 lots, I think, if I'm right.
Yeah, they have about 6,000 more or less parcels, lots that they need to sell, Mr. President. Some of them they leased out to corporations, so they have leasing income coming in. So it will be a combination of asset sales, rehabilitation of existing assets, and also probably leasing of some of its land to generate leasing income, Mr. President. But we cannot avoid that, to be in reality and in truth, we cannot avoid that government will absorb some of the debts that will be left over, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor, Mr. President. And just one side, but I think important question also, speaking of debts. How much does PSALM owe to the Drivers and Mechanics Association or the DAMA? When is PSALM going to pay this, or how long does it intend to put this off? And does PSALM think this is fair to the former NPC employees, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, the funding requirement's about 3.5 billion pesos. That will go to 1,715 claimants to date, Mr. President.
And mga kailan po babayaran ito sa 1,715 claimants na ito, itong 3.5 billion pesos?
Sorry, Mr. President, I
Yes,
want to
Mr.
make
President.
my statements accurate. There are 1,715 claimants, of which 1,232 has been paid. So the balance of the claimants is 482, and that's the equivalent of, the amount is equivalent to 3.5 billion pesos, Mr. President.
Oh.
And the validation is ongoing, Mr. President. In fact, when we analyze this situation, Mr. President, there are several steps to validate the documents that are being submitted. And I know that the DOE PSAM created a task force, correct? With NAPOCOR in order to hasten the validation of the claimants, Mr. President. So once the validation is complete, then the 3.5 billion will be paid off to the claimants, Mr. President. It's really, when I was studying the situation, Mr. President, it's quite difficult because some of the records are quite old. A lot of the claimants come from different areas, so the records to validate their claim takes time also. Some of them also are, the claimants are also not the original claimants, but heirs or children. So it's quite tedious in terms of validation. But rest assured that PSAM is moving forward with the validation, and they created a special team to hasten the validation, Mr. President.
Thank you so much for that, good sponsor. It's good to know na may task force na nagva-validate na, though it is a tedious process, but of course necessary. May timetable po ba ang PSAM, ang task force nito, when it can complete the validation and award the money dun sa ma-validate nilang karapat-dapat talaga, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, I was advised by the President of PSAM that the 480 is really a challenge, especially with COA. And of course, COA is just doing its job in terms of making sure that the claimants are indeed the rightful claimants. So they're finding ways to ease the validation process, come up with alternative documents in order to fulfill the validation process. But admittedly, according to the President, the 480 is a challenge in terms of documentation, validation, and they're working closely with COA to come up with alternative documents for validation.
I understand, good sponsor, though the 482 would be less of a challenge than the first 1,232 who were already awarded. So would it be, kasi yung 3.5 billion pesos, kung paghahati-hatian finally among 482 families, wow, that's a very significant amount for them, 7 million each. So is it possible kaya na pwedeng masimulan silang mabigyan nito kahit, I don't know, 1 million each this Christmas, and then matatapos na kaya yung validation within a month or so? And then the rest, the balance in tranches, perhaps, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, I was made to understand that COA is quite strict in terms of requirements, but I have an assurance that that PSAM, and through its president, is working very closely with COA to find an alternative or a common ground in terms of documentation. And personally, Mr. President, I'll also intervene and see how we can support and find ways to already put finality in this issue, Mr. President. I know it's been taking quite some time, and some of the claimants has already passed
dead.
away, and we'll work together on resolving the final 822 claimants, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, good sponsor. So suportahan po ng representasyong ito ang good sponsor sa pagkumpleto ng trabahong yun na nasimulan naman na in large part by PISAM. Thank you so much for that. So just again, still winding down for the record, good sponsor, Mr. President. So from 2014 to 2023, cash outflow to service debts was 888.7 billion pesos, according to my information anyway. The cash inflow from operations or net investments and borrowing proceeds was 818.9 billion pesos. So in this 10-year period, mas malaki ang perang lumabas to pay for debts than pumasok. And take note, PISAM is borrowing. In fact, nung interpellation po natin, good sponsor ng budget ng DBCC, nung tinatanong ko po yung mga pagkakautang ng mga GOCCs, after a while, nasagot din ng sponsor ng budget na yon by giving two examples, PISAM and NFA. So, and then from 2014 to 2023, PISAM borrowed 287.6 billion pesos. So as PISAM nears the end of its life, its cash is down, its earnings are dwindling. So how can it continue to service the 300 billion pesos still due, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I have the breakdown for revenue stream for PISAM or cash inflows. Value of key remaining assets is about 43 billion. And then receivables is about 26 billion. And then you have overdue receivables about 110 billion. Plus Murang Kuryente Act is about 168 billion. So those are the cash in or revenues that PISAM can generate. But if you also compare it with the payables as well as debt, it will come out negative 10 billion, Mr. President. So although it's not as big compared to the overall scale of things, but in this, with the 10 billion deficit, most likely national government will be absorbing that, Mr. President. So, but I think it's a manageable amount, considering that they started with almost 1 trillion pesos in debt, Mr. President. So that's a quite manageable amount, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. I guess that's the best way we could look at it. Pero a fair impression might also be na hindi ganito yung outcome na in-anticipate or in-intend nung unang binuo yung PISAM in the early glorious days of the EPIRA. And siguro not this evening, not in this budget interpellation, pero pag tiningnan na po natin yung bill to extend or renew the life of PISAM, pwede pa nating pasukan yung iba pang mga detalye tulad ng receivables that were actually written off na lang, or yung mga overdue receivables na more than 60 days due, etc. So, but all important for us to understand and try to get a grip on. So, which brings me to my final question, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Yes,
just
Mr.
to intervene,
President.
I totally agree. There's a pending bill on the floor to extend the corporate life of PISAM. And this is the best time to really scrutinize or drill down to the details of its revenues as well as its debt, and the rationale on extending the life of PSAM. Because as we discussed earlier, PSAM has one job, no? To sell the assets to pay off the debt. But it's now requesting to extend its corporate life, but we should also look at what other mandates have been put into PSAM in order to warrant the extension of its corporate life. And that's a discussion that we will be undertaking in the next few weeks in the floor, Mr. President.
Fair enough, Mr. President. So which brings me to my final question. This elaborate exercise in privatizing power assets and managing power debts has resulted in a shell of a corporation called PSAM. So did we simply come full circle at the expense of the people, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, if you look at the entire picture, Mr. President, at that time when we liberalized our electric power industry and privatized the assets, we started off with 1.2 trillion in debt incurred by Napocor, Mr. President. And at that time, Napocor was one giant, one behemoth, electric power, one behemoth that is regularly incurring debt, but at the same time, it also had some assets that it can maximize. So the strategy there is to liberalize and privatize the electric power industry so that the assets will be run efficiently by the private sector, and use the proceeds from the asset sales to reduce debt and eventually pay off debt. There's another component there is for consumers to partly pay off debt, and that has not been enacted, that has not been implemented on a timely manner or to its on a timely manner, also to its target amount, Mr. President. So PSAM had no choice but to rely on asset sales, rely on government subsidy, because the consumer portion is also being regulated by ERC for obvious reasons, so that our consumers will not be overburdened with higher electricity costs. So if you ask me, my personal take, Mr. President, it coming from a 1.2 trillion pesos in debt, reducing it eventually to a negative 10 billion is quite a feat, because if we didn't do that, our country will be still saddled with a lot of debt that we need to pay off eventually, and it can affect our credit ratings, it can affect our borrowing capacity, and to make matters worse, it will be paid off by the next generation to come. So I think PSAM, with its mandate, did what it's supposed to do, to reduce debt and to sell its assets.
Salamat, good sponsor. Indeed, in one way, it was a feat, Pero sabi nga ng good sponsor, Mr. President, it's during our deliberations on the bill na pwede pa tayo mas mag-drill down. In this task, which was one-third, 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 accomplished dapat through asset sales, accomplished dapat by the consumers while regulated by ERC, one-third by the absorption of government. Did the asset sales actually pull the weight it should have pulled, or was more of the feat accomplished by consumers or probably by absorption of government? So the good sponsor did say we will do that during the deliberations on the bill, and I agree with him. So for now, hanggang dito na lamang muna po, at maraming salamat, good sponsor. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Risa, for the very important questions, especially and very timely, because we'll be debating on the floor the bill to extend the corporate life of PSAM, whether it warrants to extend. But we'll give PSAM some assignments to update us on the debts and the assets and furnish this committee as well as Senator Risa the relevant information so that we can debate on this bill productively. So thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I was just informed that Senator Pia Cayetano would like to have her manifestation inserted in the records, her manifestation of support to the DOE budget. Mr. President,
Yes,
there being
that's
no
duly
other
noted.
reservation for interpellation, I move that the budgets of the following: Department of Energy, Office of the Secretary, Department Budgetary Support to Government Corporations, National Electrification Administration, National Power Corporation, Corporate Operating Budget of the National Electrification Administration, National Power Corporation, Philippine National Oil Company, and other executive offices, particularly the Energy Regulatory Commission, be deemed submitted for the Senate's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension.
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budgets of the following: the Department of Trade and Industry, Office of the Secretary, the Board of Investments, the Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, the Design Center of the Philippines, the Philippine Trade Training Center, budgetary support to government corporations, Center for International Trade Expositions and Missions, and Small Business Corporation. And to recognize the sponsor, Senator Mark Villar, the chairperson of the committee, and to interpolate the Honorable Joel Villanueva. I move that they be recognized, Mr. President.
Hearing the objection, the consideration of the aforementioned budgets is now in order for interpellation. Senator Mark Villar, the chairperson, and Senator Joel Villanueva are now recognized.
Mr. President, it is my privilege to sponsor the proposed budget of the Department of Trade and Industry, its attached agencies and corporations, excluding the Cooperative Development Authority and the Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and Freeport Authority, APECO, for fiscal year 2025. The Department of Trade and Industry is mandated to be the primary coordinating, promotive, facilitative, and regulatory arm of the government for the country's trade, industry, and investment activities. They play a central role in stimulating the participation of the private sector in the country's economy through integrative policies and programs. Being at the helm of the country's trade and industry, the DTI is supported by its attached agencies in realizing the government's goal of sustainable economic growth for every Filipino. The budgets of the attached agencies of the DTI under Subcommittee M, as reflected in the committee report, are as follows: Board of Investments, 613.342 million; Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, 157.811 million; Design Center of the Philippines, 172.486 million; Philippine Trade Training Center, 78.818 million. Aside from the mentioned agencies, there are also two attached corporations to DTI, namely Center for International Trade Exposition and Mission, CITEM, with an allocated budget of 289.608 million, and the Small Business Corporation with a budget of 750 million. Finally, the DTI Office of the Secretary is given a budget of 6.31 billion pesos. In addition to these appropriated budgets, an additional budget is also proposed by Subcommittee M for the creation of the E-Commerce Bureau to comply with Republic Act number 11976, or the Internet Transactions Act. The ITA was actively lobbied for by this representation in this Congress, and I believe that our distinguished minority leader also has a version of the ITA during the previous Congress. The creation of the ECB will jumpstart the regulation of our digital commerce and provide the foundation for policies and plans that will ensure its dynamic development. An additional budget is also proposed for CITEM's two critical projects, the IFEX Philippines and Manila Fame, to intensify marketing and buyer engagement campaigns in order to reverse declining buyer attendance, maintain show competitiveness, and implement more effective buyer engagement campaigns. This intensive marketing will include the presence in foreign media, as well as physical roadshows within the ASEAN region that will bring our trade shows to the greater international arena. Mr. President and my dear colleagues, I am appealing for your extensive support in the approval of the DTI budget and its attached agencies and corporations. It's all in our best interest to see through the effective discussion of DTI's budget, as it will direct the trajectory of the Filipino trade and business. Thank you, Mr. President. I now welcome the questions of my dear colleagues for a fruitful discussion of DTI and its attached agencies' budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at the onset, may I just place into the records that this representation is very passionate in supporting the Department of Trade and Industry, as this department is the main department, perhaps, in all the government agencies and department that is vested by our laws to create jobs and generate quality jobs in our country. Mr. President, may we know if our good chairperson of or the sponsor of the measure would yield to some clarificatory and few policy questions, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President, having said that this representation would be focusing more on job creation, I remember the Comprehensive Automotive Resurgence Strategy, or CARS program. Under the CARS program, which was established by virtue of an Executive Order number 182, series of 2015, the government provides fiscal and non-fiscal incentives to participating car manufacturers in exchange for investments in the production of at least 200,000 units of their enrolled vehicle model within 6 years. In fact, Mr. President, vehicles enrolled under this program, like Mirage model of Mitsubishi and Vios model of Toyota, according to DTI po, Ginoong Pangulo, the combined production under the program is 207,165 units as of December of 2022. And with Toyota producing 134,242 units of Vios and Mitsubishi manufacturing 72,923 units of Mirage. So, to cut the story short, Mr. President, as of 2022, and I'm looking at the progress report here, the two automotive firms have created a total of 109,959 jobs so far, and invested 9.6 billion pesos. And I would be happy if I would be corrected if I'm giving you wrong figures, Your Honor. But my question is, what is now the status of the implementation of the CARS program? I heard that it's going to be extended. Has it been officially extended? And may we know, Mr. President, the latest figures on the accomplishments of CARS program?
As of September of 2024, the actual production of the CARS program, the actual production is 326,948 units. And the total, I think you're correct, it was 109,959 is the investment. And yes, your numbers are correct. And at this point, they're also proposing to strengthen the CARS. There's a proposal that the DTI wants to strengthen the CARS program so that the car manufacturers will be given more incentives to increase their production in the Philippines.
Is it the position, Mr. President, of the department to extend the program officially, Mr. President? Is it the position of the department to extend the program? Because it's supposed to...
Yes, they want to extend it. In fact, they also want to increase the number of players. Who right now, like you said, there was Mitsubishi and there's Toyota.
Yes.
But they'd also like to increase the number of players who will be engaging in manufacturing. One of their proposals is to lessen the minimum required to 100,000 so that it would give another player incentive. Because if it's too high, obviously it might dissuade them from entering the market. If it's a number that's attainable, perhaps with the CARS program, we can attract one more player into the manufacturing and create even more jobs.
I agree, Mr. President. And not just expanding it to car companies, but also perhaps we wanted to find out from the department on possibly expanding the program to other vehicle models, particularly those used probably for mass transport like buses, jeepneys, and vans to contribute to easing traffic congestion. Would that be the position of the department, Mr. President? I asked that question, Mr. President, because I remember, if I'm not mistaken, in 2017, 2018, the department in this August chamber made mention that they wanted to create a specialized incentive program similar to CARS. And I'm sure a lot of our friends from DTI would remember this particular statement made by then Secretary Lopez. But for buses and jeepneys, ito yung gusto nilang itignan, no? At may we know if there is or what happened to this plan, or if there's still a plan for this to
Yes,
materialize?
Yes, Mr. President, that is their intention, is to extend it into other models, such as before it was just the Vios. Now they want to try it for the Tamarao, and I think that's why they're really requesting for this 100,000 minimum. In fact, there are even local players who might be enticed to engage in production here should they qualify for the 100,000. Because as of now, and an example is the Sarao Motors, which we're more familiar with,
Yes.
manufacturers of mass transit, of course, syempre ang ating mahal na jeepney. But of course, they've expanded to other things, other forms of mass transport. Now, the 200,000 is beyond their reach. Pero kung ibababa natin sa 100,000, ang sabi nila, baka kakayanin nila sumali sa CARS program ng DTI. So hopefully that's what we want to encourage. Other manufacturers, we want more players, we want the existing players to expand their footprint, and we want and the best is really if there are some local manufacturers who can revive themselves through this CARS program.
I'm happy that the good chairperson, the sponsor of the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry and its attached agencies, made mention about the support that we can give to our local manufacturers, because pursuing an incentive program for the local production of mass transport vehicles would not only boost, Mr. President, the domestic manufacturing industry and generate more jobs, it would also be particularly helpful in solving the traffic problems in Metro Manila. If our transport system is more mass-oriented than car-centric, Mr. President, there would be less private vehicles on our roads that are already over capacity. And I think you and I, Mr. Chairman, would agree that it is much more sustainable at mas beneficial din po, lalo na para sa ating mga computer, na mas maparami natin yung mass transport vehicles sa ating bansa. Mr. President, in relation to the Section 22 of Republic Act Number 8749, or the Philippine Clean Air Act of 1999, the Department of Trade and Industry shall promulgate the necessary regulations prescribing the useful life of vehicles and engines, including devices, in order to ensure that such vehicles will conform to the emissions which they were certified to meet. May we know, Mr. President, in relation to these rules and regulations on the useful life of vehicles being successfully implemented, and perhaps the next question would be, what is the current prescribed useful life of vehicles and engines? Sinasabi ho nila dito sa Pilipinas, walang nabubulok na sasakyan, walang nasisira hanggat maaari. Lalo na kung TESDA certified yung mekaniko, napapatakbo nila lahat ng uri ng sasakyan.
I know in other countries, there's, for instance, Japan, there's really a prescribed period where there's certain, at a certain age, and I'm not sure the exact age in Japan, but where they're not allowed to run it, to run that particular vehicle. But in the Philippines, as of now, there's no prescribed age. In fact, sometimes I've seen that even yung second hand na galing sa Japan, minsan binibili natin dito. So that is something that we should, that is a point that is well taken, Mr. President.
Would you agree with me, Your Honor, Mr. President, na wala pong tinatapong sasakyan sa Pilipinas, wala pong nabubulok na sasakyan, lalo na kung may TESDA espesyalista mekaniko, lahat ng sasakyan napapatakbo at hindi na itatabi, Mr. President?
Yes, it's
And perhaps,
the point
Mr.
is well taken.
President, maybe it's a good idea. I'm not sure if it is a good idea, but I'm more than willing to let go of that idea of prescribing, Mr. President. Diba? Kasi parang minsan sa daan, nakikita mo, hindi na nga mahuli yung hindi tumatalima doon sa tamang speed, doon sa NLEX, sa SLEX, etc. Lalo na kung hindi po nahuhuli yung mga smoke belchers sa daan. So I think this is something that that the department should also look into, considering there's Section 22 of RA 8749 or the Philippine Clean Air Act of 1999. I'd just like to put that on record. Mr. President, going further, because the minority leader is here already, I know that you wanted to ask questions. Pang fill in lang po ako, Mr. President. I'd like to talk about the I'd like to talk about the Philippine Skills Framework Initiative and training programs. Mr. President, when crafting the Philippine Skills Framework, how does the Department of Trade and Industry coordinate with other agencies generating labor market insights to ensure po yung tinatawag na cohesion among different government initiatives and interventions? For example, Mr. President, yung Department of Labor and Employment's LIMIR program, yung Labor Market Information Report. Kasama po dyan yung TESDA's Labor Market Intelligence Report. Tapos meron ng Philippine Statistics Authority na monthly labor force survey. I just wanted to put on record, Mr. President, na may mga information po tayo na available, and in the course of budget deliberation, hindi ko na matandaan, Mr. President, how many budget deliberation naging parte po ako dahil 9 years sa House at dito po 8 taon na. I just wanted to make sure na nagagamit po itong mga information na ito. The PSF was launched by the Department of Trade and Industry. I remember with, if I'm not mistaken, Secretary, with DOLE, DICT, DOST, DA, DepEd, yung iba pa, Tourism, CHED, TESDA, and PRC. At ang layunin nito is to promote skills development of our workforce and serve as a common reference or language that employers, workers, and training institutions would share with each other to ensure the match between jobs in the market and the skills needed by the industry.
Yes, Mr. President, rest assured that the department is always coordinating in the field of TechVoc, of course, with the TESDA, of course, our university courses with the CHED, and as well as industry associations with which, of course, the DTA has a lot of connections. So this is something that they're constantly engaging in.
Having said that, Mr. President, perhaps my more practical question would be, dito po sa PSF na nilaunch ng DTI, nakita po ba kung merong mga overlapping, for example, in its entrepreneurship training programs and the programs of TESDA? Meron po ba na difference, may similarities? Ano ho ba yung... kasi if you recall, Mr. President, even this representation continues to pursue yung mga overlapping functions ng different departments. For instance, if you recall, yung sa DOST, sabi ko nga, yung DOST, kulang na lang ilagyan mo ng Department of Justice kasi meron ng DA, meron ng TESDA, meron DTI, meron ng lahat ho, no? Meron na, lahat sila doon. So, ito yung gusto nating mapagtuunan ng pansin, and at least, we only talk about this once a year. We wanted to find out na we are in one direction in ensuring na walang mga overlapping na nangyari. Even the President himself would always remind us to give utmost importance doon sa mga overlapping functions of government agencies.
Yes, I think although the term that we also like to use, the DTA like to use, is there's gaps in the development of the PSF. There are trainings, courses that are not offered, and they're as of now. So I think that's something that the DTI agrees that should be updated, and as much as possible. I mean, if there are these gaps, they try to address them immediately, and at the same time, if there are certain aspects of a course that are overlap, they try to stick to those related more to trade and industry. So there may be slight overlaps, but there are also some gaps that need to be addressed. So that is the status of the training, the PSF.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will not belabor this particular issue, but perhaps if we can ask the department, Mr. President, to give us an updated report on this particular program, considering 2019 pa po ito nilaunch, itong PSF, no? And we wanted to find out also how this will help address yung projected 4.8 to 5.1% unemployment rate in 2025. We'll just ask the sponsor to help us get some data so we can assess and give our views in order to ensure that there will be no overlappings, Mr. President. Mr. President?
Yes, thank you. We will, the DTI will supply the information at the soonest possible time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Mr. President, on another note, Mr. President, I came across an article about this, the implementation of the Vaporized Nicotine Regulation Act, or 11900, since the passage of the law last July 25, 2022. May we know, Mr. President, from the Department of Trade and Industry, how many violation reports have been received by DTI, and perhaps give us the nature of these complaints and what actions were taken, Mr. President? No, pero sa IRR kasi sila sa kanila nire-register and sinicertify nila.
Yes, as of now, just to give some facts, just to make things clear. As of now, there's the number of vape shops that are in existence is 1,275, and from September 1 to November 7, there have been 20 cases have been filed, and the most common violation of these cases is no tax stamp fiscal markings, insufficient age verification measures, and no PS license.
No PS license.
Yes, no PS.
How many is that? What, just one? No,
Yes,
20 is the total.
Yeah, there's 20.
Total.
A PS meaning a Philippine Standard License.
Yes, that's the total, right? Mr.
Yes, so
President?
20 have been filed. Cases have been filed.
Yes, Mr. President, just for the record, Rule 11 of the law's IRR states that all manufacturers and importers of the covered products shall apply for product registration and certification with the DTI's Bureau of Product Standards. Only those registered with the BPS may be sold to the general public. And I remember, Mr. President, in July of this year, if I'm not mistaken, July of this year, the Department of Trade and Industry issued Department Administrative Order number 24-03, ordering e-marketplace operators to suspend the online sale, distribution, and advertising of vapor products and devices until such time that they instituted adequate and effective measures to ensure compliance with the proof of age verification and all other legal requirements. Mr. President, at present, may we ask, how big is the vape industry, Mr. President? And how many vaporized nicotine brands or products have been duly registered and issued certification by the BPS? And the flavors being allowed to be sold in the market, because I remember there was a lengthy discussion here on the floor, especially with the majority leader in this representation together with Senator Pia Cayetano.
Well, to begin with, there are applications received for it. There are 63 applications, and there are 4 PS licenses that were issued. In terms of import commodity clearance, there's been 13 applications received and 3 ICC issued. In terms of the size of the market, if you can just give a minute. Yung size ng market. Yung tax collected ito. As of now, there's no, they don't have a specific number yet, but just to give an idea, the duties collected as of September 16 is approximately 3.7 million. So,
It's million, Your Honor.
yes, million.
Million, yeah,
Yes.
not billion.
No.
The majority leader wishes that it's
Yeah,
billion.
they just started registering, so
Yes.
very few have been
I understand.
registered.
Yes, yes, Mr. President. May we know the agency's estimation of possible number of enterprises that sell. I know it's hard to to say, you know, yung unregistered vaporized nicotine products.
Right now, there's a lot of brands, but the applications received have already been 63. But they're expecting
63.
maybe more brands will in the near future because they're aware of maybe 100 brands in existence. So
Yeah.
they expect that there'll be more applications. As of this moment, the PS license that has been issued is only 4.
So it's quite impossible right now to have a particular figure.
I think at this
in
point it's
mind
hard. Yeah, it's hard to gauge the.
to find out
Yes.
how many unregistered vaporized nicotine products in the country.
I think at this stage they're more on. This is really at the point in which they're vetting and registering. So maybe in the perhaps in the next year, I think they'll have a better grasp. The DTI will have a better grasp of how large the market is really for the vape products. But as of now, it's a little too early to give a solid number.
That is my last topic, Mr. President, distinguished colleague. And I raised this because last week, during the deliberation of the budget of the Department of Finance, it was put on record, Mr. President, that lost revenues from vape smuggling amount to 17 billion pesos. I was listening attentively also to the interpellations of our minority leader with regard to lost revenues. And imagine, vape smuggling lang, 17 billion na, Mr. President. And this is in addition, Mr. President, to the 35 billion pesos lost revenues for tobacco products. So if you total it, it's 52 billion pesos annual losses. And I think we have to step up our game and ensure that our government offices, especially our government departments, agencies in charge, would do something about it. And that's the reason why we have this oversight function, Mr. President. No? It is highly important that such a department, for example, the DTI, takes a more proactive role in going against unregistered vape products. May we know, Mr. President, the status of the suspension, last question that I'd like to raise. May we know the status of the suspension order issued by the Department of Trade and Industry against 3 companies holding Philippine standard licenses for vape products. Correct me if I'm wrong, I will mention these particular companies, NICS, and then the Demon Vape, and Stip and Drip. So, ulitin ko po, NICS, Demon Vape, and Stip and Drip, due to their products allegedly lacking tax stamps, Mr. President. May we know the status of the suspension order of DTI?
At this point, these cases are still pending for those brands that you mentioned. So they're going through the process. So I guess they cannot say right now what the they'll have to go through the process to decide
Yeah,
on
but
what
the
their-
suspension order still.
Yes, they're
exists.
suspended pending investigation.
Yes,
So-
that's what I'm after, Mr. President. So
Yes.
they are still suspended.
They are still suspended.
Yeah, and I remember last September, the DTI also filed charges. And I'm sure, and I have very high regards to our dear Secretary, Secretary Cristina Roque. I remember last September, the department also filed charges against Shenzhen Adwell Technology Corporation Limited, Genome Flavor Technology, Shenzhen Weimei Electronic Technology Corporation Limited, Shenzhen X Black Vape Technology Corporation Limited, Z Crew International Incorporated, Rel X, Team X, Flair, and Funky Monkey. So, I know that the DTI also filed charges against these companies. I hope, Mr. President, that we will continue to guard our people, especially our young people, Mr. President, especially kung mga palpak itong mga kumpanya na ito.
Yes.
President, just an interjection.
The Secretary has assured us that she will aggressively pursue any of these violators. At the same time, they're very cognizant of the implications of the vape law in the health field and also in terms of our collection, which is a humongous amount that is lost and that could otherwise go to government coffers. So the DTI is very cognizant of that, and they will be very aggressive in monitoring the vape companies.
And we are here to help, Secretary, and just volunteering myself, and I'm sure a lot of the members of the Senate would like to see our department succeed in this particular endeavor. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Just an interjection before the gentleman concludes.
Senator Tolentino is recognized.
May we know, isn't this part of DTI's mandate to control the business registration or product's name, Mr. President? Isn't that part of the IRR when we implemented the vape products law? Because I just heard some names that probably would not be conducive, especially to the youth. Demon vapes, Funky Monkey vapes. So, sino po ang in charge dito sa pangalan na ito? We're not talking here of fireworks. Kasi pag New Year, iba talaga yung mga pangalan. Sintro ni Judas. Ito, vape products to.
Yes, a lot of the manufacturers are actually produced in China. They're actually products that are produced in China, so they have their own trade names. But of course, if there are trade names that are that violate either copyright laws or the DTI can step in, of course, in that case.
So we can still ask the importers or perhaps the producers to change the product's name to make it attuned to business name to make it attuned to Filipino culture.
Yeah, but if I may, Mr. President, I think the majority leader is asking the business name registration, nasa DTI po yan.
Correct.
So, basically, nasa kanila po yung mandate, Mr. President.
So they can prevent the entry unless the name of the product is changed.
Yeah.
Di po ba?
Yes, in terms of the trade name, of course, the corporate names completely is a different entity. The corporate identity, but in terms of the trade name that falls under the DTI.
Yeah. Name yan, business name.
So I'm sure in the array of vape products name, there are still some names that might not be conducive to the ears of our consumers. That's part of the consumers' welfare protection law. That the name should likewise be that the name should be likewise clear to our consuming public's culture. demon. Pwede ba hong baguhin yun?
Well, the DTIs will look into their internal policies to see what possible what laws they can use to enforce issues like that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you, Majority Leader, and I just wanted to put on record that I agree with the observations of our Majority Leader. Kasi pagka ganun na papayagan lang natin na kahit anong pangalan na lang yung gamitin, it's tantamount to having someone na binigyan mo ng driver's license na hindi nakakakita or hindi alam kung paano mag-start ng sasakyan. Di ba? Parang ganun din po yun, Mr. President. So I hope, again, bottom line is we have to step up our game, Mr. President, and di bali na siguro mag-overlap na kung ang iba't ibang departamento at ahensya ng pamahalaan ay nagnanais na protektahan ang ating mga kababayan, higit sa lahat ang ating pamahalaan. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, dear colleagues, for answering these representations questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, next to interpellate would be our good Majority Leader, the Honorable Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Coco Pimentel, our Minority Leader, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Although the Majority Leader called me the Majority Leader, so I was happy that I'm now considered part of the majority. Thank you, Mr. President. So we welcome the Secretary of the DTI to her very first budget defense. And I have information that she just arrived from the United Arab Emirates. How's my wife? I think you left her in UAE. I know you have a flight tomorrow for another international event to attend. Okay, so welcome, ma'am, and thank you for being with us tonight. Sige, we will try to keep to our self-imposed deadline, Mr. President. So with the permission of our sponsor? Yeah.
Please proceed, sir.
Before I forget, so SITEM is here with us for a budgetary support for 289 million. Tama po ba? Is SITEM here? Halika, ma'am. Sinong head na SITEM?
Yes, SITEM is, yes, there. I can see them here.
Sinong head na SITEM? Binanggit mo dyan. Ma'am Ocampo is the head of SITEM. Halika, ma'am.
Yes,
yes,
her name is Executive Director Leia Ocampo.
Ma'am Leia Ocampo. Ma'am, SITEM is the owner of a prime lot with an area of around 4.9 hectares. Tama po ba yun? Is this in...
Yes, that is correct.
Ito po yung lupa na kung saan nandun yung World Trade Center. Yung sikat na World Trade Center na pinupuntahan natin for events, di ba? Yan po yan. Okay. Because we have found out that under contract, I think you're just being paid 1,000 pesos a year for rental. Masyado atang agrabyado ang SITEM. And then marami rin akong reklamong natatanggap na yung ating mga exporters, lalo na yung mga micro and small and medium enterprises involved in export, would find the fees being charged for the use of the structures in your property, although iba na yung ano doon, yung si lessee na niyata ninyo yung nagcha-charge doon, but they find the fee so prohibitive or discourages discourages the exhibition of their products. So, and I know that you have entered into a 50-year lease contract with your lessee Phil Export. So, how do we address these concerns being raised by our supposed to be beneficiaries who now find our rates, prohibitive or too expensive, ma'am?
Just for everyone's clarification, the lease contract in question was entered into between the DTI, as at the time represented by DTI Secretary Navarro, as authorized by an executive order number 289. The Phil Export, the duly accredited export umbrella organization, and the Manila Exposition Complex. Thus, SITEM is not actually a signatory to the lease agreement, but yes, it's the EO. There was the EO 289 actually authorized Phil Export to enter into a sublease, provided that the revenue earned shall be solely used for the development and promotion of exports in accordance with the provisions of Republic Act Number 7844. And as mandated by that Republic Act, Phil Export maintains and regularly submits periodic and annual reports to the EDC detailing the accounting of the rental income for the subject property and to ensure proper utilization. And this is something that we could furnish a copy of the audit report to the minority floor leader.
But SITEM is the registered owner of that lot, no? Yun ang pinag-usapan natin.
Yes, that is
Okay,
correct.
but so the original lease contract, which was, I think, effective for 50 years, was signed by the then DTI Secretary. So meaning to say, merong power ang DTI Secretary over this lease contract. So is our current DTI Secretary aware of this contract and the terms of this contract? And do we have plans to, quotation marks ko na lang, remedy the situation?
Actually, just recently, the secretary is made aware of this issue. She's been there 3 months, so this is an issue
yes,
that's been brought up with the secretary, and it's something that she's concerned. She also shares concern. Then the DTI, of course, will undertake a review of this lease agreement and the utilization of the rental revenue. In fact, even in the past. Even in 2007, the DTI Secretary created a TWG to study a possible amendment to the contract. So this is an issue that it's been studied, and Secretary Roque is also committing to study further to see how we can further improve on any arrangements or any agreements that were made in the past.
But is SITEM and or the DTI, through the Secretary, even aware of the complaints about the prohibitive, excessive, or expensive rates being charged for the use of the structures built on your prime property? Meron ba o in-imagine ko lang ito? Meron ba nagreklamo?
Yeah, they're actually even themselves. Actually, they both secretary and the executive director just recently sat, and in fact they get charged themselves an exorbitant amount. So, in particular, for 3 days of their usage of the place, they had to pay 15 million. So it's something that they recently, being new to this post, this is an issue that came up recently, and it's something that they're very concerned about, especially since just recently they experienced the high rates being charged in this in that area.
Siyempre, the lessee, I think, spent for the structures, di ba? The World Trade Center. Pero have you gone over their financial statements? Bawi na ba over time? Nabawi na ba nila? Yeah, 1995, so ilan na? 29 years. Nabawi na rin. Pero ang problema, meron pang ano eh. Yung ano yung condotel, hotel na napaisa. Meron isang contract.
Unfortunately, the company that built the structure is called Messi. Not Messi. It's not Messi. It's the company is called Messi.
MECI.
And yeah. What's the spell?
MECI.
MECI is the spelling. And it's unfortunately the DTA doesn't have access to their financial statements, so they cannot say yet whether or not kung nakabawi na sila or hindi.
Then what is important is we show interest in the situation or in the issues. Siyempre, kasi SITEM has, what's the mandate or the sole or the main purpose for the existence of SITEM? Ano po, ma'am? Ma'am Ocampo.
Well, SITEM is the mandate basically is
Yes,
it contributes to the DTI's export targets by marketing and promoting the Philippines as a reliable source of quality export products and services in the global market. And they do this through trade missions and fairs and other export promotions programs. So that's the mandate of SITEM.
Sige. So we participate in trade promotion events abroad siguro. And we also host them here, di ba? Napansin nyo ba na yung World Trade Center? Actually, kami kay Senator Mark, nagkikita kami ron. Yes. Pero napapansin ko yung mga exhibits doon or exhibitions doon are about products that they want to sell here in the Philippines. Di ba baliktad? Dapat what we want to sell to export abroad. Ma'am, ano pa?
Yes, I think, well, I've attended those events. And theoretically, although it doesn't always turn out that way, but by having it there, they hope to attract more foreign sales. But a lot of times, there's a lot of the customers are actually local. So, and the reality, yeah, and the reality is also, the reality of these manufacturers is that they have a very hard time competing abroad with these other products. So, you know, their market really is locally. So that's just the reality of the manufacturing here in the Philippines and a lot of these products that are being sold. So that's why the reason why they have it here is they want to strengthen the local market as well, and hoping that by doing that, eventually some of these companies will be able to compete more vigorously against foreign competitors.
Sige, SITEM kasi is asking for a subsidy from the national government kasi. But actually, I received a text from a Cebu, from a Cebu MSME who wants to export his products. You also hold events in Cebu. That's no longer sa World Trade Center. Iba naman. Ang reklamo din yan, same thing. Mahal daw yung ating exhibition fees, ma'am. So, but that's now your direct rate. So, have you encountered such a complaint?
And I think that, you know, being aware of it now, I think the secretaries being a victim of these high rates as well because they rent. So, this is something that definitely will be a priority. And thank you for bringing that up because it's a big concern because we need to how can we support our manufacturers if the means to support it is very prohibitive and expensive. So that is a major concern, and the secretary is well aware of that and will address it, continue to address it.
The Export Development Council is still very much active. I think the secretary is the chairperson of that council. Am I correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Kasi ito yung everything, all the arrangements are reviewed by the EDC. Yan po tungkol dito. So ganito na lang po gawin natin, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Can I give a copy of my proposed Senate Resolution number 1218 to SITEM and to the Secretary, and just to reply to the points I have raised. Kasi my main thesis statement here is SITEM is not being able to effectively pursue its mandate because it is confronted with many challenges and problems. So kasama na doon yung lease ng kanyang property, hindi siya nakatake advantage masyado doon. but plus some other. Pati yata yung inyong office, tama ba yun, ma'am? Pati yung office ninyo ngayon, medyo this question as to its structural integrity? O so yung mga ganun po. So kung pwede na lang po, in writing na lang po, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, we share, Mr. President, we share that concern, and it seems almost illogical that SITEM would have to pay an exorbitant amount to rent their own property. So that's something that we can address.
Sige, before we hear the resolution I filed, at least I should get the response from SITEM and from the DTI Secretary.
Yes, at the soonest possible time, Mr. President.
Pareho naman tayo ng goal eh. Ang tulungan natin yung mga micro and small and medium entrepreneurs natin involved in export. So, Mr. President, actually this is a supportive interpellation because I used to chair your committee, your regular committee on trade and commerce and industry. How much did I'm looking at the President's budget message. Meron palang rapid growth project and DTI. Is that correct? And under our committee report, how much did we allocate? Ma'am, thank you. Ma'am, what's her name? Ma'am Ocampo, thank you very much. Yes, rapid growth for 96. Tama. Did we retain the NEP level of 496 million pesos?
Yes, it was retained. It's 496 million for the rapid loan pros.
Maganda po ito na
I'm sorry. It was originally in the NEP 496 million, and in the House GAB it's 26.48.
26?
Yes.
26 million?
Yes. That's
Ay,
correct.
atin, sa committee report natin. Back to 496. So, ang laki nung cut doon, 470 ang cut.
It was not restored. No. It was cut.
So our committee report, 26 million.
26 million. Yes.
Okay, so I think the President will be greatly disappointed with the 470 million cut because it's in his budget message, and this is meant to boost on-farm and off-farm activities and generating employment opportunities in the rural areas for farming households. So, didn't DTI defend this project?
It was one of many that were asked for, but part of what we did recommend was because of the recently passed Internet Transactions Act was funding for the bureau to implement the bill. So, unfortunately, we were not able to restore a lot of the items that were reduced. Yeah.
Pero how old is this project, the Rapid Growth Project? Matagal na po ba ito? May track record na po. May track record na ba ito?
It's 5 years.
Was it well funded during the 4 other years? Or the 5 years? May track record po ba? May mga success stories ba tayo? Makawala kaya pinap ng 470 million.
Okay. At this moment, perhaps we can give that information. So as the USEC in charge, her mother is in the ICU, so she was unable to make this. Perhaps we can ask for her to submit the information to the plenary.
Bakit nasa ICU siya? The mother, yes. Okay, we hope for the recovery of the relative of our USEC. Sige po, we will just move. At least na-establish natin yun na that is one of your projects which the President thought he was funding generously, which has been cut. tremendously by, if the figures are correct, by 470 million pesos. Tama? Okay, nakat po natin. Okay.
That is correct.
Sige po. You also have an MSME development program. Is the budget still 830 million pesos?
Yes, it was retained, the MSME program of 800. Yes, it was still the same amount.
Ano po laman nito, Mr. President? Paano to? Anong mga elements ito, MSME development program? Are we, meron bang parang, ano to, financial na assistance or all just for the formulation of policy?
Yes, there are different trade shows and different concepts that are supported by the MSME Fund. This includes the the OTOP, which was recently passed into law, the one-town, one product. We have the shared services facilities that we know in the provinces. These are used for livelihood training. National Food Fair, which is 245 exhibitors, 50,000 visitors, and 61 million sales generated. We also have the negosyo centers that's also being funded, and also the CARP, which has 11,709 farmer beneficiaries and small landowners who were trained, and 2,390 marketing and technical advisory services provided. So these are among the projects that are funded by the MSME.
So the negosyo centers, which are going to be funded to the tune of 450 million, part yan ng 830 million of the MSME Development Program. Kasama si OTOP program na 86 million. Iyon pa ba? Is that... and then shared services facilities is 599 million. So if I understand correctly the reply from our chairman, kasama yan sa 830 million? Separate ata eh.
Yes, it's actually under locally funded, so it's actually not under the 838. These are the local governments are supporting.
Are these programs I mentioned the part of the magkano binibigay sana? 6.3 DTI. Yeah, 6.3 billion peso budget of the DTI, OSEC. Yun. Iba-iba, di ba? MSME Development Program, may
Yes,
amount.
that's correct. They're part of the
Negosyo
budget.
Center, may amount. OTOP, may amount.
Yes.
So in writing na lang, ma'am, Mr. Chairman, if what are the elements of the MSME Development Program? Kasi malaki to, 830
Yes.
million. I just want to understand how the MSMEs can take advantage of the program.
Yes, we will submit, if you could allow, the department will submit the program so we can get a better grasp and we can communicate to the people how they can also avail of this funding.
Pero just to be very clear, the DTI, syempre, the DTI people are the expert about their budget. Is the One Town, One Product Philippines program part of the MSME Development Program or separate?
It's part of it. It's part
so
of
that's
it.
part.
And that's part of what the fund is. A lot of what the fund does is also for training, livelihood, which is also part of the law, where they provide various trainings for those who want to engage, produce in these particular products where they might have a competitive advantage.
How much did we give to the OTOP program?
86.4 million.
Yes, tama.
Yeah.
Akala ko parang generation 2 na ito, we reinvigorated OTOP program. Parang maliit yung 86 million for a reinvigorated OTOP program.
It could be higher. That's very true.
Yes, tulungan po natin ito. And then, actually, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I suggested to the Secretary to rename OTOP into One Town Outstanding Products. Kasi para ma-release na tayo ron sa one product lang per town, but it's for the consideration of the DTI. It would still be the same acronym OTOP pa rin po, Mr. Chairman.
So that's a very good point, not to limit us into just one product.
Ito pong brainchild or baby ni Senator Angara, Tatak Pinoy Program, we are just giving this 25 million? Is this under the DTI then?
Yes, that's correct.
Only 25 million?
Yes.
Yes. I'm rounding it off.
It used to be 350. Now it's 25. Hindi nagamit last year so hindi naubos last year.
Actually, nung discussion namin dito, ang laki ng hope, ang laki ng expectation na linagay namin dun sa Tatak Pinoy bill.
Unfortunately, last year it was not totally utilized, the initial funding.
Kasi
Hence,
parang branding yun eh. Parang branding at saka,
Yes.
hindi, tsaka yung, ano ba sinabi ni... Yes, yung parang...
Actually, out of the 350, it only obligated was 49 million was obligated, and dispersed was less, 20. Obligated was only 49 million out of the 350.
Sige po, so... Pero overall, did the DTI as a department as well as the DTI family suffer a cut in the GAB and as well as in our committee report compared to NEP levels? If yes, magkano ang cut po nila? Pero yung sinabi ng Gary, yung parang diversity of the economy, parang yun gusto niya sabihin, or the science content of the economy, parang gano'n sa tatak na yan.
So from their budget this year, 7% was cut.
7%. Sa entire bottom line of the DTI family? 7% cut?
Yes. Are we talking about the whole DTI or
Sige.
the whole DTI? Yes.
The
Are we asking about particularly the Tatak Pinoy?
No. The DTI department.
DTI department,
suffered
7% cut.
Suffered a 7%
Yes,
cut.
yes, that is correct.
Okay, sige. Yun na lang muna. Hindi ko na kinocomplicate sana. Ito po yung Tatak Pinoy strategy. The Tatak Pinoy strategy is a multi-year and multi-stakeholder strategy for empowering Tatak Pinoy industries to offer diverse and sophisticated products and services to global markets. So napakalaki po na expectation namin when we were discussing that here in the floor. And then we will be giving it 25 million. Pero because hindi nga nagamit. Pero yung hindi naman nagamit is continuing appropriations, right? So pwede pa. Okay. So how much would be the continuing appropriations available for the program?
Well, what came out in the GA was 350. What was obligated was almost 50 million.
So may 300.
Yes, that has not
Okay,
been
Sige
expired.
po. Okay, so 300 plus 20, but the 25 new, so we have 325 still, which can still be spent for the Tatak Pinoy program next year. Tama po ba yan? Is that generally speaking?
Based on what I see here, yes, the
Yes,
GAA,
okay,
the obligation was 49, and the NEP is 25, and it's the obligation is 2 year, 1 year, 2 years. Yeah.
You also have as one of your may sasabihin pa si Secretary. One of the flagship programs would be the Malikhaing Pinoy program. How much are we giving it under our committee report, Mr. Chairman?
That we're giving it 50 million, Mr.
50
President.
million. Is there a continuing appropriations balance which the Malikhaing Pinoy can also use?
There's about 20 million continuing appropriation from the previous year that can still be utilized this year.
Okay, kasi ang sabi ko when I was sponsoring that bill, sabi ko I'm placing my bets on the creatives industry. Pero we're giving it 50 million only. Pero there's a new law, yung sa BICAM namin ni Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, from the bibigyan natin ng from the digital digital services tax, VAT on digital services. I think we have earmarked a certain portion of the collection to be given for the next 5 years to the creatives industry. So magiging automatic appropriation to, Mr. Chairman, and then may estimate yata doon na at least or close to 1 billion, I think. 120 yet, no? 20 billion is the projected, you know? So I'm just asking our chairman.
That's a huge sum if that should be should become a reality.
So is that the reason why we are keeping the levels in the GAA low? Kasi we already anticipated na may 1 billion tayo from the earmarked VAT ba yun? VAT?
No, that's not. Actually, they asked for a larger budget, but this is what was what was given. They asked for about 400 million, but they gave 50. So not in anticipation of
Yes,
a windfall from this new tax.
Sige po. I will try to help the chairman kung pwede pa, if the chairman will accept some amendments. Taasan natin ito.
Yes, we will be more than open to that, Mr. President.
The Malikhaing Pinoy program, because I authored and defended the creatives industry law here. And then siguro yung Tatak Pinoy program, para hindi magalit sa atin si Senator Angara. Kasi baby niya po dito to. Pero maganda naman po, you have a consumer protection program. Magkano po binigay natin doon sa committee report natin? More than half a billion.
560, yes.
Correct.
That's correct. 560 million is the amount.
Yes, that's for the consumer protection. Yung topic ni Senator Joel, yung ating monitoring of the vaporized nicotine and non-nicotine products, 84 million lang pala. Tama po ba yun? Given to DTI? Hindi lang.
Yes, actually, medyo kulang because they still have to invest more in the testing center, and these machines are necessary in order to properly monitor the vaping products. In fact, the machine costs 180 million. So it's beyond their budget at this point.
Did we retain the amount, 84 million, in our committee report for the ikalasag monitoring, surveillance, and enforcement of fair trade laws? At saka,
No change.
no change. At hindi lang yan for the vaporized nicotine. Kasama si ITA, kasama rin si liquefied petroleum gas industry. Tama po ba yan? 84 million?
Yes, it's 84 million.
To monitor not just the vaporized nicotine law, the other, including other laws.
So it's really, perhaps we can look into other sources again to see if we can enhance the fund to at least buy a testing machine that's worth.
Kung yung testing machine, siyempre CO yan, baka malaki yan. Ano? So, did we make a mistake in assigning this job to the DTI? Dapat iniwan na lang namin yan si FDA because ang assumption may machines na sila?
Well, I don't think. I think even the FDA doesn't have the machines either. So, if that's the assumption, both. I don't think FDA could have done a much better job. Considering they don't have the machine as well.
Sige, when the FDA is before us, I will have to ask them. I will remind me to ask them that question. Baka meron na kasi silang machines for that, which could be used for that purpose. Okay.
I'm not going to interject, Your Honor, but I would just like to say one word: expertise, Mr. President.
Yeah. Hindi, okay na. Sige po. There's a report na na-encounter po namin that the BOI is here, no? Reported a surge in agricultural investments. Can we, if the BOI will confirm their press release, can we have more details? Ano pong laman nito?
Yes, we can confirm that there was an increase in the agriculture investment. In fact, there was a particular investment in agriculture regarding CP, and it amounted to CP, which is one of the biggest agricultural companies in Thailand, and they made an investment, agricultural investment here of how much? We'll get the exact amount, but it is significant in the billions.
And they confirmed their announcement. Siguro, and then in the billions, and then directly connected with food production. Yun siguro ang pinaka-importante sa lahat.
Yes.
Does the BOI confirm?
Do you confirm?
Is it directly connected with food production?
Yes, you confirm? Food production? Yes, we confirm it. It's food production using Israeli technology. And CP is really, in terms of agriculture, it's really an agricultural company. Everything they do, they do livestock, aquaculture. Their investments are very extensive. And in fact, I've visited, I've met with their executives when I was in one of the trips, when I was chairman of the DTI committee.
So basically one company.
Yes,
That's
it's a one very
okay.
large Thai company. In fact, it's a conglomerate.
So thank you po. So at least we've explored the cuts in the DTI budget, and then siguro may time pa naman, Mr. Chairman, may time pa naman to look for possible sources of funding to augment some of their
Yes, we still have the
programs.
BICAM, Mr. President. So there's still time to
Yes.
plug some gaps if they're needed.
Pero mukhang the DTI is not complaining ata. I mean, wala naman yata, meron ba silang may special request ba?
They're not
Parang
as
wala.
They're not as expressive as
The Secretary
at this
is
moment.
so nice, is so gentle.
At this late hour, but inside she's very aggressive and looking to enhance her budget. She's,
Kasi sometimes, Madam Secretary, sometimes nagsasabit ng wish list yung mga agencies, kung ano pa yung gusto nilang ma-fund pa sana because may time pa. Pero parang no complaints kayo sa mga budget levels ng mga flagship programs nyo yata ito mga ito. Malikhaing Pinoy, si OTOP, di ba? Flagship. Tapusin na natin. Give me 4 minutes.
Fairness, she has a wish list. And, they
Ayun,
submitted
okay,
it
they're
to
ready,
APO.
they're ready. Okay, what's the bottom line amount, Mr. Chairman, of the wish list of the DTI?
It's really it's a fantasy wish list, but
Fantasy, because trillion ba, umabot na sa trillion?
hindi naman, but it's quite an extensive wish list. That
Sige pa, can we just ask for a copy then?
yes, we will furnish you a copy.
So the CIAP is also before us, because I think CIAP is also asking for, ano bang CIAP? CIAP is asking for a budget because it's a government agency. 157 million, tama po ba yun? Rounded?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. President.
CIAP, you're in charge of accreditation of contractors, hindi ba?
That's correct. Through
your
PICAB.
arm. You have an arm, the
PICAB.
PICAB. Oo nga. So yung mga contractors ba na involved sa mga flood control projects, may accredited ng ano yun, unrated yun by the
PICAB.
CIAP through PICAB?
Yes, that's correct.
So mga ano din yun? Mga,
Based on your capacity, you have a certain, they assign a certain, based if you're AA, AAA, you have a certain volume, you have a certain amount of projects that you can engage in, that you're allowed, your license will allow you to engage in a certain level of projects.
Ano yung contractor? Ano yung pinakamataas po? Yung mga AAA, mga ganyan, ano? So,
There's a quadruple A actually.
Quadruple A, sige po. Kasi yung mga flood control projects natin, yung binigyan na report sa akin ni Senator Padilla, nag-ocular daw siya doon sa dinaanan ng Typhoon Christine. Sira-sira na. Yung bumigay na yung mga, kung dike man yun or river banks man yun, bumigay na, and clogging the waterway, contributing to the flooding. So, yung mga contractors po ba doon ay, yun yung mga accredited by PICAB, pumasa yan sa accreditation ng
I think
PICAB.
all contractors that work in government all contractors who have projects have to get approval from PICAB to operate. So definitely those contractors are also have a license from PICAB.
Yes, but they're not necessarily the highest rated, no?
No, it really depends.
It depends on
there are
the
many factors, financial capacity.
On the project. It depends on the project, no?
What they can contract. The level of their rating dictates how much projects they can contract. And that level is based on past projects, their financial capability, and also their assets.
But PICAB's accreditation process is always at stake, no? When they accredit a contractor. Siyempre, di ba? Pumasa sa
Yes.
process nila.
And if there is a substandard, the DPWH can blacklist these contractors, and they should blacklist these contractors if their construction is found to be not passable.
So that's the blacklisting of the DPWH as well as, let's say, direct complaints from the people about allegations of substandard construction of projects. Can this affect the accreditation process of the PICAB and lead to the denial of the license to a contractor?
If the DPWH if complains, PICAB can revoke the license, depending on a case-to-case basis.
How about from the people? Will PICAB pay attention to complaints from the people?
The complaints directly from people don't happen as often, but they can act on it. It's
Maybe
just-
now, kaya nga
Yes.
pino-point out ko eh.
If you were to complain,
I'm trying to point out another remedy. Ang laki na nareklamo natin sa flood control projects. Maybe this is another remedy or an avenue for people to complain.
of course,
to raise their complaints.
I think perhaps that's something that we should make people more aware of, that they can complain to the PICAB. Although what happens in reality is that mostly it's the DPWH or an institution that will complain, but it doesn't prevent anyone from filing a complaint and them acting on it.
Okay, so at least we have established that tonight, Mr. President. So we have achieved something. So we are exceeding our self-imposed deadline by 16 minutes. Pero I'd like to call the attention of the majority. We're only exceeding it because we took up another matter and we started at 2:30 p.m. We should not be doing this during the budget season, Mr. President. So appeal ko lang po sa majority. But I was impressed with the presence of an overwhelming number of the majority earlier this afternoon. So who am I to complain when there was an overwhelming number of senators present early this afternoon, Mr. President? Pero sayang, we could have ended earlier kung talaga nag-concentrate lang tayo sa budget matters, Mr. President. So, Madam Secretary, we have many allies here in the Senate, 100% supportive sa iyo. Pati ngayong wala na rito, supportive pa sa iyo. Kasama mo sa cabinet, yung Tatak Pinoy author. So we are here to support you and we have time. I think we still have time to look for where to get the funds that we want to augment to your programs and to your department. So I'd like to thank the DTI family. Thank you for your patience, as well as our chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the time.
Mr. President, I'd just like to thank our colleagues for their insightful questions and our fruitful discussion of the budget of the DTI, the Board of Investments, the CIAP, the Design Center, the Philippine Trade Training Center, and the two corporations, CITEM and SB Corp. Rest assured that your comments, questions, and suggestions will be factored into by the DTI and its attached agencies and corporations in the implementation of their projects and programs. I would like to thank the body and our friends from DTI and its attached agencies and corporations for your hard work in ensuring that the budget will be properly allocated, wherein it can be utilized to the maximum for the welfare and development of the country's trade. Thank you very much.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Coco, Senator the gentleman from Bukidnon, the Zubiri good gentleman from Bukidnon, Senator Zubiri is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I know you didn't want to recognize me anymore. Actually, I'm just here to give a short manifestation of support to the Department of Trade and Industry.
Is it full support, Your Honor?
1,000%.
Full.
Full support.
Thank you, Your Honor.
1,000%. And you know, not only is in the able hands of the chairperson, but the secretary itself is a family friend of mine. I just found out the other day when I saw her, because she's up for commission appointments, of course, hearings, and I realized that she is a family friend. She's
Are you moving for additional funding, Your Honor?
No, not at all. I want to help them with funds, not for me.
Because
but
I'm going to support
we're
you.
going to support them with additional funds. But their family, sikat na pamilya po yan, Mr. Minority Leader. Aldeguer sisters, yung tita niyan. Alam mo yung galing sumayaw noon, mga...
Paano?
Galing noon, oo. Paano
ulit?
Maybe say it again, Your
Paano ni
Honor.
JB Ayers ito? This was the Aldeguer sisters. Na sa Janyang Paspinawin, sumasayaw yun. Saka Penthouse Live.
Were you born then, Senator JV?
No, Mr. President, I was, I don't know, I was still in short pants right time. But Senator Mix was already in
College.
when pants already. He was
Isang
already
taon
in
ng
high
agot
school.
natin, ha? Isang taon, pagkaedad tayo. But no, really, the department's in good hands with Secretary Chris. We're fully supportive of you, Madam. You know, my only request is, tutukan nyo lang po yung ease of doing business. Try to talk to the LGUs. You were very active under Secmon Lopez before. We're very active with the ease of doing business. Sana hindi na pumawala sa inyo yan. Dapat maging tatak ng DTI din yan. Kasi medyo they left it to the ARTA. But of course, it's a whole government approach. You have ARTA, you have DILG, you have, of course, the lead agency should be DTI. Because it's all these businessmen applying for permits, and the ease of doing business really is the law that will guide them to it. So yun lamang, Sec, you have our full support. And I will support the minority floor leader to find budgets to add to your programs. Kasi the DTI is one of the favorite agencies of government. And really, in all the surveys, DTI is one of the favorite agencies of government. You're doing a great job. Particularly PESA, magagaling. Yung sa PESA, yung kanilang Economic Affairs Bureau, yung kanilang BOI. Or may tawag PESA. BOI, by the way. BOI. And I saw they had the BOI there. Yeah, they're very good government workers. And walang question of corruption, Mr. President, I must say. They're great, clean record. So with that, Mr. President, I'd like to move to second the motion of the majority floor leader that he'll be
That's
making
a prepaid
right now.
motion, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's we'd like to recognize
Yung
the
pamangkin
majority.
niya pala, Mr. President, kilala nyo, basketball player din, si Dino Aldeguer.
Yes, we were just
Of Lasal.
talking about it, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
Dino is your nephew, right?
Yeah.
Are you a brother?
Brother,
Dino's
Mr.
your
President.
brother?
Yes.
Wala na,
Kapatid.
pauwi na natin sila, Mr. President. Let's bring them home. Give them more budget.
I was about to say something, Mr. President, about UST LaSalle rivalry, but I will no longer brag about it, Mr. President. Because we won against them 3 consecutive years. Yes, Majority Leader.
President,
Thank you, Senator Zubiri.
Before we proceed, Mr. President, Senator Revilla would like to insert into the record his manifestation of support.
Is it full support, Your Honor?
Full support.
Thank you.
For the passage of Senate Bill number 2793. Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellations, I move that the budgets of the following: Department of Trade and Industry, Office of the Secretary, Board of Investments, Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, Design Center of the Philippines, Philippine Trade Training Center, budgetary support to government corporations, Center for International Trade Expositions and Missions, small business corporations, be deemed submitted for the Senate's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the majority leader is hereby approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend the session until 1 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, November 12, 2024. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the session is suspended until 1 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, November 12, 2024. Congratulations to DTI family.